New audiobooks every week. On the Books Aloud channel, you'll find the best works of classic and contemporary literature, absolutely free. Subscribe so you don't miss any new releases, and be sure to click the bell icon to get notifications as soon as new audiobooks are published.
On Mamba Station, U.S. Marines in West Africa, 1990 to 2003, by James G. Antal and R. John Vanden Berghe. Part 1. Operation Sharp Edge. Liberian unrest turns violent. The geography of Liberia. Liberia is geographically situated between Sierra Leone, Guinea, and the Ivory Coast on the western bulge of Africa. In total landmass, the country is slightly larger than the state of Pennsylvania. Its narrow coastal strip, from 20 to 50 miles wide, is interlaced with swamps, tidal lagoons, and marshes. The coastal areas lead to rolling hills that range from 400 to 1,200 feet high and are covered with dense broadleaf and evergreen forests. Timber and rubber plantations abound in these areas of abundant natural resources. Along Liberia's northern border, the rugged Guinea highlands divide the Niger River basin in the northeast from streams flowing across the country. The dominant mountain ranges of the Walagisi and Nimba, with elevations of 5,748 feet, are found along the country's eastern and northeastern borders. Both of these mountain ranges, as well as the lower Bong Hills, are rich with iron ore deposits and littered with gold mines. The country's 6 major rivers drain northeast to southwest into the Atlantic Ocean. 3 of the country's 7 significant diamond mines are located near the Lofa River. Major port cities include Buchanan, Harper, Monrovia, and Robertsport. The tropical climate has very distinct wet and dry seasons. During the wet season, which runs between April and November, average accumulation of rainfall is between 150 and 170 inches, with almost daily torrential thunderstorms in the late afternoon. In the capital city of Monrovia, the mean temperature is 82 degrees Fahrenheit with an average humidity of 90%. Liberia traces its origins back to the 1816 establishment of the American Colonization Society. Intended to sponsor the repatriation of former American slaves to West Africa, this organization established its first successful settlement on Cape Mesurado in 1821. That site grew into the city of Monrovia. By 1847, more than 45,000 freed men, as well as Africans rescued from slave ships, had settled there. Most of these settlers died of disease or in conflicts with local tribesmen. The settlers declared independence from the American Colonization Society's jurisdiction in 1847 and established a republic constitutionally modeled after the United States. European nations quickly recognized the new country, but the United States failed to establish diplomatic ties until 1862. Liberia's seemingly democratic structure was, in fact, a facade. Territory claimed by African American settlers and their descendants, Americo-Liberians, and those rescued from slave ships, Congos, extended eastward into the interior, which was populated by at least 16 indigenous tribal groups. The ruling Americo-Liberian elite had no interest in assimilating the African population and referred to them as the country people. Adopting the attitudes and lifestyle of antebellum Southerners, Americo-Liberians regarded the native Afro-Liberians as uncivilized inferiors. Although Liberians considered their state Christian, only about 10% of the population belonged to one of the Christian denominations. 20% were Muslim, and the remaining 70% maintained traditional African beliefs. English is the official language, but there are more than 20 dialects derived from Niger-Congo linguistic groups. A pidgin Liberian English is the common tongue. The true Whig Party, which represented the interests of a small group of interrelated families that dominated the country, monopolized political power for 133 years. This group comprised only 5% of the population. This ruling class resided mainly in the coastal urban centers, principally Monrovia, and exploited Liberia's natural resources of rubber, iron ore, and lumber using labor coerced from the rural populations. Firestone Tire and Rubber Company established the world's largest rubber plantation at Harbel in 1936, heralding a period of increased American economic involvement in the country. An open-door policy, implemented after the election of President William S. Tubman in 1944, led to increasing foreign investment and modest prosperity. During World War II, the United States built Roberts Airport and the free port of Monrovia, further developing the country's infrastructure. Unfortunately, more emphasis was placed on exporting raw materials than on expanding Liberia's industrial capacity. In addition, a national unification policy aimed at assimilating rural Afro-Liberians fell short of incorporating the native population into the political power structure. Tubman, in fact, had no tolerance for any form of political opposition. When former President Edwin James Barclay's independent Whig Party challenged Tubman in the 1955 presidential elections, his supporters were harassed and Barclay's party was eventually banned. Although Liberia prospered, only the true Whig oligarchy benefited and repression maintained the chasm between them and the majority of the population. The situation continued during the presidency of William K. Tolbert, who assumed office upon Tubman's death in 1971. But discontent led to organized opposition, and the Movement for Justice in Africa was formed at the University of Liberia in 1973. Then in 1975, Liberian students in the United States organized the Progressive Alliance of Liberia. An unpopular increase in the cost of rice led to the demonstration on 14 April 1979, which escalated into rioting, looting, and the deaths of nearly 100 people in Monrovia. Samuel Doe's rise to power. A year later, Tolbert died when 17 non-commissioned officers, led by Master Sergeant Samuel Kenyon Doe, stormed the executive mansion. They murdered the president in bed and killed 26 members of his security guard. After advising tribal soldiers not to obey the Americo-Liberian officers, the enlisted men assumed control of the government and proclaimed themselves the People's Redemption Council. The public initially welcomed the end of 133 years of Americo-Liberian rule with enthusiasm, but the televised execution of 13 Tolbert administration officials by drunken soldiers foreshadowed the imposition of a military dictatorship. Doe promised to return to civilian rule by 1985. Political activity was banned until 1984. Of 14 political parties that were organized, only 4 were allowed to participate in the presidential and legislative elections held on 15 October 1985. Many of Doe's opponents were detained or otherwise harassed, and when the election still seemed to turn against him, representatives of his own National Democratic Party of Liberia manipulated the vote count and proclaimed him the victor with 50% of the votes, 80% of the legislative seats being claimed by his party. Meanwhile, Doe removed many of his fellow 1980 coup conspirators from the government, increasing the concentration of power to members of his own Kron tribe. The Kron, like the Americo-Liberians before them, became a despised minority ruling over a repressed majority. On 12 November 1985, former People's Redemption Council member General Thomas Kiwankpa led an unsuccessful coup attempt. Kiwankpa's failure led to his execution and that of 16 of his supporters, followed by widespread persecution of their Gio and Mano tribesmen. Approximately 3,000 were killed, especially in Kiwankpa's own Nimba County. Many fled the country to await an opportunity for revenge. During the early 1980s, Liberia was viewed as a bastion against Soviet expansionism and Libyan influence in Africa, and American aid flowed into the country. The end of the Cold War and increasing alarm over Doe's abysmal human rights record led to a reduction of aid by the end of the decade. This decline, coinciding with decreases in the value of Liberia's exported raw materials and the corruption and incompetence of the regime, resulted in economic chaos and widespread unemployment. Then came Charles Taylor. An Americo-Liberian educated in Massachusetts, Taylor was an expatriate opponent of the Tolbert regime. Present in Liberia during the 1980 coup, his degree in economics and glib personality earned him the leadership of the General Services Administration, which was responsible for centralized government purchasing. He was accused of embezzling about $1 million in 1983 and fled to the United States, where he lived as a fugitive until he was arrested by U.S. Marshals. In September 1985, Taylor escaped from Massachusetts' Plymouth County Jail, where he was awaiting extradition. He made his way to Libya, where Muammar Gaddafi allowed him to train an insurgent force. After additional training in Burkina Faso and the Ivory Coast, Taylor's National Patriotic Front of Liberia, NPFL, crossed the border into Nimba County on Christmas Eve, 1989. Civil war begins. Initially, few in the government took the threat seriously. By late December, however, Doe sent the 2nd Battalion of his army to suppress the guerrillas. Targeting Geo and Mano tribesmen associated with Kiwankpa's 1985 attempt, the Kron-dominated Armed Forces of Liberia, AFL, alienated the population with indiscriminate murder, rape, and pillage. As civilians began to fear government soldiers more than the NPFL, Taylor's force grew. Many soldiers likewise fled to the rebels, taking their weapons with them. The insurgents lured some AFL units into ambushes by passing false messages on captured radios, gaining more arms in the process. Children as young as 10 years old fought as well, some to avenge slain family members and others simply because they had no option. As popular support grew, the NPFL expanded its initial focus on killing government troops and officials to persecution of Doe's Kron and their Mandingo associates. By 6 January 1990, more than 10,000 refugees had fled to the Ivory Coast, spreading word of atrocities committed by both government and rebel forces. Meanwhile, Doe tightened his own security by establishing numerous checkpoints throughout Monrovia and dispatching additional troops into the interior. The insurgents successfully eluded Doe's forces, moving across mountains and through forests to seize the town of Tepeda, which gave them control of the coastal road and split the country in half. On 7 March, the United States Congress passed House Resolution 354, condemning atrocities committed by both parties in the conflict. On 24 March, an American missionary was killed in crossfire. In Monrovia, government troops began harassing Liberians employed by the American embassy. Threats directed against embassy officials over the security guard's radio net culminated in the burning of an embassy warehouse by 2 disgruntled employees on 29 March. As Taylor's forces advanced into Grand Gede County in early April, the number of Liberians seeking refuge in neighboring countries grew to more than 140,000. On 23 April, an embassy travel advisory stated the security situation was deteriorating as random acts of violence against foreigners increased. 3 days later, the voluntary evacuation of official dependents and non-essential personnel was authorized. Within a week, the official American community shrank from 621 to 143 as embassy families, Peace Corps volunteers, and employees of the Voice of America and the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, left the country. Meanwhile, Doe urged Kron chiefs to get their cutlasses and single-barrel guns and get into the bush and pursue the rebels, promoting further atrocities. Loyalist troops arrested 150 Geo soldiers suspected of treason. Many of Monrovia's primarily Mandingo taxi drivers fled to Sierra Leone and Guinea, while AFL troops manning a growing number of checkpoints throughout the city detained, harassed, and extracted bribes from motorists. In addition, the number of mutilated corpses multiplied. On 24 May, the U.S. State Department issued another travel advisory ordering all non-essential personnel to leave. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of On Mamba Station, U.S. Marines in West Africa, 1990 to 2003, by James G. Antal and R. John Vanden Berghe. The need for U.S. involvement. As the situation continued to deteriorate, the Joint Chiefs of Staff began looking at 4 possible actions that had been presented by the U.S. European Command. The maritime option included the employment of a Marine amphibious force. The other 3 involved Army Airborne or U.S. Special Operations Command forces seizing Roberts International Airport. The American Embassy in Monrovia wanted a military option available, but did not favor a direct military presence ashore. Personnel were still being evacuated by commercial charter flights, and although there was no government opposition to their departure, nor any apparent physical threat, numerous roadblocks had to be negotiated on the way to the airport. Evacuees traveled in convoys escorted by the embassy's regional security officer and locally hired guards. While it appeared a non-combatant evacuation operation conducted by U.S. forces was unnecessary, the maritime option provided the most viable contingency force. After review, President George H. Bush, with the advice of the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Colin Powell, and the Secretary of Defense, Richard B. Cheney, approved the European Command's plan to station off the Liberian coast 2,500 Marines equipped for an amphibious landing. On 25 May 1990, the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit, Special Operations Capable, MU-SOC, as part of its Landing Force 6th Fleet Deployment 2TAC-90, the second MU deployment to the Mediterranean that year, was training at Camp de Congers near the port of Toulon in southern France. The MU comprised a command element, the MU Staff, Battalion Landing Team 2nd Battalion 4th Marines, BLT-24, Marine Medium Helicopter Squadron 261, HMM 261, and MU Service Support Group 22, MSSG 22, the MU's logistical support element. When the deployment order came in from General Powell, the MU's McDonnell Douglas AV-8B Harrier Detachment, based ashore at Hyères Naval Air Station east of Toulon, abruptly shifted its focus from routine training to mounting out on board ship. The following day, Admiral Jonathan T. Howe, Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Naval Forces Europe, issued the deployment order directing the Mediterranean Amphibious Ready Group, ARG, with the 22nd MU to proceed to the vicinity of Monrovia. Upon arrival off the Liberian coast, the Marines would prepare for evacuations and security operations at U.S. installations ashore to be conducted with or without permission from the Liberian government. Colonel Granville R. Granny Amos, commanding officer of 22nd MU, had been monitoring the situation for some time and immediately directed that equipment and personnel be embarked in compliance with a 12-hour standby plan. Government and rebel forces continued fighting at the key towns of Garband and Buchanan. The rebel tactics were to first attack checkpoints and convoys outside a town, then encircle it. Once surrounded, government troops usually retreated into the town, haphazardly firing mortars, rockets, and machine guns. The terrorized civilian population suffered most. Those troops generally deserted or fled, allowing the rebels to win easy victories. Taylor's rebels employed these very tactics on 26 May to seize the city of Kakata, about 30 miles northeast of Monrovia. Arbitrary arrests and detentions in Monrovia continued, as did the indiscriminate killing of Geos and Manos by Kron soldiers. As fighting drew closer, more refugees flocked into the capital. Seeking protection from the violence, a large group gathered outside the compound of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. UN personnel granted entry to about 1,500. On the evening of 29 May, government AFL troops broke into the compound firing automatic weapons, wounding 2 guards and killing a third. Between 30 and 40 men and boys, including Geo and Mano UNDP employees, were forcibly removed. At least 8 were tortured, executed, and mutilated on a nearby beach. Michael Hain, the UN representative in Liberia, described the attack as incredible and a violation of international law. On 30 May, the UN evacuated its entire staff. Although Doe visited the compound the following day, promising the survivors he would find the culprits, he either could not or had no intention of controlling his army. Prior to this incident, the commander of the Sixth Fleet, Vice Admiral James D. Williams, U.S. Navy, authorized the dispatch of the 22nd Mew's Forward Command Element to Liberia. Serving as a liaison between State Department personnel and the Mew, the employment of a Forward Command Element is standard procedure for any evacuation operation. Unfortunately, the embassy in Monrovia had not requested the Forward Command Element, which made coordination difficult. The team's 5 original members were reduced to 2 due to problems with travel arrangements. Encumbered by personal weapons, ammunition, pyrotechnics, satellite communications equipment, cryptology gear, rations, uniforms, and civilian clothes, Lieutenant Colonel Stephen J. Labadie, Jr., the 22nd Mew's executive officer, and Major Glenn R. Sochtleben, executive officer of BLT-24, flew from the USS Saipan, LHA-2, by helicopter on 29 May. After landing at Rota Naval Station in Spain, the pair sought transportation for themselves and their equipment to Liberia. Commercial transportation presented several problems. Not only was it extremely expensive, but their equipment would be difficult to pass through customs. They also had no visas, and the circuitous route, connecting at Madrid, Paris, and Amsterdam, would take 46 hours to complete. A Navy Beech D-12 Super King airplane was available, but it could not carry both them and all their baggage. The officers considered crossing to Morocco, renting a car, and driving to Monrovia. Meanwhile, Colonel Amos decided to send the 3 remaining Forward Command Element members, Captain David J. Mollahan, officer in charge of the Mew's Air Naval Gunfire Liaison Company Detachment, Lieutenant Commander Robert Peterman, officer in charge of the Amphibious Squadron 4's, Fibron 4, Naval Special Warfare Group Detachment, and Sergeant Scott R. Whittyfield from the Mew's Radio Battalion Detachment. While the trio traveled to Rota, Major Sochtleben met Commander Philip G. Hobbs, the commanding officer of Fleet Logistics Support Squadron 22, VR-22, a Navy Lockheed C-130 Hercules squadron based at the naval station. That night, the 2 officers agreed that a VR-22 Hercules would fly the Forward Command Element to Monrovia, provided each got the approval of their respective chains of command. While the Forward Command Element spent 30 May getting vaccinations and malaria pills, VR-22 helped them obtain personal clearances to travel to Liberia and submitted an aircraft clearance request. At 0500 on 31 May, their C-130 left Rota for Monrovia. First look at Monrovia. Lieutenant Colonel Labadie, Major Sochtleben, and the remaining members of the Forward Command Element arrived at 12:05 local time. The aircraft spent only 15 minutes on the ground, just long enough to quickly offload the passengers and their equipment. Roberts International Airport, 35 miles from Monrovia, was closed to commercial traffic due to nearby rebel attacks. Lieutenant Colonel Bruce Newman, U.S. Army, Assistant Chief of the Military Mission at the Embassy, welcomed the Forward Command Element. The 5-man team then drove to the Embassy's Greystone compound, where Lieutenant Colonel Labadie directed them to establish communications with the 22nd Mew while he met with the Embassy staff. The staff briefed the Forward Command Element on the current situation. At the meeting of the Economic Community of West African States on 30 May in Banjul, Gambia, the participants called for an immediate ceasefire and established a standing mediation committee to help resolve the conflict. But the insurgents had already reached Harbel, site of the former Firestone rubber plantation, now Japanese-owned, bringing them within 20 miles of the capital. This advance effectively closed all air traffic to Roberts International Airport. In addition, Taylor's NPFL had split into 2 factions, which further complicated the situation. Former Army Captain and ethnic Geo, Prince Yormi Johnson, broke with Taylor in February to form a new faction called the Independent National Patriotic Front of Liberia, INPFL. This group was challenging both the government forces and their former comrades for control of the capital. Control of more than two-thirds of the country was now split between the two rebel factions, each of which continued to advance in spurts, pausing to reorganize between attacks. On 26 May, the 22nd MEU completed loading its personnel and equipment on the ships of the ARG, which sailed from Toulon the following day. As the group passed Rota, HMM-261 helicopters picked up additional personnel, supplies, and maps of Liberia. The ships then headed south after taking on fuel and supplies. The Saipan and USS Sumter, LST-1181, proceeded together while the USS Ponce, LPD-15, delayed by repairs, followed later. Recognizing the MEU might be given a contingency mission in Liberia prior to receipt of the deployment order, Colonel Amos directed the MEU staff to refine their plans. Using rapid planning techniques, they were a day ahead when the order was received on 26 May. The following day, the staff briefed General James P. McCarthy, U.S. Air Force, Deputy Commander-in-Chief, European Command, Brigadier General Richard Potter, U.S. Army, Commander, Special Operations Command, Europe, Admiral Jonathan Howe, U.S. Navy, Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Naval Forces, Europe, and Vice Admiral James D. Williams, U.S. Navy, Commander 6th Fleet, on board the Saipan. The briefing detailed various courses of action open to the MEU, should it be called upon to execute a non-combatant evacuation operation in Monrovia, now designated Operation Sharp Edge. Reports on the deteriorating situation led to an all-out effort to get the Marines to Liberia quickly. Accompanying the ships of Fibron 4, which formed the ARG, was the destroyer USS Peterson, DD-969. The MEU transferred a reinforced platoon of Marines and one helicopter to the destroyer so they could arrive prior to the rest of the task force. These 75 Marines would provide quick reinforcement if called upon, and included an evacuation control center to coordinate an evacuation. A detachment of Navy SEALs, Sea, Air, Land, from Naval Special Warfare Group 2 also boarded the Peterson. Traveling at 30 knots, the destroyer arrived off Liberia on 2 June. The operation order for Sharp Edge directed the task force to be ready to conduct an evacuation within 24 hours of notification. It also assigned Admiral Williams, the commander of the 6th Fleet, as the commander of the Joint Task Force, JTF. The JTF, now officially formed, comprised approximately 2,300 Marines from the 22nd MEU and 1,900 sailors from the ARG. When the Saipan and Sumter arrived on 3 June, the Marines on the Peterson returned to the Saipan. With the arrival of the Ponce on 4 June, the JTF went into a modified location at sea, designated Mamba Station. The embassy compound was located on a peninsula at the western edge of Monrovia, with the ocean to the west and south and the Mesurado River to the north. To the east were the Business District, Central Market, Tubman Stadium, and the AFL's Barclay Training Center. The Executive Mansion and the Capitol were southeast of the training center. Tubman Boulevard, the city's main thoroughfare, passed eastward through the Sincor District, Spriggs Payne Airport, and Congo Town. Tubman Boulevard branched off at Paynesville. Traveling northeast, it was 8 miles to the U.S. Omega Navigation Transmitter site and 22 miles to the Voice of America transmitter. 6 miles further east, the road forked again, leading either northeast to Kakata or southeast to Herbel. The other fork in Tubman Boulevard led eastward along the coast toward the U.S. Telecommunications Transmitter and Roberts International Airport. 2 bridges crossed the Mesurado River north of Monrovia, connecting the capital with Bushrod Island where the Freeport was located. The road continued north across the St. Paul River, passing through Brewersville to the Voice of America receiving station and American Telecommunications Office receiver site. The American community was spread out among the city of 400,000 people. An embassy warehouse was on Bushrod Island. The USAID library was located in the Central Business District. The Greystone compound was located 1 block east of the Mamba Point Embassy compound and housed diplomatic personnel. The embassy's Marine Security Guard detachment lived at Marine House on United Nations Drive. A U.S. government services organization warehouse was within a block of the Barclay Training Center, while the American Cooperative School, USAID headquarters, Peace Corps office and training center, and housing for several embassy staff members and other American citizens were located in Sincor and Congo Town. Americans working in outlying areas such as the Omega and Voice of America transmitter sites lived in either Monrovia or its suburbs. Both the embassy staff and senior Navy and Marine commanders of the task force were clearly aware of U.S. policy toward the Dou regime. During the 1980s, approximately $500 million in economic, military, and social aid flowed into Liberia, making it West Africa's largest per capita recipient of American assistance. Because of the country's long-standing ties with the United States and the Cold War access to Africa it gave the American government, the two nations had strong mutual interests. Yet the Dou regime's corruption, incompetence, and appalling human rights record could not be ignored. As the rebel factions closed in on Monrovia, Marines and sailors waiting off the coast faced an increasingly complex and volatile situation. End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Chapter 2 of On Mamba Station, U.S. Marines in West Africa, 1990 to 2003, by James G. Antal and R. John Vanden Berghe. Preparing for Operation Sharp Edge. From pre-deployment training to the Mediterranean. In the course of training for its deployment, the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit, Special Operations Capable, practiced 3 non-combatant evacuation operations. For the 22nd MEU's Graduation Special Operations Exercise, Battalion Landing Team 2-4, BLT-24, conducted 2 different site non-combatant evacuation operations concurrently. One evacuation took place at a mock embassy and the other at an outlying site. Using rapid planning techniques, the MEU executed the multi-site non-combatant evacuation operations exercise at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, within 6 hours of receiving the warning order. Company E performed the outlying site mission and Company H the mock embassy mission. By coincidence, the exercise mirrored closely the subsequent actions of the unit in Liberia. Before the deployment, the staff studied a number of contingency areas, including Liberia. The MEU's intelligence officer, Major Stephen L. Sako, explained, "Prior to the deployment, we started to take a look at the map, and Africa kind of stood out at us. If a contingency arose that needed a maritime operation, the MEU would be the only game in town. The intelligence section took the standard contingency planning materials for West Africa, which included Liberia. The 22nd MEU's deployment began on 8 March 1990 when it sailed from Morehead City, North Carolina. As the next unit in the normal rotation to the Mediterranean, they steamed across the Atlantic and arrived at Naval Station Rota, Spain on 26 March. While at Rota, the staff received its first dispatch on Liberia, which reported an American citizen had died from a gunshot wound to the leg. After this initial message, the MEU staff began receiving other reports from the embassy in Liberia, including information on the 29 March burning of the U.S. Embassy warehouse in Monrovia. By 23 April, in Cannes, France, the MEU learned that the State Department had issued a travel advisory on Liberia. The advisory recommended that American citizens leave the country and noted the start of a reduction of official personnel at the embassy. That same day, the Fleet Marine officer at the U.S. Navy's European headquarters, Colonel Willis H. Bill Hansen, together with U.S. European Command representatives, briefed the MEU staff. Colonel Hansen had led a 4-man European Command assessment team to Liberia earlier that month and had acquired an excellent understanding of the embassy's situation as well as possible evacuation sites. The first-hand assessment gave the MEU commander and his staff helpful planning information and access to recent pictures taken in Liberia. Colonel Hansen reviewed all possible force options available to European Command if an evacuation was required, but the staff focused on the one maritime option that included the MEU. With this new and updated information, Major Sako's intelligence section began to develop detailed support plans in earnest. Meanwhile, the Marines continued their scheduled training and exercises in the Mediterranean. In the first week of May, the MEU participated in Dragon Hammer, a North Atlantic Treaty Organization exercise in Sardinia. After the exercise, the MEU sailed to San Rafael, France, and offloaded equipment and personnel on 16 May for training at nearby Camp des Conjures. When the Mediterranean-based amphibious Ready Group, ARG, anchored in Toulon on 17 May, the MEU split for training in Liberty. While one half trained for 10 days at Camp des Conjures, the other half enjoyed liberty in Toulon. With messages from the American Embassy in Monrovia indicating a steadily worsening situation, Colonel Granville Amos wanted his Marines prepared to react quickly. He directed his staff and subordinate commanders at Camp des Conjures to ready plans for a possible 12-hour return to the ships at any point in the training cycle. Realizing the seriousness of the deteriorating situation, Colonel Amos, a veteran of the evacuations of Phnom Penh and Saigon, as well as operations in Grenada and Beirut, wanted to be ready for any eventuality. Early on the morning of 25 May, Colonel Amos officially learned about the possible contingency mission in Liberia. The alert order issued by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff directed the 22nd MEU and Amphibious Squadron 4, Fibron 4, to get underway for Liberia. The ship sailed 2 days later after a quick loading of equipment and personnel back on board. As they steamed out of the Mediterranean, the ships received fuel and fresh supplies. The Marines received personnel augmentation. On the way to Liberia, the MEU received European Command's Operation Order Sharp Edge while conducting mass casualty drills and evacuation operation reception rehearsals. The orders directed the MEU to be prepared to protect and evacuate American citizens and other foreign nationals from Liberia. Point men in Monrovia. In preparation for the evacuation, the MEU sent a 5-man forward command element to the embassy in Monrovia to assess the situation. Arriving on 31 May, the team's reception indicated that many of the embassy officials considered their presence premature. Gathering at their quarters on the day of their arrival, Lieutenant Colonel Stephen J. Labadee's team met with Colonel David Staley, U.S. Army, the Chief of Military Mission in Monrovia. Colonel Staley instructed the team on its conduct, to whom the team could talk, what the members could wear, and where it could go. Essentially, the forward command element could talk to anyone, but if it needed to talk to any armed forces of Liberia personnel, the team had to first clear coordination with Colonel Staley. Directed to wear only civilian clothes, the team could travel freely unless going to some unusual place. In those cases, the team needed advance clearance for the visit from the Chief of Military Mission. Speaking frankly, Staley stated he really did not know why the Marines had come and said the embassy had a good handle on the situation. He further informed the team the embassy expected a coup and anticipated it would take 2 or 3 days. That would likely be followed by a great deal of killing and other acts of retribution for the excesses of the Doe government. Once that was over, Staley said the U.S. would recognize the new government and the embassy would go back to business as usual. Colonel Staley did not anticipate any need for an evacuation because the embassy had already drawn down staff and dependents. He then expressed the hope that Lieutenant Colonel Labadee and his Marines would have a nice stay, however brief, and reaffirmed that he would support the team in any way he could. Given the nature of the alarmist message traffic coming out of the embassy, the forward command element reacted with surprise. Major Glenn Sockleben put it plainly. Of course we were shocked. We expected to land and fight our way to the embassy and then saw that it wasn't that way. The checkpoints we went through were very quick, no problems at all. The soldiers we saw walking around all had weapons, but they were all lackadaisical looking. There was no feeling that the country was falling apart in our first impression. Their dismay at the low level of urgency deepened as the team met other embassy officials during the remainder of that first day. Most of the embassy staff, including the deputy in charge of mission, members of the defense attaché office, and the chief of station appeared surprised to see them, unconvinced and unsure of why Marines were there. Only Larry Hartnett, the regional security officer, and Colonel Staley appreciated the Marines' presence and fully understood their mission. Major Socklaben felt the attitude among the embassy staff was that of, "This isn't going to happen, guys." The Forward Command Element team members knew their tasks and wanted to get to work. The tasks included conducting liaison and assessing the overall situation, surveying helicopter landing zones and landing beaches, determining the number of evacuees, and estimating the level of hostilities likely to be encountered during an evacuation. Unfortunately, the prevailing opinion of the staff that an evacuation was not necessary led to a reluctance of certain key embassy personnel to support the Marines' effort. Personality conflicts among the embassy staff also led to certain members of the staff obstructing the team's efforts simply because of its association with another staff member. All of this made the work of the team more difficult. The Forward Command Element met with the Marine Security Guard Detachment, which was headed by Staff Sergeant Timothy Love. Team members noted that Guard Post 1 was located at the main entrance to the Chancery. At the post, the Marine Guard on duty monitored local communications and functioned as the net control station for one of the 5 radio nets at the embassy. The posted Marine was the communication link for Lieutenant Colonel Labady's team when they conducted reconnaissance forays. As the violence escalated, the Marine Security Guard Detachment's quick relaying of messages and reassuring assistance when called helped embassy staff and Forward Command Element personnel in potentially life-threatening situations. In addition to the Marine Security Guard Detachment, the embassy's local guard force stood post outside the gate and inside the embassy compound. The embassy employed a very loyal contract guard force composed of Liberians hired by Wackenhut Corporation. Darrell M. Lowe, a retired Marine lieutenant colonel, oversaw the 550 guards, who carried only nightsticks. The force manned more than 200 posts throughout the capital to protect official American citizens and property. Stationed at all U.S. properties, the guards proved to be a source of local information to the Marines, passing on reports as to who controlled certain areas and what types of activities took place during the fighting. As a testimony to their loyalty, throughout the crisis, many of the guards remained on post and reported information even after the rebels had overrun the surrounding areas. Some guards were beaten and others were killed in the violence. With the destroyer USS Peterson, DD-969, steaming toward Liberia, members of the Forward Command Element were almost certain European Command would select the maritime evacuation option that included the Marines. Once the destroyer arrived, the MAGTF constituted the quickest response for the emergency and rendered the 3 other European Command Force options irrelevant. Lieutenant Colonel Labadie believed the Marines on board Navy ships just offshore and over the horizon best suited the embassy's diplomatic intentions. Colonel Staley assured Lieutenant Colonel Labadie that the Deputy Chief of Mission, Dennis C. Jett, in charge of the embassy in the absence of the ambassador, would not allow the U.S. Army to bring in troops and simply leave them at the airport, which could inflame an already delicate situation. Lieutenant Colonel Labadie and Major Socklaben found the State Department's approach extremely frustrating, often putting them at odds with embassy officials. According to Major Socklaben, we think of things in terms of seconds, minutes, hours, and days, and then we roll in on top of the State Department who have a totally different philosophy. They think of things in terms of weeks, months, years, and decades. So here we were with these 2 different elements, the Department of Defense and the Department of State, kind of bucking up against each other, so it was extremely frustrating. Despite the hindrances, members of the Forward Command Element set out to collect information for a possible non-combatant evacuation operation. They began by surveying helicopter landing zones. Traveling in civilian clothes, Lieutenant Colonel Labadie, Captain Mollahan, and Sergeant Whittyfield visited every designated landing zone, LZ, in the area. The site surveys included the American Telecommunications Office, the Voice of America, the Barclay Training Center, AFL compound, and the American Cooperative School. The team gathered updated information on size, slopes, obstacles, directions of flight access and egress, surface materials, and dominant terrain of each landing zone. That information was then relayed to the MU through messages and phototelesis. The results of the survey excluded some landing zones from the list of evacuation sites. The presence of AFL soldiers at the Barclay Training Center and the extensive overhead wire supporting the antennas at Voice of America sites eliminated these landing zones from consideration. The survey also identified some new landing zones, such as the basketball court in the embassy compound. Named LZ Magic after the professional basketball player, Magic Johnson, the basketball court became the primary helicopter landing zone for Operation Sharp Edge. Because the evacuation could employ either helicopters or landing craft, Lieutenant Colonel Labadie felt it prudent to survey possible landing beaches. Lieutenant Commander Robert Peterman and Major Socklaben were assigned to this task. The two officers, dressed in civilian clothing and carrying concealed weapons, hiked to 7 area beaches. Aware of the delicacy of the situation, traveling the countryside without visas and looking at beach landing sites for what could be construed as an evacuation or an invasion, depending on your point of view, both men acted as circumspect as possible. They looked at every designated landing beach, and Peterman conducted a swimming survey in the surf zone at most of them. The two officers discovered hidden rocks, undertows, and plunging surf at every beach. The team especially concentrated on the beach next to the compound, known as Red Beach, conducting surf observations twice each day for several weeks. When the AFL put the beach under surveillance, the surf observations for Red Beach stopped. The team recommended Navy SEALs conduct a comprehensive beach survey before using Red Beach as a landing site. The Chief of Station, Jim McWilliams, opposed the idea of conducting further beach surveys. In their first meeting, McWilliams assured Lieutenant Colonel Labadie that Special Operations personnel from European Command already had assessed the beaches and approved them for evacuation. Lieutenant Colonel Labadie knew the beaches required a more detailed hydrographic survey, but McWilliams and the military attaché did not agree. With Jet's initial support, Lieutenant Colonel Labadie submitted the proposal up the chain of command. Higher headquarters disapproved the request, and the Marines made do with the results of the forward command element's limited surveys. Work such as reinforcement of the embassy still required the team's attention. The forward command element planned for the reinforcement of the embassy, which included specific posts to defend and harden. The regional security officer closely cooperated with the team on its plan. To identify specific embassy evacuation responsibilities, the team worked with the consular section. The rush for visas as people tried to leave the country kept the consular office extremely busy. Despite the surge of people, the consular officer, Mrs. Penny McMurtry, coordinated with the forward command element. Incrementally, the Marines gained the required information and completed the basic reinforcement plan by the time the ARG arrived. The team also worked with the embassy staff in planning a more detailed evacuation than what was in the embassy's emergency evacuation plan. This, too, proved difficult because almost all the embassy staff thought an evacuation was unnecessary. The staff believed its drawdown arrangements to be sufficient. No one at the embassy actively obstructed the Marines' efforts, but many on the staff simply did not feel an evacuation plan constituted an urgent priority or merited their immediate attention. Despite this indifference, the team completed a detailed evacuation plan. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Part 2 of On Mamba Station, U.S. Marines in West Africa, 1990 to 2003, by James G. Antal and R. John Vanden Berghe. Circling at Mamba Station. Once off the coast of Liberia, the ARG waited in the overpowering heat and humidity at a position officially designated Mamba Station. For the next 2 months, while the ship steamed slowly in a circular ocean track, the embarked Marines kept busy. Virtually every day they rehearsed various evacuation plans with all units and considered all location options. One particularly sensitive plan concerned the extraction of President Doe if he decided to leave Liberia. The MU practiced the contingency based on two different options. The first involved a helicopter evacuation from the embassy, while the second was a direct flight from Spriggs Payne Airport by fixed-wing aircraft. In both options, once evacuated, Doe would fly in one of the MU's Lockheed KC-130 Hercules aircraft to a country that would provide him sanctuary. A Maritime Special Purpose Force, MSPF, composed of the MU's Marine Force Reconnaissance Detachment and the ARG SEAL Detachment, repeatedly primed for these options, conducting day and night full-dress rehearsals. Acting as the covering force for the MSPF, Company H also practiced its role in the preparations. The plan remained on standby, and in early July, the group's alert times shortened temporarily to a 1-hour alert to execute. During June, most of the cabinet officials fled their posts, with the exception of 1 or 2 ministers, while President Doe doggedly maintained he could reverse the growing victories of the rebels in Liberia. In anticipation of the evacuation, the designated commander of the Joint Task Force ordered the establishment of a forward logistics site at Lungi Airfield in Freetown, Sierra Leone. The MU based its KC-130 aircraft detachment from Marine Aerial Refueling Squadron 252, VMGR 252, at Lungi. 2 aircraft arrived on 5 June with the mission of providing aerial refueling and supporting the logistical air bridge between Rhoda or Dakar and Freetown. Marine and Navy helicopters also began conducting short-range logistics flights from the ARG ships to the airfield. Later, the Freetown Forward Logistics Site would serve as a transit point for evacuees arriving by helicopter or ship. At the beginning of June 1990, the Monrovia Embassy staff maintained its daily routine, including shopping in town. The staff appeared to reflect the city's wait-and-see outlook. Since all the fighting between the armed factions had taken place in the countryside, Monrovia appeared deceptively calm. Gradually, however, the fighting outside Monrovia started to disrupt the calm facade. Rebels overran the city's satellite Earth station and international telephone service ceased. The voluntary drawdown turned mandatory after the Department of State granted the embassy's request for an authorized departure status. Authorized departure status implied there was imminent danger to State Department employees or their dependents. Sunday charter flights continued to depart with American citizens from their temporary homes in Monrovia, most leaving with just suitcases. Organized convoys of Americans departed from the embassy to the airport in town, Spriggs Payne, with the regional security officer and his local guards providing security. Approximately 1,450 Americans remained in Liberia, down from 10,480 5 months earlier. By 7 June, Taylor's NPFL forces controlled Herbel and the international airport areas. The advancing fighters established roadblocks and camps to the east of Monrovia. Denied access to the international airport, many foreigners trying to leave crowded onto the remaining commercial flights at Spriggs Payne Airport. On 10 June, the U.S. Embassy extricated 360 more Americans using chartered Air Guinea Boeing 737 aircraft. Colonel Amos decided to send 3 members of the MU's Radio Battalion detachment to Monrovia by boat to augment the forward command element. Embassy officials turned down a helicopter insertion, feeling it would frighten Liberians or draw attention to the embassy and send the wrong message about American intentions. A helicopter-announced arrival might have confused many Liberians involved in the conflict, as word had gotten out to local newspapers that a Marine task force waited offshore. Liberians, especially those who came from the interior where most of the MPFL troops originated, may never have seen or heard a helicopter before. For them, such a sight might incite fear, curiosity, or both. Many Liberians wanted the Marines to come ashore primarily as a peacekeeping force to stop the fighting and relieve the suffering. Some factions wanted the Marines to support President Doe, and others wanted the Marines to remove President Doe and allow the MPFL to take over the government. On 12 June, Colonel Staley, Thomas J. White, the embassy's economics officer, and the 4 members of the Forward Command Element went out to the Saipan. They made the trip to the ship, located below the horizon off the coast of Monrovia, in a 21-foot sailboat belonging to the station chief. The group conferred with Colonel Amos and his staff on board the Saipan for about 2 hours. They conveyed Jet's thoughts on why the embassy did not feel a sense of urgency as expressed in earlier and recent messages. Colonel Staley, White, and members of the Forward Command Element explained that rather than conduct an immediate evacuation, as the MU had anticipated, the Marines needed to wait. The quintessential force, the MU could hold at Mamba Station until the situation ashore reached a crisis point. Following the briefings, the Forward Command Element, White, and Colonel Staley, accompanied by 3 previously selected members of the Radio Battalion Detachment, headed back to Monrovia. Once at the embassy, the Radio Battalion Detachment, headed by Sergeant Kenneth M. Sharp, set up their intercept equipment. With an abundance of unsecured chatter on Motorola-type handheld radios, the detachment listened to the radio nets of the various fighting factions in and around Monrovia. The Liberians' lack of operational security made the collection effort easy. Most government and rebel forces spoke Liberian English, although they spoke in dialects when they wanted a secure conversation. The rebels incorrectly believed the Americans could not translate these dialects. During the entire MU operation in Liberia, the detachment provided the Saipan useful daily reports for analysis. Frantic negotiations fizzle. As the rebels gained ground and moved into the Monrovia area, Doe's AFL forces responded to the increased pressure by engaging in random shootings, beheadings, mutilations, and other atrocities. In the Clay Ashland district of central Monrovia, an AFL squad executed 14 Americo-Liberians. On 14 June, a group of more than 1,000 Liberians conducted a peace march in Monrovia and stopped in front of the embassy. The Marine Security Guard Detachment and extra State Department security personnel deployed throughout the Chancery and compound in defensive and observation posts. Fortunately, the demonstration led by church officials did not turn violent. The embassy, meanwhile, on 16 and 17 June, flew out 210 more American citizens by chartered aircraft. With the situation in Monrovia worsening rapidly, respected Liberians frantically made an attempt at peace negotiations. The Liberian Council of Churches, encouraged by outside organizations such as the Organization of African Unity and the Economic Community of West African States, organized and chaired the meeting. Negotiations sponsored by the Interfaith Mediation Committee of the Liberian Council of Churches met in Sierra Leone but failed to reach an agreement. Apparently, Taylor's delegation believed their forces were about to achieve a military victory and saw no need for further discussion and arrogantly walked out of the talks. The fighting by 23 June had advanced to the outskirts of Monrovia. Johnson's INPFL rebels attacked Taylor's NPFL rebels from positions just 13 miles northeast of the capital city in Bensonville and Carysburg. A large crowd demonstrated for peace on 26 June, calling for a ceasefire and demanding the Liberian president leave the country. About 500 Liberians broke off from the main body demonstrating downtown, marched to the gates of the American embassy, and chanted for the U.S. to intervene while diplomatic security personnel and the embassy's Marine security guards took up defensive positions. But the demonstration remained nonviolent. The next day in central Monrovia, AFL soldiers fired on another peace demonstration, killing and wounding many in the crowd near the U.S. General Services Organization compound. During the shooting and ensuing panic surrounding the march, stray rounds penetrated the chancery and ricocheted off some of the taller buildings in the compound. One round hit the bulletproof glass in front of Corporal James Landher's standing post 1. The following afternoon, the NPFL, many in bizarre costumes such as carnival masks, wigs, football helmets, women's dresses, shower caps, and even toilet seats, attacked Liberian Army positions at Roberts International Airport. On 28 June 1990, the new American ambassador, Peter DeVos, arrived in Monrovia. By this time, the Sunday charter flights had reduced the official embassy staff to approximately 40 essential personnel. As if to welcome him, the INPFL seized the hydroelectric plant at the Mount Coffee Dam the next day and cut off electricity to the city. Early July found Taylor's rebels firmly in control of most of the Liberian countryside, including the cities of Buchanan and Bangui. The offensive temporarily halted to replenish supplies. A few days later, Prince Johnson's INPFL rebels clashed again with Taylor's NPFL fighters outside Monrovia. Formerly allies, now opposing forces, both meant to destroy the other and Doe. Fighting on 8 July moved to the city's suburbs, with heavy fighting occurring at the Spriggs Payne Airport and the Sincor area just west of the U.S. military mission quarters. The city's population feared the rebels, and the daily random searches, arson, looting, shooting, executions, and rapes committed by government soldiers. Rebel advances resulted in rice and gasoline shortages and cut off water in the city. Embassy water and fuel tank trucks ran a daily gauntlet of hostile checkpoints, and the effort became progressively more difficult as the month continued. For safety, the ambassador moved all official U.S. personnel inside the compound or to the Sam and E building across the street from the embassy. The resumption on 5 July of peace talks, now mediated by the Economic Community of West African States, offered only a glimmer of hope for the citizens of Liberia. During talks in Freetown, Sierra Leone, the NPFL demanded that Doe step down before the fighting could stop. The talks broke off the latter part of July due to the lack of agreement and progress among the warring parties. Fighting continued among all three factions throughout the month of July, with the Army attacking the NPFL near Painesville and Camp Schieffelin. Prince Johnson's and Charles Taylor's fighters fought near Bensonville on 9 July. Another violent clash between the INPFL and the NPFL near Carysburg and Painesville took place as Johnson's INPFL moved south from the Bong Mine area toward Monrovia. As a result, the U.S. Omega Station went off the air and the station operators subsequently abandoned the site. With the Omega off the air, ships and aircraft could no longer receive navigation fixes from that station. Thousands of uprooted and homeless Liberians swamped the Omega and Voice of America sites seeking protection. Jet, in a letter to his wife, stated, "There are displaced people anywhere they feel safe. 500 came over the wall of the American Community School, 6,000 at the Voice of America, 2,000 at Omega." In Monrovia on 12 July, Taylor's fighters invaded the Nigerian embassy. To prevent the massacre of their citizens, Ghana and Nigeria sent ships to aid in the evacuation. Guinean soldiers crossed the Guinea border into Nimba County to evacuate and protect that country's citizens. The American embassy continued to schedule chartered flights for Americans wanting to leave. Throughout the country, foreigners and Liberians fled from the fighting. On 14 July, the embassy requested approximately 20 additional Marines from the Marine Security Guard Battalion. The June convoy escorts, peace marches, and groups of refugees at the embassy had taxed the 24 diplomatic security personnel brought in to assist the regional security officer. By mid-July, the increased violence prompted Larry Hartnett, the regional security officer, to direct his diplomatic security personnel to man posts along the perimeter and conduct night patrols inside the compound. On the roofs of buildings near Gate 1 and Gate 2, diplomatic security personnel set up defensive positions and placed American flags over the protective cinder blocks. Many Liberians and some Americans mistook the armed diplomatic security personnel for Marines. The request for additional Marine security guard personnel highlighted the embassy's need for extra security. The forward command element had advised DeVos to bring in a rifle company from offshore and objected to the request, but the ambassador believed Marine security guard augmentation under Harnett offered the best solution. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Chapter 2, Part 3 of On Mamba Station, U.S. Marines in West Africa, 1990 to 2003, by James G. Antal and R. John Vanden Berghe. Marines poised for insertion. Marines offshore were placed on 2-hour alert to reinforce the embassy on 20 July after President Doe accused Colonel Staley, the chief of the military mission, of directing rebel attacks against the government. President Doe's accusation sparked a new wave of anti-American sentiment within the disillusioned, disintegrating army. Declaring him persona non grata, Doe ordered Colonel Staley to leave the country. Colonel Staley departed the next day and flew to Freetown, Sierra Leone, where he provided up-to-date information to an awaiting MEU debriefing team. Late in the morning on 20 July, Prince Johnson's forces crossed the St. Paul River bridges to Bushrod Island, increasing the pressure on Monrovia. Traveling in a protected convoy, Ambassador DeVos visited President Doe the following day. Approximately 25 AFL soldiers stopped DeVos's vehicle at gunpoint and threatened the ambassador. After a heated argument that almost escalated into gunfire between DeVos's security and the AFL, the troops allowed the vehicle to proceed to the executive mansion. 2 days later, while the MEU rehearsed the Doe extraction and the reinforcement of the embassy, President Doe, holed up in his mansion, accused the United States of again siding with the rebel factions and saying a U.S. submarine had shelled the executive mansion. The ambassador denied the preposterous submarine attack accusation, but Doe had again fueled his soldiers' anti-American sentiment. Prince Johnson's INPFL took control of Bushrod Island and brought the war into downtown Monrovia. Crossing over the Meserado bridges from the north on 23 July, INPFL rebels entered Crown Hill, the central business district and the Capitol bypass areas. Fierce firefights took place between INPFL and government soldiers as droves of civilians fled Monrovia by ship, vehicle, and foot. With more than 32,000 displaced and homeless Liberians concentrated in the city, large groups wandered about looking for shelter in local churches, schools, international non-governmental organization compounds, and abandoned U.S. Embassy properties. In a humanitarian gesture, the embassy opened Greystone compound to the frightened and homeless Liberians, who quickly filled the area. Highlighting the deteriorating situation, on 24 July, gunfire 1 block from the embassy caused approximately 30 to 50 people to rush the gates and scale the outside wall. Some of the panicked crowd gained access to the courtyard in front of the administrative annex. Alerted Marine security guards moved to defensive positions in the interior of the chancery. The crowd desperately crawled through every conceivable crack and opening in that embassy wall and were inside within seconds because the embassy simply was not ready to defend itself, Major Sachleben recalled. A diplomatic security guard fired 5 shots into the air to disperse the crowd and to control the situation inside the compound. The incident ended without bloodshed, with diplomatic and contract security guards finally rounding up the intruders. While rebel forces infiltrated further into the city, government soldiers looted the central business district, supermarkets, and the U.S. Information Service building. Roving bands of government soldiers entered an International Red Cross-protected compound and the John F. Kennedy Hospital. They captured, beat, and killed those of Geo and Mano tribal backgrounds who did not escape. President Doe further inflamed the situation with more absurd assertions, accusing the United States of sending black Marines to assist the rebel forces. These false assertions fueled yet another wave of anti-American sentiment in the AFL, who thought the U.S. favored the rebels. With no celebrating, the AFL spent Liberian Independence Day, 26 July, conducting house-to-house searches for rebels and rebel sympathizers and Black Marines. A Ghanaian ship from Freetown, Sierra Leone arrived to evacuate 1,500 of its citizens. Thousands more refugees now crowded into various abandoned American properties in an effort to escape the AFL. Fighting between the AFL and the INPFL intensified on 27 July as the INPFL moved deeper into downtown Monrovia from its base on Bushrod Island. The fighting included exchanges of rocket barrages as well as small arms fire. On the other side of town, AFL soldiers efficiently looted the Peace Corps compound, bringing in trucks to take the property away. Government soldiers at the Barclay Training Center conducted beachfront executions of opponents, dumping many bodies into the ocean. The Agence France-Presse reported rebel forces within sight of the presidential palace on 29 July. Just 5 blocks from the U.S. Agency for International Development headquarters in Monrovia, government soldiers burst into St. Peter's Lutheran Church on 29 July and reportedly killed 200 and wounded 70 or 80 other civilians who sought shelter. In one of the worst atrocities of the war, AFL soldiers fired into a crowd until they ran out of ammunition. The troops then killed the survivors with machetes. In desperation, a large group fleeing from the killings broke through the perimeter fence of the U.S. Agency for International Development compound looking for safety. The embassy could not confirm the exact numbers killed because of the heavy fighting taking place in the city. The U.S.-controlled Greystone compound now housed more than 5,000 refugees. Because of the geography of the city, the compound received a great deal of overhead small arms fire. The street fighting intensified with all 3 factions exchanging automatic weapons fire and rocket-propelled grenade barrages. Corpses littered the streets. INPFL fighters maneuvered by foot in vehicles down United Nations Drive directly in front of the embassy late in the morning on 30 July. A short time later, the sound of heavy machine guns and small arms fire echoed in the compound and numerous stray rounds passed overhead. Elements of the Liberian Army engaged INPFL forces just below the Marine House down the street from the embassy and killed approximately a dozen men. This type of sporadic but vicious fighting continued intermittently throughout the city during the latter part of July. By 2 August, the city was indeed a battleground, with violent clashes frequently occurring between the 2 rebel groups near the American embassy. On the afternoon of 3 August, DeVos directed all mission personnel temporarily to the Chancery's ground floor after several artillery rounds landed near the embassy. Corporal Philip L. McLean, a member of the Marine Security Guard detachment, recalled the rounds impacting just south of the compound near the British Embassy. The intensity of the fighting halted all flights out of the city's Spriggs Payne Airport, and many of the AFL units broke apart as the rebels advanced. The INPLF leader, Prince Johnson, held an interview with the press on 4 August at his field headquarters on Bushrod Island, boasting of his intention to force a U.S. intervention by taking American or British citizens hostage. Located in INPFL-controlled territory, the Americans at the American Telecommunications Office receiver site would make excellent potential hostages. Johnson emphatically stated he wanted to create an international incident so that foreign troops can intervene. Reinforcing his ruthlessness, a burst from his AK-47 assault rifle resulted in the summary execution of a Liberian International Red Cross worker handcuffed to a French relief worker. Described as an alcoholic psychopath, Prince Johnson appeared that day to live up to the description. Embassy officials had no choice but to react to Johnson's publicized threats against American citizens. At 1400 on 4 August, Ambassador DeVos called Lieutenant Colonel Labadie and Major Sachtleben into his office to discuss an evacuation of the embassy. The ambassador proposed 3 courses of action, 1 diplomatic and 2 military. After discussion with the country team and appropriate officials, the State Department decided not to negotiate directly with Johnson. Instead, they looked to two military options: evacuating and closing down the embassy, or drawing down the staff while simultaneously reinforcing security. The call to evacuate. Lieutenant Colonel Labadie notified Colonel Amos at 1820 that Ambassador DeVos had recommended through State Department channels that Marines would assist in an evacuation of American citizens from Monrovia. Colonel Amos then alerted BLT-24 of the imminent possibility of an evacuation. All subordinate units of the MU began preparations, in particular the company commanders of Companies H and E. At approximately 20:35, the ambassador used a forward command element radio to personally call Colonel Amos to notify him of the necessity of an evacuation. DeVos specifically informed the MU commander and the JTF commander that the State Department had approved a drawdown and reinforcement of the embassy beginning the morning of 5 August. DeVos and Colonel Amos decided that landing hour would be at 0900. After the ambassador's call, the MU commander ordered his staff to prepare for a total evacuation option plus a drawdown and reinforcement option. Approval came for the second option that involved the evacuation and closing of the American Telecommunications Office receiver and transmitter sites, the drawdown of the embassy staff, an insertion of a reinforced rifle company into the embassy, and the provisioning of logistic support to the embassy. At 2100, the MU and ARC staffs convened a crisis action team meeting to review and refine the existing plans. The meeting on board the Saipan went into the early morning hours. As the crisis action team met, the commanding officer of BLT-24, Lieutenant Colonel Robert L. Pugh, tasked his company commanders to prepare for the two branch plans of the approved reinforcement and drawdown option. Later that night, the Marines adjusted their orders when the embassy decided not to use the American Cooperative School as an evacuation site. Embassy officials eliminated the site because they were unsure if any significant numbers would show up due to the short notice. Catching up with MU actions at 0043 the next morning, European Command issued the execute order. The Landing Force Operations Center finally received the message at 0223. The Navy and Marine staffs adjourned at 0300 on 5 August and agreed to meet again at 0500 for a final confirmation brief. The final plan called for securing each evacuation site with a reinforced platoon and the establishment of a hasty defense. Led by its company commander, Captain Gary R. Oles, the force for the receiver site consisted mainly of the 3rd Platoon, Company E. Company E's 2nd Platoon would secure the transmitter site. Each rifle platoon received reinforcements, including a machine gun squad, 2 shoulder-launched multi-purpose assault weapon teams, and a firepower control team from the MU's Air Naval Gunfire Liaison Company detachment. Each 45-man platoon included a small command element. In addition to the transport helicopters supporting the company at both sites, the plan called for an escort consisting of 2 Bell AH-1T Cobra attack helicopters. The attack helicopters would remain over the ocean in a ready and on-call status. Oles anticipated 18 evacuees at the receiver site and 3 evacuees at the transmitter site. The MU's Composite Squadron, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Emerson N. Gardner, Jr., would take Company E Marines to the receiver site. The plan required 3 Boeing CH-46E Sea-Knight helicopters filled with Marines and 2 empty CH-46Es to provide transportation for the evacuees. The Marines would disembark first, and about 2 minutes later, 2 empty helicopters would land and embark the evacuees, if ready. A 3rd helicopter of Marines would land if required. Until called for, all helicopters not used in the initial landing were to remain a few miles away over the water. Surrounded by an encampment of approximately 5,000 to 6,000 displaced Liberians, the Marines and Americans at the site believed it was important to evacuate quickly. No one knew how the refugees or the IMPFL in the area would respond to the helicopters or the presence of Marines. Fortunately, the excellent communications with the potential evacuees at the receiver site allowed the Marines to pass on their requirements to expedite the evacuation. A similar plan for the transmitter site involved 3 transport helicopters, 2 loaded with Marines and 1 empty for evacuees. 2 Cobra attack helicopters would escort the transport helicopters and remain over the water within sight of the Marines in the landing zone. In the first wave, 2 helicopters, a Boeing CH-46E Sea Knight and Sikorsky CH-53E Sea Stallion loaded with Marines, would land, unload passengers, and then take off immediately. Establishing hasty security, the Marines would concurrently conduct a quick screening of the evacuees. If the evacuees were ready, the Marines would quickly call in the third empty helicopter, a CH-46, to pick up the evacuees. Again, the plan called for all helicopters not used in the initial landings to remain over the water until called. Although the company executive officer, First Lieutenant Richard E. Ted Anders, did not have direct communications with the site, the Marines had more time to accomplish the task since there were no nearby refugees and only 3 evacuees at the site. As the outlying evacuations occurred, 2 CH-53 helicopters would fly to the embassy to deliver Company H Marines, who would provide security and assist in the drawdown. 2 Bell UH-1N Huey helicopters would provide escort. Lieutenant Colonel Pugh intended to establish all positions within the compound since the MU did not have authority to move outside the embassy. Colonel Amos wanted the insertions to take place simultaneously so the fighting factions would not have time to react. Because of limited launch space on board the Saipan, the CH-53s were to lift off first and orbit above the ship as other helicopter waves formed. The Sea Stallion helicopters held more fuel and could remain airborne longer than the CH-46s. With the CH-53s off, the flight deck crews planned to launch the CH-46 helicopters, along with the 4 escort gunships. Upon clearing the Saipan of all helicopter assault waves, the launch plan called for the spotting of fully armed AV-8B Harrier jets on the flight deck that could be airborne at a moment's notice. The Saipan's Helicopter Direction Center staff and squadron staff plan reflected detailed planning and critical timing since it entailed the launching of 22 helicopters from 2 ships. At 0500 on 5 August 1990, MU officers attended a confirmation brief held in the wardroom. By 0600, the companies had staged in the hangar bay of the Saipan, ready to draw ammunition and load onto the helicopters. Once the confirmation brief ended, the bands on the ammunition crates were cut and the company gunnery sergeant supervised the issue of ammunition to their Marines. At 0730, the helicopter launch cycle began and the Marines loaded onto the CH-53s in 15 minutes. The heavy lift helicopters carried Company H Marines slated for the embassy and some of the Company E Marines for the transmitter site evacuation. Loaded and ready at 0800, the CH-53 helicopters launched from the deck of the Saipan. End of Chapter 2, Part 3. Chapter 3 of On Mamba Station, U.S. Marines in West Africa, 1990 to 2003, by James G. Antal and R. John Vanden Berghe. Evacuation Operations. A rainy D-Day. Although the weathermen on board the USS Saipan had predicted clear skies for 5 August, Mother Nature had other ideas and greeted the pilots of HMM 261 with a rainy, cloudy day. Lieutenant Colonel Emerson N. Gardner, Jr., squadron commander of the Raging Bulls of HMM 261, planned to have the helicopters rendezvous in the appropriate groupings for the scheduled landings as soon as all the aircraft lifted off the ship, but the low ceiling and rain prevented the squadron helicopters from flying through the clouds in specific groups. Instead, Gardner directed the helicopters to take radar vectors through the storm system and meet up in landing groups on the other side. As Gardner recalled, "We did that, and it worked out real well. During the flight through the clouds, the helicopter direction center vectored the helicopters to prevent mid-air collisions and then helped sort out the helicopters once they arrived on the other side of the rain clouds. Once in the clear, the helicopters grouped together according to landing sites. The Direction Center's effort to keep the two CH-53s together caused some initial confusion, but that was quickly sorted out and the helicopters and Marines they carried sped on their way toward the Liberian coast. The passage through the storm caused a 6-minute delay, which did not prove to be critical. Led by Lieutenant Colonel Gardner, the helicopter group of 5 CH-46s and 2 AH-1Ts arrived by 0906 at the American Telecommunications Office receiver site north of Monrovia. 3 of the CH-46s carried Company E Marines to provide site security for the evacuation, while the 2 empty CH-46s carried 18 sets of life vests and protective helmets for the evacuees. The Marines got their first glimpse of the site, a huge cleared area covering about 2 square miles, as the helicopters carefully navigated the approach around support cables and other antenna field hazards. The extensive receiver site encompassed 3 different landing zones. Within the site, a small perimeter fence enclosed a cluster of cement communications and support buildings. Outside the fence line surrounding the site were thousands of refugees living in a large makeshift shantytown of plastic sheeting and palm frond lean-tos. The designated landing zone, named Dove, was located inside the communications site fence line and stood out like an island among the sea of refugees. The landing zone provided enough room for 2 helicopters to land in front of the 2-story main building. 2 helicopters landed and Marines quickly unloaded and secured the interior perimeter fence. The helicopters took off again as soon as the last Marine was out. Hundreds of refugees pressed up to the perimeter fence line to see what all the activity was about. Some Liberians attempted to climb the fence and were warned, "Stay back, we are U.S. Marines." While the 2 empty CH-46s landed, the 5th loaded helicopter remained airborne with the Cobras to keep watch on the situation on the ground. Jack Quinn, part of the embassy's communications support unit at the receiver site, already had divided his personnel into 2 9-man groups, or sticks, for loading onto helicopters. The Marine Company commander, Captain Gary R. Oles, and Quinn quickly verified the identities of every civilian on the evacuation list, while the evacuation control team, headed by Staff Sergeant F.R. T. Henson, searched and screened the evacuees for weapons using handheld metal detectors. The evacuees, their equipment, and 4 escorting Marines lifted off in 2 helicopters at 0913. With their task completed, the Marines pulled back and boarded the helicopters at 0919. As the last helicopter left the zone, Captain Oles observed 2 men with shotguns running toward the gate of the compound. Fortunately, no shots were fired and the Marines departed without incident. The rapid evacuation of the American Telecommunications Office receiver site completed one task of the Muse mission. 7 minutes after the receiver site evacuation, the evacuation of the American Telecommunications Office transmitter site southeast of Monrovia began. As the helicopter-borne force approached landing zone Condor, Company E Marines observed about 20 armed men within 400 meters of the landing zone along the main road to the south. A few of the men began moving toward the transmitter site along an entrance road. Once on the ground, the Marines fanned out and established a hasty perimeter. Second Lieutenant Michael S. Bodkins's platoon spotted 7 MPFL rebels moving along the entrance road leading into the site. The site's unarmed local security guard and 2 Marines waved and yelled at the approaching rebels, ordering them to stop and turn around. The rebels complied and made no further attempt to interfere with the evacuation operation. The Marines later learned a radio intercept had overheard the rebels being told to blast any U.S. helicopters. While a Cobra gunship orbited nearby, the evacuation control team identified the 3 evacuees by their passports, scanned them with metal detector wands, and embarked them on the waiting CH-53. About 11 minutes after landing, the 2nd platoon collapsed the landing zone security and extracted at 0936. The evacuees from the receiver site arrived at 0935 on the Saipan. Minutes later, the ship received radio confirmation of the evacuation of the transmitter site. By 0950, all evacuees and Marines from both sites were on board. With their mission complete, the Marines of Company E stood down and turned in their ammunition. Into the embassy. While evacuations were underway at the telecommunications sites, the MU began its main effort at the American Embassy in Monrovia with Marines from Company H BLT-24 setting down at Landing Zone Magic at 0910 to reinforce the security and draw down the embassy staff. The first wave involved 2 CH-53 with each succeeding wave consisting of 2 CH-46 aircraft. When the first wave landed, Lieutenant Commander Robert Peterman of the Forward Command Element notified the 3rd Platoon Commander, 1st Lieutenant Gary S. Johnson, about a potential threat outside Gate 3. Johnson ordered one squad to immediately cover Gates 1 and 2, while he and another squad followed Peterman through Gate 3 to establish a blocking position near the corner of United Nations Drive and Sekou Toure Avenue. The sounds of sporadic gunfire echoed in the compound as they moved out. Captain Daniel S. Rogers, commanding officer of Company H, met Major Glenn Socklaben in the landing zone. Rogers received a quick update on the possible threat outside Gate 3. He immediately responded by ordering First Sergeant Luther T. Reimer to inform incoming platoons of the situation upon their arrival in the landing zone. While establishing security, Marines climbing a ladder to a defensive position on the building at Gate 1 spotted a cluster of IMPFL fighters coming down the road about 50 meters to the north. Someone quickly parked a nearby armored Suburban sideways and the fire team took up positions behind it. A newly arrived squad from 3rd Platoon swiftly moved outside Gate 1 and turned north toward the threat on United Nations Drive. Captain Rogers, his radio operator, and Major Socklaben followed the squad. The rebels paused when Major Socklaben warned them by bullhorn to turn around. The Marine squad began to leapfrog toward the fighters with fire teams moving from one covered position to the next. A French journalist that had been walking with the IMPFL group joined the Marines as they tactically moved up the street. The rebels, observing the advancing Marines, backed away slowly up United Nations Drive and moved into a house at the junction of Benson Street, a main thoroughfare. Major Socklaben then gave another bullhorn warning, telling the IMPFL troops to leave the building. A few obeyed. To eliminate the threat the fighters posed to the Marines, the squad leader, Sergeant Todd Alverson, ordered his men to clear the building. Fire teams led by Corporal Dennis Tuzanowski and Corporal Sean Collins methodically cleared each room, forcing the remaining fighters to escape out the rear of the building. With the house clear, the squad moved east down Benson Street and set up positions covering the road. The squad's position looked straight down Benson Street, the left flank anchored at the Masonic Temple grounds and the right anchored by a deep ditch next to the wall of the Greystone compound. By this time, 2nd Platoon had arrived and relieved the 3rd Platoon squad at the corner of Sekou Toure Avenue and United Nations Drive and Gate 3. The 3rd Platoon squad then moved up United Nations Drive to establish a 3rd blocking position just north of the United Nations Drive and Benson Street intersection. This northernmost blocking position had its right flank anchored on the rock quarry and the left flank extended up the slope of Mamba Point Lighthouse Hill, giving the squad a clear view to monitor the movement of vehicles approaching from the north. In the embassy compound, 1st Platoon set up as the company's reserve, manning observation posts on the west side of the embassy at gates 4 and 5. The platoon established a temporary blocking position outside the northwest corner of the compound to cover a secondary landing zone near the quarry north of the embassy. A weapons platoon set up 60mm mortar positions in an open area just south of the embassy's landing zone Magic. Roving patrols initiated by 1st Platoon covered the interior of the compound, and 2nd Platoon occupied defensive positions at Gate 3. The Marines established observation posts in the compound and across the street in the Wellington apartment building and the Sam and E building. The observation post outside the embassy gave them better visibility and provided an early warning position if any armed personnel approached the embassy. The small size of the makeshift landing zone meant helicopters could only come in one at a time. By 1100, 237 Marines equipped with fast attack vehicles occupied defensive positions. Each of the 6 fast attack vehicles, modified and reinforced jeeps, had a 50 caliber machine gun or 40mm Mark 19 grenade launcher mounted to them. The Marines positioned 1 vehicle at each of the northern blocking positions and 2 more vehicles at the southern blocking position. Constituting the reserve, the remaining 2 vehicles were directly behind Gate 2. The Marines then strung concertina wire across the road at all 3 blocking positions. Heavy machine guns, medium machine guns, anti-tank weapons, and a rifle squad at each roadblock protected the critical approaches to the embassy. Marines from Company H established 3 blocking positions outside the embassy, while inside the compound they began the hasty evacuation of waiting non-combatants. The infantrymen, working with the embassy staff, evacuated 38 employees by helicopter at 10:45. Company H Marines moved to man gate security positions and observation posts, and a reaction force was positioned in the compound. The unit manned additional observation posts across the street in the Sam and E apartments near Gate 1 and at the Wellington apartments near Gate 3. Upon learning that his Marines manned blocking positions outside the embassy, the BLT commander, Lieutenant Colonel Robert L. Pugh, provided reinforcements ashore with the 81mm mortar platoon from Weapons Company and the light armor infantry platoon, constituting an additional reserve. The MEU received word later that afternoon it did not have authority to put blocking positions outside the embassy. European Command directed the Marines located at the roadblocks to pull back into the embassy and remain on American-controlled property. Concerned about exposure and another Beirut-type bombing, Vice Admiral James D. Williams and Colonel Granville Amos came ashore to assess the situation. They walked the ground and supported the employment of blocking positions. By 1730, the MEU had ordered Company H back into the compound. Abandoning the blocking positions, the Marines assumed security positions within the embassy grounds that afforded less observation, narrower fields of fire, and less reaction time. A couple of nearby buildings dominating the embassy and the Greystone compound caused serious concern for the company commander. Small arms or rocket-propelled grenade fire could easily be directed at the embassy from the buildings near the compound. But the evacuations continued in earnest, and by 1535 the control center evacuated 14 more employees. By the end of the day, the 22nd MEU had accomplished 2 goals: the evacuation of 74 non-combatants and the establishment of defensive positions at the embassy. President George H. Bush's press secretary, Marlin Fitzwater, explained the Marines' actions at a morning press conference. The purpose of this operation is to safeguard lives, to draw down the number of Americans at the embassy, and to provide security for those who remain. The Marines' presence does not indicate or constitute any intention on the part of the U.S. government to intervene militarily in the Liberian conflict. We call on all parties in that conflict to ensure the safety of American citizens. In the days that followed, the MEU continued to provide security and evacuate Americans and foreign nationals and worked on defensive positions within the compound. They also strung telephone wires to ensure redundancy in communications. The company used Motorola or MX300 handheld radios, tactical radios, and field telephones to link each position with the company, BLT, and MEU headquarters. On 7 August, quick action by Company H prevented a potential firefight in front of the embassy. An AFL patrol of 30 to 60 men appeared in camouflage uniforms and helmets and armed with assault rifles and a few machine guns and started slowly advancing north up United Nations Drive toward the embassy. The Marines warned the AFL troops not to continue and advised them to turn around. Readying their weapons and CS riot control agents, tear gas, the Americans repeated they allowed no armed foot traffic in front of the embassy. The Liberian soldiers paused and passed the warning to their commander, a Major Tilley, who could be distinguished by a Rambo-like headband. Clearly, if his men continued up the road, they risked a confrontation with the Marines. Using a bullhorn, the Marines told the fighters they would employ tear gas if the soldiers continued. To his credit, Major Tilley ordered his soldiers to turn around. Less than a minute later on the same United Nations drive, a small IMPFL patrol appeared north of the embassy and started moving south. Immediately after the Liberian soldiers had disappeared, the Marines warned the IMPFL patrol to turn around. As with the first group, the IMPF patrol left. Concerned about this incident, the ambassador conferred with the MU staff. He made it clear he did not want the Marines to threaten or use tear gas. The published rules of engagement did allow for the escalation of force, except under certain circumstances. Although the embassy had a copy of European Command's rules of engagement, the ambassador's initial interpretation was more restrictive. The Marines felt bullhorn warnings were effective only when accompanied with directly threatening action. First Lieutenant James D. Chaney, 2nd Platoon Commander, was frustrated that riot control agents, while authorized by European Command, were no longer a viable option. To the Marines on post, it seemed the MU's non-lethal option consisted only of verbal warnings. The initial word passed to Company H was clarified in a subsequent meeting between the ambassador and the ground commanders, which resolved the misunderstanding. Daily meetings between Captain Rogers, the BLT executive officer, the ambassador, and security officer were held to review the posture and make necessary adjustments. To prevent similar incidents from happening, the Marines posted signs outside the embassy and distributed written standardized verbal warnings. The MU's non-lethal inventory consisted of a set of proportional escalating force, first verbal warnings, then CS gas, and finally warning shots. Ambassador DeVos agreed to allow the use of CS gas or smoke grenades if the new verbal warnings did not work. While fighters from both factions continued to travel by foot on United Nations Drive, the embassy also directed the Marines to allow vehicles to use the road if they showed no hostile intent and did not stop. If the vehicle did stop, the Marines told the vehicle occupants to move on. The ambassador accepted the risk of a firefight directly outside the embassy by allowing the factions to use the road next to the embassy. That evening, Marines watched the trajectories of 122mm rockets launched from the Capitol Hill area and heard the impacts in the Crown Hill, Vytown, and West Point sectors. The AFL attempted to stop the advance of Johnson's fighters in the center of the city. Prince Johnson seized a number of foreign hostages, including an American, 24 hours after the initial Marine helicopter landings. He released 28 foreign hostages by 8 August, unharmed, due to pressure from the U.S. and other embassies and after receiving information about a soon-to-be-deployed peacekeeping force. West African peacekeepers arrive. One day after the Marines came ashore, the Economic Community of West African States met to establish the peacekeeping force. At the summit in Banjul, Gambia, the Economic Community of West African States Standing Mediation Committee held its first ever session and called on all parties in Liberia to observe the immediate ceasefire. The committee also established an Economic Community of West African States ceasefire monitoring group to deploy to Liberia. Observers from the Organization of African Unity approved the establishment of a multinational West African force, knowing it signified the first real attempt of a regional organization to assume a peacekeeping role. The two-day summit's final communique embodied a strong humanitarian rationale. It called for a ceasefire, surrendering of all arms and ammunition, the cessation of arms imports, release of all prisoners, and cooperation with the monitoring group. President Bush's announcement on the same day that the United States would send troops to Saudi Arabia to halt Iraqi aggression in Kuwait overshadowed the historic 7 August decision. The West African Coalition consisted of 2,500 troops from Gambia, Ghana, Nigeria, and Sierra Leone. The commander stated military force would not be used to contain the situation in Monrovia. Meanwhile, in Monrovia, the Marines observed 122mm rockets impacting indiscriminately in the Mamba Point and Bushrod Island areas nightly. Foreign embassies urgently requested American assistance to evacuate their citizens and officials due to the escalating level of chaos. On 8-9 August, the Marines evacuated the British and French ambassadors and other foreign diplomatic personnel. By the end of the day on 11 August, 199 persons had been evacuated and flown first to the Saipan and then on to Lungi Airport at Freetown. A large part of the MU's mission included providing parts and supplies needed for the embassy. To that end, KC-130 detachment flights delivered critical parts and supplies to Freetown. Helicopter sorties from the MU then picked up the supplies and shuttled them from Freetown to the ship and then to Monrovia. The Economic Counselor Officer, Thomas J. White, acknowledged the importance of the supply runs, commenting, "We were getting real low and might have run out of everything." All outside commercial flights had ceased, which left the embassy entirely dependent on the MU. According to the commanding officer of MU Service Support Group 22, MSSG 22, Lieutenant Colonel James W. Head, Colonel Amos wanted to get the embassy to a level of self-sufficiency. Food, fuel, and water were the three big areas they needed support. For more than a week, Marine working parties labored in the heat and humidity to unload 30 pallets of food and medical supplies. The MU Marines amassed more than 30 days of supplies at the embassy. Lieutenant Colonel Head's Marines spent much of their time providing fuel for the embassy. When the embassy's underground fuel tanks dropped to a dangerously low level, the Marines kept the generators running by flying CH-53s in a round-robin pickup and fuel delivery service using the 500-gallon bladders of helicopter expeditionary refueling systems. Marines of the MSSG delivered and pumped more than 35,000 gallons of fuel while in Liberia. The MU also flew in a reverse osmosis water purification unit to draw water from the nearby ocean. It could produce 600 gallons of potable water per minute from a raw water source. However, the cliffs below the embassy and the rough surf prevented MSSG 22 engineers from getting the unit to function despite repeated attempts. The MU solved the problem by flying a 400-gallon water trailer, commonly called a water buffalo or water bull, in daily to support the embassy. The MU also consolidated all 5-gallon water cans onto pallets and flew them in when needed. The three factions continued to clash throughout the city while Marines provided security and support for the embassy. Marines heard the disjointed sounds of automatic weapons in Mamba Point, the whomp of mortars, and rocket explosions from the battle raging near the Executive Mansion and Spriggs Payne Airport. Marine observation posts also cited black smoke from burning buildings and explosions. Charles Taylor's MPFL fighters sacked many of the embassies, including those of Guinea and Nigeria. The Marines also received reports the NPFL fired on and scattered the occupants of the German and Swedish embassies. The NPFL took charge of a large number of these European diplomatic personnel, essentially holding them hostage. On 11 August, Taylor announced he would grant safe passage out of Monrovia to the European diplomats. He then took them overland to Buchanan, stopping along the way at the refugee-filled, non-functioning Omega site. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 3, Part 2 of On Mamba Station, U.S. Marines in West Africa, 1990 to 2003. By James G. Antal and R. John Vanden Berghe. Evacuation from Buchanan. Responding to Taylor's movement of foreign diplomatic staff to Buchanan, European Command issued an execute order to the JTF to conduct an evacuation from Buchanan. On 12 August, the Saipan and USS Peterson traveled down the coast of Liberia to Buchanan. On board, the MU staff developed a plan for the evacuation that called for both a boat and a helicopter option. The plan, as approved in the confirmation brief, called for Lieutenant Commander Peterman and a Navy SEAL security force to come ashore by landing craft. Once in the port of Buchanan, Peterman's mission included establishing contact with the MPFL and finding a landing zone for the evacuation. Aerial photography revealed a number of potential landing zones, but intelligence reports deemed these unacceptable due to possible mining. Once a landing zone had been identified, a helicopter would fly in with the commander of non-combatant evacuation operations, Lieutenant Warren T. Parker, and a team of Marines. The evacuation would begin upon agreement with the NPFL. At 06:30 on 13 August, with the blazing sun already dominating the eastern morning sky, Commodore Stanley D. Gastar, the amphibious Ready Group commander, made radio contact with the NPFL in Buchanan. In calm seas, Lieutenant Commander Peterman and the accompanying SEALs departed from the Saipan on board a LCM-8 landing craft, known to Marines as a Mike boat, and moved toward Buchanan's General Cargo Key. Docking at 0825, Peterman met with members of the NPFL. After confirming a suitable landing zone, Peterman called in the helicopter carrying Lieutenant Colonel Thomas W. Parker, the 22nd Muse Operations Officer. The embassy's consular officer and 2 other State Department representatives accompanied the Marines to assist in the sensitive negotiations. The helicopter also carried Parker's team, which consisted of a security detachment, a radio operator, the battalion air officer, the Air Naval Gunfire Liaison Company Detachment Assistant Officer in Charge, 2 photographers, and the Muse flight surgeon. The flight surgeon accompanied the team because one of the evacuees, the Spanish ambassador to Liberia, had a heart condition. The Marines did not arrive with a display of overwhelming force because they did not want the highly sensitive NPFL fighters to get the impression they posed a threat or wanted to invade. Even so, the NPFL appeared offended by the weapons the Marines carried, which implied the NPFL could not be trusted to protect the citizens that were to be evacuated. The NPFL leaders made it clear they thought Marines posed a danger to NPFL soldiers. Illustrative of the level of suspicion, some of the fighters closely followed Lieutenant Colonel Parker everywhere he went. Parker ignored the intrusive followers. Lieutenant Colonel Parker and the NPFL representatives discussed the precise manner of evacuation in a beach house compound in Buchanan, one of several such compounds owned by the American mining company the NPFL had occupied. To reduce tension, Parker gave the NPFL delegation, led by a general major, some cigarettes as he talked. According to Lieutenant Colonel Parker, after some negotiation about who, what, when, and where, we reached a general agreement about how we would conduct the evacuation. They had the people. I couldn't see where they were, but they had them staged off. I asked them to bring them to me 15 at a time to the LZ, and I would only fly 1 helicopter into the LZ at a time so as not to present a confusing picture to these people. Having reached an agreement, Parker suggested to Colonel Amos that the number of Marines on the ground in Buchanan be reduced despite the presence of several hundred NPFL troops, all armed with Communist bloc weapons. With Amos's approval, Parker sent the security detachment back. With the detachment's departure, the only personnel left were Lieutenant Colonel Parker, Lieutenant Commander Peterman, the battalion air officer, the Air Naval Gunfire Liaison officer, the radio operator, the photographers, and the flight surgeon. Once both sides were satisfied with the situation, NPFL escorts began moving the foreign diplomats and their families toward the evacuation landing zone. The NPFL brought 96 evacuees, in groups of 15 and surrounded by 30 to 40 armed troops, to the landing zone. Once in the landing zone, the Marines swept the evacuees with a metal detector wand and searched their baggage for contraband. A few dignitaries, including the Spanish ambassador, the Swiss charge d'affaires, and the papal nuncio, received no inspection. After being given protective helmets and life jackets, each group of evacuees boarded a CH-46E helicopter and lifted off for the Saipan, a 10-minute flight. The helicopter flights ferried out 1 at a time, taking all but 3 of the evacuees, who left by LCM-8 and arrived on board the Saipan at about 1400 that afternoon, thus concluding the evacuation. Scared, tired, and glad to see the Marines, many of the evacuees expressed their relief the ordeal had ended. The diplomats and Americans experienced a harrowing and exhausting time in the hands of the ruthless and highly volatile fighters. They never knew from one moment to the next what the MPFL troops might decide to do. As Lieutenant Colonel Parker put it, they, the MPFL, would not hesitate to shoot somebody. They would not have hesitated, under the right circumstances, to shoot those diplomats and take a chance on blaming it on somebody else. While the Buchanan evacuation was taking place, the Marines at the embassy in Monrovia evacuated 12 people. That same day, the MU reduced the size of the security force in the embassy compound to a reinforced rifle platoon. When the INPFL learned of the cooperation between the MPFL and the Marines in the Buchanan evacuation, they issued a variety of threats against the United States, although none were carried out. Rotation of Marine forces. On 14 August, Company E, which had conducted the evacuations of the 2 American telecommunications office sites 9 days earlier, relieved Company H from security duties at the embassy. Despite the heavy fighting around Monrovia, the size of the security force ashore remained at about 90 to reduce the chance of Marine casualties from frequent stray rounds. Company E assumed security duties by manning 3 main posts, Gate 1, Gate 2, and the roof of the American Telecommunications Office building. The Marines then began a routine of patrolling the compound, manning observation posts and defensive positions, and maintaining a small reaction force. The MU actually established guard orders for all posts. While the embassy was still well protected, Company E could call for reinforcements and firepower from the ships if the need arose. On 15 August, another 12 individuals were evacuated, including the Italian ambassador to Liberia, and Marines monitored a peaceful demonstration of 500 Liberians outside the embassy under INPFL guard. The next day, Marines processed 359 people, mainly Indian nationals, the largest group evacuated to that point. One woman gave birth to a baby after reaching the safety of the Saipan. While the Marines involved themselves with local security and evacuations, fighting continued in the city. A mortar round hit the Korean embassy while Taylor's MPFL again attempted to seize the nearby Spriggs Payne airport. Fighting closed the German and Italian embassies and stranded the Ghanaian ambassador in his embassy. In the midst of the fighting, the government's AFL forces shot an American Baptist missionary in the legs and captured him. He later died, and the AFL allowed embassy personnel to recover his body from the executive mansion in Monrovia, where the besieged President Doe remained holed up, guarded by AFL troops. The MU received assistance on 17 August from an unexpected source when the Amphibious Ready Group welcomed the USS Barnstable County, LST 1197, to Mamba Station. On board were Marines of a 2-platoon detachment from Company D, 2nd Combat Engineer Battalion, 2nd Marine Division, who received orders to divert from their course home to assist the MU in Liberia. Serving as part of the West African Training Cruise 90 and commanded by First Lieutenant Joseph F. Augustine III, they officially joined the Liberian evacuation effort. On 17 August, an additional 88 people left from Landing Zone Magic. The evacuees told Marines that AFL members were actively seeking out Americans. The evacuees also related horrific stories of AFL soldiers rampaging in the Sincour and Congo Town areas. On 18 August, the Evacuation Control Center and consular personnel processed 754 people, making that day's evacuation the busiest day the MU had experienced. The MU Intelligence Section used interrogator translators who spoke Arabic and French to assist Evacuation Control Center Marines in communicating with the Lebanese nationals, who made up the majority of the evacuees. Sadly, the body of the Baptist missionary shot 2 days earlier by AFL troops went out that day with the evacuees. As the rush to evacuate continued, the MU flew 109 more third country nationals to JTF shipping. Normally, after some additional processing and a 2-hour flight from shipping, the evacuees arrived at Freetown. Later, the larger groups of refugees were transported to Freetown by ship. By mid-August, the Queen Elizabeth Quay in the port of Freetown and Lungi Airport bustled with activity. Commercial jets, Marine and Navy helicopters, and fixed-wing aircraft, and Nigerian Lockheed C-130s delivering West African peacekeepers shared the airport runway. The West African Monitoring Group picked Freetown as the staging area for its soldiers heading to Liberia. The troops waited in assembly areas, cooked, listened to radios, and lounged at the port as additional forces arrived by plane and ship. 5 ships from the West African countries anchored at the Queen Elizabeth Quay after passing the Arg on their way to Freetown. These included Nigeria's NNS Ambi and Ghana's MV Tano River troop transports, jammed full with trucks, supplies, and ammunition destined for Monrovia. Turnover and departure. As the West African ship sailed toward Freetown, Mediterranean-based ARG 3 TAC 90 sailed toward the West African coast to relieve ARG 2 TAC 90. On 20 August, the 22nd MEU welcomed its relief to Mamba Station by evacuating 8 civilians to the 26 MEU's ships. The 22nd MEU conducted a detailed briefing for the 26th MEU on board the Saipan. The next day, the 26th MEU officially relieved the 22nd MEU in a blue water turnover off the shore of Liberia. The 21 August turnover at the embassy went smoothly with Company E BLT-24 relieved of its duties by Captain James K. Shannon's Company K BLT-38. The 22nd MEU and ARG 2 TAC 90 left Liberian waters after evacuating 1,648 civilians, 132 American citizens, and 1,516 foreign nationals. As Colonel Amos left the embassy, he bid goodbye to Ambassador DeVos. Lieutenant Colonel Pugh, the BLT-24 commander, said, "The performance of the troops, especially the small unit leaders, was truly magnificent. It was a good plan and the extraction and reinforcement were executed flawlessly." One evacuee, before she carried her baby on board a waiting helicopter, summed it up. "Thank God for the United States and the Marines. They are always there to help when people are helpless." End of Chapter 3, Part 2. Chapter 4 of On Mamba Station, U.S. Marines in West Africa, 1990 to 2003, by James G. Antal and R. John Vanden Berghe. Operation Sharp Edge. Deployment of the 26th MEU. As Amphibious Ready Group, ARG 3 TAC 90, the 3rd Group deployed in 1990, and the 26th MEU sailed toward the West African coast to relieve ARG 2 TAC 90 and the 22nd MEU. Ships loaded with West African peacekeepers also sailed toward Freetown, Sierra Leone. The Marines of the arriving MEU and the soldiers of the Economic Community of West African States Monitoring Group would soon encounter one another in Monrovia, Liberia. Departing on 7 August, Marines of the 26th MEU left Morehead City, North Carolina, to relieve the 22nd MEU. A large crowd of journalists and television cameramen met the Marines that morning as they arrived at the port to embark on board their ships. The recent invasion of Kuwait created national interest in any deployment, with journalists asking where the Marines and sailors of the 26th MEU were going. Many of the Marines did not know themselves if their unit's mission would change or remain focused on Liberia. Adding to the Marines' uncertainty, President George H. Bush had announced that morning he intended to send troops to Saudi Arabia. While America's attention was focused on Saudi Arabia, Colonel William C. Fite III, commanding officer of the 26th MEU, concentrated on his unit's mission to Liberia, which included providing security to the embassy and conducting non-combatant evacuations and limited humanitarian relief operations in benign or hostile conditions. Dispatching the 26th MEU to Liberia posed operational concerns. Sending it to the West African coast left the Mediterranean without an amphibious ready group. General John R. Galvin, U.S. Army, Commander-in-Chief Europe, Lieutenant General Carl E. Mundy, Jr., Commanding General, Fleet Marine Force Atlantic, and Admiral Powell F. Carter, Jr., Commander-in-Chief, Atlantic Fleet, questioned the ability of the Ready Group and MU to respond quickly to other crises while involved in Liberia. The start of American involvement in the Gulf War raised the possibility of unrest spreading to the southern Mediterranean coast. If the ARG and MU remained floating off Liberia, the U.S. European Command would not have an equivalent force available for contingencies in the Mediterranean. The Sixth Fleet's amphibious force could not redeploy rapidly to the Mediterranean. According to the European Command Joint Historian, on 14 August 1990, an interagency meeting hosted by the Department of State on the Liberia crisis concluded that the withdrawal of the Marines from Liberia should take place. The participants in the Washington, D.C. meeting could not agree as to when. Three things appeared to point to the mission ending soon: the buildup of Operation Desert Shield forces, the economic embargo of Iraq, and the threat of terrorism in the Mediterranean. At the operational level, the continued presence of the Marines in Liberia seemed unlikely given President Doe's refusal to leave, the fact that most of the Americans had been evacuated, and the impending deployment of West Africa peacekeepers. The commander of the Sixth Fleet, Admiral James D. Williams, thought the remaining operations in Liberia would be short-lived. As Colonel Fite recalled, they just decided that the bulk of the work had been done, and the threat would be so reduced they could afford to get some presence back in the Mediterranean or possibly move forces on to the Persian Gulf and still handle the problem down in Liberia. Consequently, the Atlantic Fleet and European Command considered splitting the Ready Group and embarked Expeditionary Unit to deal with both the Mediterranean and Liberia. Colonel Fite expressed reservations in a plan that would break up a well-trained team and employ subcomponents that did not normally conduct independent operations. Considering the serious developments in Southwest Asia, he did not know if the 26th MU would join the assembling forces in Saudi Arabia. Fite viewed conditions in Liberia as dangerously volatile and was unsure whether the Marines left at the embassy in Monrovia could deal with a worst-case scenario, a deliberate attack. Each of the three warring factions in the Liberian Civil War had proved to be erratic and unreliable when it came to keeping agreements. With each faction's strength estimated at approximately 1,000 combatants, no matter how incompetent the factions appeared, Fite considered any sustained attack by the fighters to be very dangerous. Colonel Fite wanted the remaining Marines not only to be able to defend themselves and the embassy, but to do so while carrying out a non-combatant evacuation against a hostile force. The embassy guards needed quick reaction forces with firepower. As Colonel Fite commented, "I was reasonably sure that with the whole MU there, that we could come in there whether they, Liberian factional fighters, liked it or not, either into the compound or on the little beach beside the embassy and conduct an evacuation." In the end, European Command security concerns for the Mediterranean littoral and the desires of Admiral Williams, the Sixth Fleet commander, outweighed the reservations expressed by Colonel Fite. European Command decided to split ARG 3 TAC 90, which was composed of Amphibious Squadron 2, Fibron 2, and the 26th MU. Only about 400 Marines and sailors of the Expeditionary Unit, Contingency Marine Air Ground Task Force, CMAGTF, 3 TAC 90, would remain off the coast of Liberia to maintain presence on station, continue with the evacuation, and maintain support and security for the embassy. While CMAGTF 3 TAC 90 remained, the rest of the MU would steam to the Mediterranean to satisfy the security and scheduled exercise requirements of the Sixth Fleet and the European Command. The decision to split the 26th MU resulted in Colonel Fite consulting his staff on how best to divide the force based on its mission, capabilities, available shipping, logistics, and personnel. The staff also considered Colonel Fite's guidance important to accomplishing the reconfiguration with the least amount of movement of Marines and equipment between ships at sea. Dividing a Marine Expeditionary Unit normally not organized to operate in two parts meant risking not having the proper depth in equipment or personnel. The Marine and Navy staffs both worked energetically on the plan to ensure both portions could perform all required missions. Guidance from Admiral Williams included the assumption that whoever stayed back wouldn't have to stay there very long. The right ship mix for both missions also required careful consideration. Early in the mission planning, Colonel Fite conferred with the Ready Group's commander, Commodore Stanley D. Gastar, U.S. Navy, about designating a ship for the Contingency Task Force. The USS Whidbey Island, LSD-41, provided the best platform considering the overall needs for aviation, logistics, and personnel support. Forming CMAGTF 3 TAC 90 required the designation of command, air, ground, and combat service support elements, the common building blocks to all Marine air-ground task forces. On board the USS Incheon, LPH-12, the 26th MEU commander named Major George S. Hartley, the executive officer of Battalion Landing Team, BLT-38, to lead CMAGTF 3 TAC 90. The aviation personnel and assets came from Marine Medium Helicopter Squadron 162, HMM 162. The commanding officer of HMM 162 Golden Eagles, Lieutenant Colonel Darrell A. Browning, assigned Major Daniel P. Doc Johnson to lead the aviation detachment. The aviation aircrews consisted of 6 officers and 22 enlisted men. The detachment also included landing zone control, helicopter maintenance, and helicopter support teams. 3 of the squadron's CH-46 helicopters completed the air combat element. After consultations with his staff and the BLT commander, Lieutenant Colonel Robert G. Asink, Colonel Fite determined that a reinforced rifle company provided enough combat power and depth to allow for the rotation of the Marines. Lieutenant Colonel Asink picked Company K's commanding officer, Captain James K. Shannon, as the ground combat element commander. Although Shannon's Marines formed the bulk of the ground combat element, he received augmentation from the BLT's headquarters and service company, Battery G, Weapons Company, as well as the amphibious assault vehicle and combat engineer platoons on board the USS Barnstable County, LST 1197. A difficult decision involved the mix of combat service support personnel and supplies. Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan W. Stoll, the commanding officer of MEU Service Support Group 26, MSSG-26, was concerned he did not have the necessary depth of manpower and adequate supplies to support both CMAGTF 3 TAC 90 and the remainder of the MEU. Stoll selected the Engineer Support Platoon to form the bulk of the Combat Service Support Detachment, CSSD, since its mission included utility support for the embassy. The Engineer Support Platoon Commander, Chief Warrant Officer 3 Edwin E. Deering, was selected as the officer in charge, and the detachment reinforced with aviation support, water supply, and bulk fuel personnel. Embassy support was a large part of the 27-man CSSD's mission in Liberia. Since the embassy's logistical support needs were difficult to anticipate, the Marines did not hold a large supply block afloat. For the Marines ashore, anticipated supplies included food, barbed wire, and sandbags. The MSSG staff picked 2 large pieces of support equipment to go ashore, a reverse osmosis water purification unit and a generator pump capable of pumping 600 gallons per minute. This left the MEU with 1 water purification unit to support later Mediterranean exercises. As Lieutenant Colonel Stoll explained, dividing that up between Mamba Station and the Med made things precarious to sustain support in both locations. It came out okay, but those 2 areas were probably the trickiest: supply and equipment density. The 26th MEU reached Mamba Station on 19 August following 12 days in transit. The incoming unit received turnover briefings from 22nd MEU on board the USS Saipan, LHA-2, the next day. On the morning of 21 August, helicopters flew the 2nd Platoon of Captain James Shannon's Company K, BLT-38 ashore, where they assumed embassy duties from Captain Gary Oles's Company E, BLT-24. The relief went smoothly and took a little more than 2 hours for Company E to turn over all defensive positions and ammunition. Around noon, the last of the 22nd MEU left Company K with 90 Marines in defensive positions to guard the embassy and departed Monrovia from landing zone Magic. The 22nd MEU completed the Blue Water turnover at approximately 1400 on 21 August and left Mamba Station, officially relieved. 26th MEU and the formation of the CMAGTF in Liberia. Colonel Fight went ashore after the turnover and met with his forward command element and Ambassador Peter DeVos. Upon arrival, he received a briefing from his team, who had already been ashore for 12 days. The 8-man team, headed by the executive officer of the 26th MEU, Lieutenant Colonel Richard H. Kunkel, Jr., had flown to Liberia the day before the MEU sailed from Morehead City and had observed evacuations, transmitted updated information, and familiarized themselves with the personalities at the embassy during their interim stay. As the turnovers took place, work to reconfigure the amphibious ready group began. Personnel were transferred to and from the designated flagship of the task force, the Whidbey Island. The new load plan to accommodate the Contingency task force required the concerted effort of all hands. At one point, the combined Marine and Navy effort resulted in the entire deck of the LSD being covered with vehicles, Connex boxes, 105mm howitzers, and other MEU equipment. The reconfiguration, undertaken at sea, required numerous helicopter lifts and night runs with air cushion landing craft and well deck operations to transfer all the equipment, supplies, and personnel. Helicopters with loads slung beneath repeatedly transferred equipment between the Whidbey Island and other ready group ships. The Incheon, USS Nashville, LPD-13, USS Newport County, LST-1179, and USS Fairfax County, LST-1193, also experienced changes to billeting and load plan configurations. The MEU's 155mm howitzers below the main deck and deep within the Whidbey Island remained on board, impossible to move. During the reconfiguration, the MEU could not pull all the equipment and supplies from in front of the guns to allow for their transfer off the ship. The artillery pieces remained on board even though there was absolutely no prospect of them being used there, Liberia. Most of the BLT's vehicles also remained below decks on the Whidbey Island for the same reason. The Marines and sailors completed the task after 3 days of labor-intensive cross-decking, moving equipment, countless tons of supplies, and hundreds of men. As the reconfiguration started, the MEU's executive officer, Lieutenant Colonel Kunkel, and members of the forward command element continued to monitor the situation at the embassy. The Chancery Conference Room, filled with radios that allowed communications with each post, the flagship, and U.S. European Command Headquarters, served as the command post. The location gave the command element quick access to key embassy personnel. Later that week, Captain Shannon moved into the conference room as the primary on-scene commander for the ground combat element of CMAGTF 3 TAC 90. Other elements of the forming task force joined Company K ashore. The CSSD arrived at the embassy and found people awaiting evacuation. As Chief Warrant Officer Deering stated, "We landed on the 23rd of August and immediately took care of the processing and loading of the awaiting evacuees. In the first lift, an American and 30 foreign evacuees flew on a CH-53 helicopter to Freetown, Sierra Leone. The final transfer separating CMAGTF 3 TAC 90 from the 26 MEU ended when 3 CH-46 helicopters landed on the Whidbey Island. With the completion of cross-decking on 24 August and the movement of the Marines, sailors, and equipment ashore, the task force assumed its mission. Most of the task force remained on board the Whidbey Island and Barnstable County in support or reserve. Late in the afternoon, the 26th MEU sailed for Rota, Spain, leaving the task force behind in Liberian waters. The movement of helicopters to the Whidbey Island was significant since the ship normally did not house a permanent aviation detachment. Because of this and the lack of a hangar, the Marines stored some aviation supplies on the flight deck in front of Landing Spot 1. The crew helped the aviation Marines settle into workspaces not designated for an aviation detachment. As far as anyone on board knew, the arrival of the helicopters constituted the first instance of an aviation detachment embarking on a landing ship dock for extended operations. The ship also presented the newly arrived aviation Marines with some practical challenges. First, the ship did not have an air boss or someone accustomed to running an air control tower. Fortunately, a few of the sailors on board did have flight deck experience, so they operated the tower for a few weeks until the amphibious squadron sent an experienced air traffic controller. Second, with the helicopters positioned on the exposed flight deck, the first few rainy weeks complicated routine maintenance. Plastic sheeting and ponchos helped somewhat. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 4, Part 2 of On Mamba Station, U.S. Marines in West Africa, 1990 to 2003, by James G. Antal and R. John Vanden Berghe. Peacekeepers, Fighters, and Contingency MAGTF. While the MU completed forming the Contingency Task Force, transport ships loaded with troops and equipment of the Five-Nation Economic Community of West African States Military Observation Group, ECOMOG, entered the port of Monrovia. During the afternoon of 24 August, Nigeria's NNS-AM LST-1123 and Ghana's MV Tano River maneuvered to the mouth of the jetty area of Freeport. They temporarily withdrew after receiving some sporadic mortar fire and re-entered the port later that evening. After docking, a small mix of troops debarked. Awaiting the peacekeepers on the dock, Prince Johnson, head of the INFPL, attempted to contact the embassy over a Motorola radio, possibly one stolen from the embassy's local guards. Johnson asked for U.S. help in welcoming the African peacekeepers and securing the port. The Marine security guard on duty, monitoring all the radio networks at Post 1 in the Chancellery, did not respond to the request. Later that night, the Military Observation Group commander, Ghanaian Lieutenant General Arnold Quenu, met with Prince Johnson. The West African soldiers ashore bivouacked haphazardly in abandoned warehouses in the port area. General Quenu viewed his force's mission as peacekeepers to assist the warring factions in observing a ceasefire. Regardless of the peacekeepers' actions, the mission of the Marines encompassed providing security for the compound, evacuating designated Americans and foreign nationals, providing limited logistic support to the embassy, and supporting limited humanitarian relief operations. Major Hartley, the Marine Task Force commander responsible for accomplishing the mission, reported to Captain Francis P. Grouse, U.S. Navy, the commander of Joint Task Force, JTF, Sharp Edge. Colonel Martin R. Burnt from the U.S. European Command assisted the JTF commander for a few weeks in the embassy as the military liaison to the West African Peacekeeping Force. Joining their forces ashore, the remaining West African troops moved off their ships and ventured into Greater Monrovia. This 25 August attempt to begin the mission of enforcing a ceasefire involved some collaboration with Prince Johnson's IMPFL, which controlled Bushrod Island. The negotiations allowed the 2,500 peacekeepers to move freely through IMPFL areas. Leaving the port area, a Nigerian battalion moved north and secured the St. Paul River bridges, while a Ghana and Sierra Leone battalion deployed just short of the north end of the Mesurado River bridges. The peacekeepers already knew Charles Taylor's NPFL would likely try to prevent their deployment. Taylor opposed the idea of a ceasefire, and his delegation at the Banjul Gambia talks of 6 and 7 August 1990 flatly stated that until President Doe resigned, no agreement on a ceasefire could be reached. As the peacekeeping troops deployed throughout the day, Marines on post heard sporadic machine gun fire and the explosions of mortars and rocket-propelled grenades. Despite the fighting, Marine CH-46 helicopters flew their first mission into landing zone Magic as members of CMAGTF 3 TAC-90 delivered fuel for the embassy generators. As the fighting flared on and off, one NPFL gunner's rocket-propelled grenade hit a Nigerian armored car. The attack near the St. Paul bridges wounded 2 Nigerians. The Peacekeepers asked the embassy if the Americans could evacuate the 2 seriously wounded Nigerian soldiers. A Marine helicopter crew went on standby that evening, awaiting the result of the embassy's consultation with Washington. The State Department denied the Peacekeepers' evacuation request the following day. On the morning of 26 August, Marine helicopters evacuated an American citizen who arrived at the embassy with a group of refugees. Previously, a detachment of Navy Sikorsky CH-53E Super Stallion helicopters picked up evacuees and flew them directly to Freetown. That evening, the path of the evacuation switched from direct flights to Freetown to a more judicious route. The JTF established the procedure of flying evacuees to the Barnstable County and placing a Marine helicopter on board. The ship would then sail to Freetown, Sierra Leone. After arriving in Freetown, the CH-46 would fly the evacuees to Lungi Airfield for further processing and transfer. The Marines and sailors at the Lungi Forward Logistics Site loaded the returning helicopter with critical parts, supplies, and mail for the ship. Once all the evacuees had departed the ship, the Barnstable County with its helicopter steamed back to Mamba Station. The combination of LST and helicopter evacuations effectively managed the flow of evacuees for the Contingency Task Force. The Marines repeatedly used this method for about 3 weeks until the Navy helicopter supporting the operation, which had previously been grounded, could fly again. On 26 August, Evacuation Control Center Marines administratively processed 90 persons. To process the evacuees, embassy staff passed the word by radio and telephone about scheduled helicopter lifts and the available passenger seats. On the appointed day, potential evacuees came to the embassy, with their passports, and filled out an application. Consular personnel screened the applicants, giving priority to citizens of the United States, followed by foreign diplomats, foreign nationals associated with the foreign embassy, and other third-country nationals. While the evacuees' administrative documents were being processed, the Evacuation Control Center Marines concentrated on security and preparing evacuees for the flight. Working on a consular computer, Marines recorded the evacuees' names and nationalities for the flight manifests. On the day of the flight, Marines searched the evacuees for contraband, which involved searching each person and their baggage for any drugs or weapons. Despite the anarchy and violence in the city, the Marines found only one weapon, a pistol. However, suspicious-looking powders in bags were found on several different evacuees. Like the pistol, the Marines delivered the confiscated bags to the regional security officer for disposal. The luggage was staged after the search, and each person was issued a flight helmet. Once a helicopter landed, Marines led the evacuees, assisting the young and the old, onto the aircraft. The helicopter launched after all evacuees had buckled their seatbelts. Along with processing evacuees, the Combat Service Support Detachment attempted to solve the problems experienced earlier in supplying the embassy with fresh water. With the end of the rainy season coming, the CSSD again attempted to draw water from the ocean using the water purification unit left by the 22nd MEU. At the top of a cliff directly above the ocean, the engineers wrestled with the water purification unit and pump and concluded the existing pump lacked the necessary power. The engineers were able to draw seawater to the water purification unit at the top of the cliff after having a helicopter place a more powerful pump on shore, but the problem of drawing the water from the ocean still remained. The purification unit used a suction pipe running from the shore out into the ocean, but severe surf action repeatedly broke the pipe. Consequently, the detachment was only able to pump water from the ocean at high tide when there was less surf action. The pump achieved strong suction at high tide on 26 August, which allowed the unit to produce 6,000 gallons of potable water. Chief Warrant Officer Deering said, "We processed the water and it turned out to be real excellent water." The Marines gave samples of the water to the embassy staff, whose concerns about quality were eased by the surprisingly agreeable taste of the water. Unfortunately, the exceptionally heavy surf action at Mamba Point ripped the plumbing out of the pump within the week and washed it away. No longer able to rely on purified ocean water, the Marines looked for other sources to supply the compound. Collecting rainwater was the obvious choice, since in August it rained quite frequently. To that end, engineers set up a couple of 3,000-gallon bladders on low spots in the embassy compound and placed pipes to channel the water into the bladders. It rained hard enough to collect 6,000 gallons of water in 2 hours. The accumulation, processed by the purification unit, delivered clean drinking water for the Marines. Marines continually worked to maintain defensive positions, which rapidly deteriorated in the rainy weather. While CSSD Marines worked on water and power, Captain Shannon's infantry improved its defenses. Marines rotated in a new rifle platoon about every 7 days. The platoons, reinforced with machine gunners and 60mm mortar men, set up 3 rotating guard shifts of 8 hours each. Once familiar with the posts, the platoon sergeants and squad leaders of Company K rotated men among the posts to reduce boredom. To augment these infantrymen, snipers from the Surveillance and Target Acquisition Platoon of BLT-38 came ashore. After assessing the limited fields of fire from inside the compound, the snipers concluded the Wellington and Sam and E apartments outside the compound afforded better observation of the city. Unfortunately, Marine snipers from the previous command had already been withdrawn from those positions under European command orders to remain inside the compound. But diplomatic security personnel, although not as well trained in tactical surveillance techniques as the snipers, did not have the same restrictions and were directed to man observation posts in both apartments. The diplomatic security outposts afforded an excellent view of strategic parts of the city and indirectly gave the Marines early warning when fighting broke out. Evacuees slowly trickled in and Marines evacuated 2 American citizens and 3 foreign nationals on 27 August. The next day, Sergeant Brian J. Bonfiglio, a member of the Weapons Company detachment, stopped a group of armed Liberians from summarily executing a fellow citizen. The incident began when a group of fighters started yelling, kicking, and brutally beating their victim. Quickly grabbing a loudspeaker and using a commanding voice, Sergeant Bonfiglio persuaded the group of fighters to stop and let the individual live. Since the action was not directed at them or other Americans, the Marines could not use force. The rules of engagement, the same used by the 22nd MU, allowed for an escalation of force if a fighter or a group of fighters initiated hostile action against Americans or the embassy. Undisciplined Liberian fighters frequently pointed weapons at everyone, not realizing their actions constituted a hostile act. Individual Marines handled the leeway given to them by the rules of engagement with restraint. As Captain Shannon stated, there were many times where the IMPFL or some AFL guys would ride in front of the U.S. Embassy on United Nations Drive and not aim in but point their weapons in a very sarcastic manner at the Marine positions. The Marines had the presence of mind to discern who was kidding and who may not be kidding, though the rules of engagement allowed them to fire at any of those vehicles who showed hostile intent, such as pointing a loaded weapon, which had a magazine in the weapon, at the positions. Flights evacuating third country nationals continued, and on 29 August, the Barnstable County left Liberian waters for Sierra Leone carrying evacuees in one of the Air Combat Element's 3 helicopters. As fighting escalated the following day, 76 evacuees transferred to the Barnstable County and made the trip to Freetown. At the embassy in a recreation cabana hut located close to landing zone Magic, a stray 7.62mm round hit Lance Corporal Davis J. Cassidy. The round came through the open-sided hut's roof and bounced off the floor. Fortunately, it was deflected by Cassidy's flak jacket. The forces fighting for control of Liberia rang in September with heavy fighting near the AFL's Barclay Training Center and Spriggs Payne Airport. Stray rounds from small arms fire passed over and through the compound. As Captain Shannon explained, where we were positioned in the embassy compound, which was at the end of a beaten zone along the gun target line, which means you are in receipt of many small arms. Regardless of whether they're firing at you or not, you're going to receive a lot of small arms, as well as automatic fire. During a daytime roving patrol, Marines found a small hole in the fence directly behind the recreation center, and 2 more American citizens and 21 foreign nationals were evacuated. The fighting among opposing sides in the Civil War continued on 2 September, with 20 artillery, mortar, and high-angle rocket-propelled grenade rounds impacting close to the embassy. The random shelling increased the number of non-combatants seeking evacuation. U.S. forces evacuated 6 more American citizens and 57 foreign nationals during a lull in the fighting. That night, the Barnstable County again left for Freetown, carrying evacuees to safety and bringing back supplies and mail. Monrovia appeared calmer for a few days as the West African Peacekeepers renewed efforts to deploy throughout the city. On 3 September, Marines spotted the 1st Observation Group foot patrol, who waved as they passed the embassy. The brief calm allowed Marine helicopters to assist in replenishing the Whidbey Islands supplies from the USNS Henry J. Kaiser, T-TAC-AO TAC-187. On 5 September, a Marine observation post watched a NPFL fighter shoot at a passing civilian vehicle in front of the Wellington Apartments. The routine rotation of rifle platoons and combat service support Marines took place on 6 September, and the helicopters evacuated 6 more American citizens and 73 foreign nationals. Filled with refugees, the Barnstable County made yet another trip to Freetown that night. On 9 September, the armed forces of Liberia shelled the Freeport area from the Capitol Hill area. The exposed Peacekeepers ships temporarily withdrew from the port. The following morning, a convoy of INPFL fighters passed the embassy and headed south on United Nations Drive. At Barclay Training Center, meanwhile, 50 to 75 Liberian Army troops formed up to escort President Doe to the Peacekeeping Forces headquarters. Both forces met and exchanged small arms fire just a few blocks east of the embassy. One of the INPFL fighters passing by a Marine post accidentally discharged his weapon, but immediately apologized to the Marines on post. President Doe ventured out of the executive mansion later that morning for the first time since June to visit the Peacekeepers' headquarters. After Doe arrived at the headquarters at Freeport, INPFL fighters in a number of trucks pulled up and started arguing with the guards. Gunfire erupted, and the fighters of Prince Johnson's INPFL forced their way into the building and began shooting at Doe's bodyguards. In the fray, the soldiers ran for cover while Prince Johnson's men searched from room to room for Doe and his men, members of the Kron tribal group. Johnson's fighters killed more than 60 men from Doe's escort, wounded and captured Doe, and took him to their base at Cadwell. Word of the capture spread quickly throughout Monrovia and resulted in evacuees flocking to the gates of the embassy. Marines heard sporadic exchanges of small arms fire throughout the day, and by nightfall, Marines had evacuated 9 more American citizens and 87 foreign nationals. Returning to Cadwell, Prince Johnson tortured and killed President Doe while his men recorded the grisly event on video. Amidst Doe's screams, Prince Johnson questioned him and narrated the video while drinking a beer. Foreign observers thought President Doe's death would signal the end of the fighting. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Chapter 4, Part 3 of On Mamba Station, U.S. Marines in West Africa, 1990 to 2003, by James G. Antal and R. John Vanden Berghe. Peacekeepers, fighters, and the Contingency MAGTF continued. That same evening, the peacekeeping force asked for American assistance to evacuate some of their casualties, prompting the aviation Marines to prepare their aircraft for the expected mission. As Major Daniel P. Doc Johnson stated, "We were scrambling around at that time trying to get helicopters ready, trying to get them spotted, trying to get crews together to go in at night to the embassy and extract these casualties of the ECOMOG forces." While the Marines got ready, the request for a decision went up the chain of command. It took about 4 hours before the Joint Chiefs of Staff approved. "We all knew that if it was going to be done," Johnson continued, "it was going to be done at night. Well, about 10 o'clock p.m., they came down and said, 'We're clear to do it, but do it tomorrow morning.' The Marines spotted their aircraft and retired for the night, anticipating a launch before first light the next day. The medical evacuation plan called for the most seriously injured to be treated on the Whidbey Island, while those who could travel safely were to go to the Barnstable County for further passage to Sierra Leone. According to Johnson, the next morning, 10 September, we got up and started briefing and getting aircraft ready. We were all strapped in, ready to go, and the embassy called back and said the ECOMOG forces decided to take care of their own wounded and send them back by one of their own ships. During the remainder of the day, the Marines on post watched numerous convoys of armed peacekeepers and INPFL troops drive past the embassy. As night fell, the Barnstable County sailed to Sierra Leone with 96 evacuees. On 11 September, the sounds of sporadic fire from artillery, mortars, and close heavy machine guns echoed throughout the embassy grounds. A firefight between INPFL and AFL flared up about 200 meters from embassy gates with a barrage of stray small arms rounds impacting inside the compound. U.S. Ambassador DeVos, in the interim, met with Charles Taylor to discuss ways to end the conflict. Attempts to control the Barclay Training Center shifted the fight to the east, but the embassy compound took an increasing volume of fire during the next 2 days. Small arms fire hit both Post 2, Gate 2, and Observation Post 1, located on the top floor of the Sam and E apartment building across the street from Gate 1. Artillery rounds landed in the water behind the British Embassy. Several Marines had close calls, with one round passing through a trouser leg and other rounds impacting the sandbags around defensive positions. Reacting to the increased fighting, Major George S. Steve Hartley augmented security inside the compound and brought 60mm mortars ashore. Conducting the weekly rotation, 75 Marines returned to the ship and 92 Marines came ashore. During the rotation, the Evacuation Control Center evacuated 12 more American citizens and 8 foreign nationals. While Marines reinforced, Ambassador DeVos again met with MPFL leader Charles Taylor in the embassy. The fighting shifted closer on 14 September and bullets hit Post 1 and Gate 1. Other embassy posts received a peppering of small arms fire, but with no effect. Bloated bodies washed up on the beach below the embassy. Later in the morning, INPFL leader Prince Johnson conducted his first embassy visit. As a show of force, Major Hartley mobilized all available Marines and placed them in visible locations where the Marines could be seen cleaning weapons and manning posts. More than 60 of Prince Johnson's armed fighters waited outside the embassy on United Nations Drive while he met with the ambassador. After Johnson's departure, intermittent firefights in the city increased. The infantrymen on post spent the night listening to the largest volume of rounds passing overhead thus far in the operation. On 15 September, fighting came very close to the embassy. Incoming indirect fire became extremely heavy, especially at Post 2. A gun battle occurred near Gate 2, which continued sporadically throughout the night as INPFL units maneuvered to within a block of the embassy. With fighting so close, even the most junior Marines realized they would be in Liberia for an extended period. Firing started early on the morning of 16 September at about 04:30 with a small arms exchange just south of the embassy. Prince Johnson arrived later that morning and met again with the ambassador for continued discussions. He brought a crowd of about 90 INPFL fighters who waited outside the embassy on United Nations Drive. Meanwhile, the volume of fire landing in the compound and passing overhead held steady. Rounds hit the telecommunications office located in the southwest corner of the compound. In spite of all the stray rounds, Marines evacuated 6 more American citizens and 46 foreign nationals. Later, Marines observed sustained heavy machine gun fire aimed at the Barkley Training Center from Mamba Point's Lighthouse Hill. Late in the morning of 17 September, Prince Johnson, accompanied by his bodyguard of 50 IMPFL fighters, returned to the embassy and met with the ambassador in what had become almost a daily routine. All appeared calm until just before noon. The Marine Task Force's intelligence chief ashore received a report that indicated a strong AFL force was moving toward the embassy, possibly to engage Prince Johnson's bodyguard. Responding to the report of 150 AFL soldiers and 1 armored vehicle, a Romanian armored personnel carrier, moving toward the embassy, Captain Shannon called for a Sparrowhawk reaction force consisting of a reinforced rifle platoon. Calling to the Whidbey Island, he explained to Major Hartley that it made sense to reinforce with the infamous and unpredictable Major Tilley now leading the AFL fighters. Major Hartley quickly sent a rifle platoon by helicopter to the embassy, and the reaction force deployed inside the compound within 34 minutes. The same helicopters also evacuated 3 awaiting American citizens and 46 foreign nationals during a pouring rain. In addition, Captain Shannon mobilized the Combat Service Support Marines ashore, who stopped their work and quickly manned their assigned positions. Supporting the Marines, Captain Francis P. Gross moved his ships to within sight of the city. Fortunately, the AFL soldiers encountered other fighters as they advanced up the United Nations Drive and never appeared. The platoon of reinforcements stood down later that day. Prince Johnson received an escort from the West African Peacekeeping Force during his second meeting at the embassy that day. Marines watched the escort, who waited outside the compound like Johnson's men earlier. The meetings resulted in an appointment for Johnson to meet with Herman Cohen, the Undersecretary of State for West African Affairs. Undersecretary Cohen arrived by Marine helicopter the next day to conduct an assessment of the situation and meet with the factional leaders. The embassy saw the Marine Force as an enabler, allowing the State Department to exercise a continuing influence in the negotiations between the factions and the interim government. The Undersecretary's visit underscored the American commitment to finding a solution to the crisis. That same day, the Marines conducted a normal rotation as sporadic small arms fire periodically flew over and through the embassy compound. By 18 September, the West African states decided to support the reinforcement of its contingent, which eventually doubled the size of the force. The new field commander of the force, Nigerian Army Major General Joshua Dogonyaro, announced the force's mandate had changed from peacekeeping to peace enforcement. The recent artillery attacks on the force's positions may have influenced his decision. A call for reinforcements resulted in new Nigerian and Ghanaian battalions joining up in Freetown and embarking on ships to Monrovia. On 21 September, Charles Taylor announced his acceptance of an unconditional ceasefire to begin the next day. While the Marines listened to the sounds of gunfire, the number of dead buried on the grounds of the nearby refugee-crowded Greystone compound reached 45. More than 300 civilians fleeing the Liberian army gathered in front of the embassy about midday. The large crowd pleaded for assistance and refuge. But the crowd quickly became agitated and started to create a disturbance. As Marines readied for a confrontation in the face of an unpredictable situation, the embassy's local guard force commander, Dan Showalter, a retired Marine lieutenant colonel, quietly walked outside the compound gate and into the hostile crowd. Speaking firmly, he first calmed and then persuaded the Liberians to disperse after explaining how to apply for evacuation. At first light the next morning, a crowd of about 100 Liberians gathered at the embassy gate with their documents in hopes of being evacuated. Arriving to review the Marine situation on 23 September, Rear Admiral Leighton W. Snuffy Smith, U.S. Navy, J3 of the European Command, went ashore to meet with Ambassador DeVos. Major Hartley noted during the discussions that Admiral Smith strongly encouraged the ambassador to conserve resources because of Contingency MAGTF 3 TAC-90's limited logistical capabilities. Almost as a reminder of the efforts to support the embassy in the face of logistical limitations, the Barnstable County departed Liberian waters with evacuees for another trip to Freetown. While Charles Taylor had announced he would accept a ceasefire 2 days earlier, it took until 23 September for the MPFL leader to actually agree to adhere to that ceasefire. But the American brokered halt in the fighting lasted only until the night of 25 September. That night, several rounds passed through the embassy compound and the Marines on post spotted numerous muzzle flashes in town. Clashes again took place in the Mamba Point area over the next few days. On 27 September, Marines at Post 1 observed shots fired from a house across the street, and early the next day, artillery and mortars impacted east and northeast of the embassy. The Marines saw sporadic firing arc through the helicopter's approach path later that afternoon. Inside the compound, the intense overhead fire sounded very close. The new escalation of intense fighting near the compound temporarily halted all evacuations. The official announcement to end the ceasefire came on 29 September. Despite the danger posed by indirect small arms fire, evacuations resumed. Major Johnson flew a CH-46 that brought Commodore James M. Drager, U.S. Navy, the temporary commander of the Joint Task Force, and Major Hartley ashore. Rounds started popping in the grassy areas around the landing zone as the helicopter touched down, and Major Hartley ran back to the helicopter after clearing the aircraft rotor blades and pointed out to the Commodore the rounds impacting in the water. Commodore Drager and Major Hartley could hear the small arms fire even over the sound of the helicopter engines. Believing the fire came from inside the compound, Major Hartley ordered Captain Shannon to find its source. Captain Shannon alerted and deployed his reserve element, and after a thorough search, the Marines discovered the source of the rounds impacting around the landing zone did not originate from anyone in the compound. The landing zone, the recreation hut, sometimes referred to as Oceanside Hut, and the communications building appeared to be at the end of the beaten zone for a nearby firefight. Later, rounds struck the sandbags surrounding Post 1 and Post 2. Marines on post initially thought someone deliberately fired at them, but without being able to pinpoint the source, the Marines held their fire. The firing died down after about 3 hours, but not before a 12.7 millimeter round shattered the office window of the Deputy Chief of Mission. The small arms fire continued intermittently the next day but moved away from the embassy. The sounds of occasional artillery and gunfire signaled the start of October. The West African Force commander, Major General Doganyaro, initiated a series of actions against NPFL forces to gain control of the city. Although the Marines heard rocket, artillery, and mortar fire, the amount of small arms fire around the embassy dropped off dramatically. During the first week of the month, Marines observed long convoys of IMPFL vehicles and West African troops passing by the embassy. Nigerian peacekeepers established roadblocks nearby, one north of the embassy at the intersection of United Nations Drive and Benson Street, and the other south of the embassy at the intersection of United Nations Drive and Sekou Touré Avenue. Not surprisingly, they located the roadblocks near locations where the 22nd MU had set up roadblocks on 5 August. Cooperating with the West Africans, the IMPFL commenced attacks against the NPFL. Even the AFL, holed up in the Barclay Training Center and Executive Mansion, launched probes against Charles Taylor's NPFL forces. Fighting around the embassy continued to decrease as October progressed. The Nigerian forces gained loose control over central Monrovia, while Charles Taylor's undisciplined NPFL fighters withdrew to the eastern suburbs of the city. The Peacekeepers' trucks, loaded with soldiers and Panhard AML-60 reconnaissance vehicles, frequently drove by the compound's posts. After West African aircraft bombed the city of Buchanan, the NPFL retaliated by shelling the Freeport area. Marines watched Ghanaian Air Macchi MB-339 jets flying ground attack missions. Later in the month, they observed Nigerian Dassault Dornier Alpha jets fly overhead almost daily. These developments allowed Task Force Marines to settle into a quieter routine while assisting in the periodic evacuation of non-combatants. Working smoothly with Edward J. Fisher, the consular officer, Marines also helped process the administrative paperwork of those wishing to leave the country. The Marines received additional training on screening, identification, and passports to assist in determining who would be evacuated. The embassy staff efficiently would get the word out to the people in the street to come in and fill out an application and bring their necessary paperwork, which eliminated a lot of the administrative burden. Among the challenges faced by the Marines was the cancellation of scheduled flights. On several occasions, weather and maintenance problems interfered with the times helicopters were scheduled to arrive. The CSSD Marines would get the evacuees processed and down to the landing zone, and the helicopter would never arrive. According to Chief Warrant Officer Deering, when unexpected cancellations of evacuation flights occurred, you'd have to tell the people, "So sorry, come back in 3 days," which wasn't a big deal for us, but if you were one of the people trying to get out of Liberia and you just sold your soul to whomever to get on board this helicopter and get out of the country, it was a very depressing sight. The Marines knew cancellations frustrated the evacuees, especially after they had been through the entire preparation process. Deering noted that we would have to send the people back out. At certain points it was dangerous out in the streets, and these people had, obviously, come some distance to get in the embassy and were anxious to get out of Liberia. Parts and supplies for the helicopters came from a long, thinly stretched supply line. A difficult maintenance problem for the air combat element occurred at the end of October when the Marine helicopters needed a mandatory rotor head modification. The sleeve on the hubs of the rotor heads of CH-46 helicopters had a tendency to crack, and all the helicopters in the Department of the Navy were limited to lifting 22,000 pounds of gross weight instead of the usual 24,300 pounds until they were equipped with the modification. After receiving a Naval Aviation System Command message requiring all CH-46 helicopters to be modified, Major Johnson's helicopters got top priority. Unfortunately, the ship was not equipped with a crane capable of lifting the rotor heads, so the modification maintenance crew could not perform the work on board. The forward logistics site on Lungi Airfield secured a crane and the space needed to make the modifications. The helicopters were flown to Freetown one at a time for the modification. However, the modification team at Freetown encountered other problems, including a lack of the necessary spare parts. Only 2 helicopters remained available while work continued on the third. The project took longer than expected, and it was 2 weeks before all 3 helicopters were modified and back to Liberian waters. The West African soldiers continued to make headway and attack the MPFL using the IMPFL as allies. By 30 October, some signs of a return to normalcy in Monrovia appeared when the power briefly came on. The number of Marines ashore providing security gradually declined with the fighting. Based on input from Captain Gross and Major Hartley that the worst appeared to be over, European Command reduced the number of Marines allowed at the embassy. The next question was how long the Marines would have to stay. Logistics support grew as the direct threat to the American embassy shrank. A large part of the Marine Task Force's logistics support in Operation Sharp Edge involved diesel fuel, which powered the embassy's generators. With the power grid in Monrovia shut down, the 5 generators ran almost around the clock and used 800 to 1,200 gallons of diesel fuel each day. To support this level of consumption, the aviation detachment brought the fuel ashore in 500-gallon bladders, which weighed about 3,000 pounds each when filled. Supporting the embassy's fuel needs required a tremendous amount of work. Before they repaired the rotor heads at the end of October, the CH-46 helicopters were limited to 22,000 pounds of gross weight. Because of the fuel's weight and the distance the aircraft had to travel, a helicopter carrying a fuel bladder could not carry a full load of fuel for itself. As such, a helicopter would take on as much internal fuel as it could manage, fly the fuel bladder to the embassy, and then return to the ship. After refueling, the helicopter could then carry another bladder. Since each flight and unloading process took between 3 and 4 hours, transferring the fuel made for a long flight day. The fuel supply effort kept the onshore support Marines busy. Helicopters brought in 2,000 gallons 3 times a week to satisfy the embassy's needs. As each 500-gallon bladder arrived in the landing zone, the bulk fuel handlers from the CSSD Marines took over. Using 2 pumps, one pumped at 125 gallons per minute and the other pumped at 50 gallons per minute, they would transfer the fuel from the bladder into a fuel truck, which held 2,000 gallons. Once the truck was full, it would be driven to the generator sites where the fuel would be pumped into the generator's tanks. Performing both their evacuation and logistics responsibilities, Service Support Marines helped to bring in tons of foodstuffs and dry goods for the State Department's commissary and exchange. By November, the embassy's supply flights routinely brought in luxury items such as 50 pallets of beer and liquor, 500 gallons of ice cream, and pet food. The Marines occasionally felt like hired hands. But Chief Warrant Officer Deering said his Marines didn't feel bad about showing them what they could do. Some of the CSSD Marines went beyond the required effort, helping to pour a concrete slab from the landing zone to the road, as well as undertaking wiring and electrical troubleshooting for the embassy. End of Chapter 4, Part 3. Chapter 4, Part 4 of On Mamba Station, U.S. Marines in West Africa, 1990 to 2003, by James G. Antal and R. John Vanden Berghe. Rotation and reduction of CMAGTF Marines. A relatively quiet Monrovia resulted in only 62 Marines ashore during November. On 3 November, the USS Newport County LST 1179 arrived at Mamba Station bringing Company L BLT-38 to relieve the Marines of Company K. The platoon commanders and squad leaders went in after receiving a situation orientation for the turnover. Within days of the Newport's arrival, the Joint Task Force commander released the Barnstable County, which departed Liberian waters with Marine combat engineers on board. On 14 November, Captain William F. Crenshaw's Company L assumed security responsibilities ashore. Company K remained in reserve on board the Whidbey Island to support Company L with a standby reaction force. As the month progressed, the number of weekly evacuees dwindled. The Combat Service Support Marines on board continued to provide logistics assistance to the embassy and the Marines ashore. Helicopters from the Forward Logistics Site in Freetown delivered pallets of rice and baby food to the embassy as part of a humanitarian aid package. The stable situation allowed the West African Force, along with some Liberian support, to fill the vacuum left by Dough's death as an interim government was appointed. The government's real power, however, extended only to the outskirts of the city. Ambassador DeVos attended the 22 November ceremony together with the Peacekeeping Force commander and his soldiers. Subsequent negotiations led by the Economic Community of West African States resulted in all factions agreeing to another ceasefire on 28 November. On 30 November, the USS Nashville, LPD-13, arrived at Mamba Station to rotate the command element of the Contingency MAGTF. Major Hartley, his staff, and subordinate commanders briefed their replacements on the current situation in Liberia. While the briefings took place, the necessary transfers of equipment and personnel occurred. During the transition that day, fighting flared up briefly between the AFL, IMPFL, and Peacekeepers at the Barclay Training Center. The firefight resulted in stray rounds hitting the U.S.-leased Sam and E apartment building just outside the compound. At Post 2, one of the rounds hit a Marine, knocking him down and creating a 3-inch crease in his Kevlar helmet. Unharmed, the round resulted in only a bruised forehead. The Lance Corporal and his scarred helmet became the object of much attention according to his platoon commander, First Lieutenant Walter E. Lavrinovich, Jr. Command of the Contingency MAGTF changed on 1 December with the executive officer of the 26th MU, Lieutenant Colonel Robert H. Kunkel, assuming command from Major Hartley. The transition was completed early on the morning of 2 December, when the Whidbey Island with the Marines of the original Contingency MAGTF 3 TAC 90 left Mamba Station. As the Nashville arrived in Liberian waters, a European command modification to the execute order directed a reduction in Marine presence ashore. Although the total number for the task force remained constant, only about 40 Marines remained on shore. Evacuation criteria changed with the new State Department policy that virtually eliminated most remaining applicants. Lieutenant Colonel Kunkel recalled the Marines evacuated less than 50 people during December. The leadership at European Command, U.S. Naval Forces Europe, and the MU believed the time to pull the Marines out had arrived. A sense of peace returned in the streets of the city. Many of the markets reopened and people moved about conducting their daily activities. Deployed throughout the city and manning checkpoints, the West African Peacekeepers' presence improved the security situation. The IMPFL remained at their Cadwell base area and the AFL at the Barclay Training Center. The calm allowed some of the Marine Task Force staff to venture out and view the wholesale destruction firsthand. As Lieutenant Colonel Kunkel noted, the first time we went out, it was clearly a city that had been at war. It looked like Berlin, burned out buildings, collapsed buildings, streets blocked, burned out cars. The look and mood of the city, however, changed within weeks as the new Marine Task Force commander noted. The city was getting back to normal. Lots of people out and about, open-air markets, vehicles moving, taxicab very, very busy. Local police started coming out of the woodwork and back on duty. There was a concerted effort to clean the city up, clean the port up, clean the housing areas up. It was a mess, but it was slowly getting back to normal. There was an unofficial ceasefire, and there was no fighting between any of the three factions. Other evidence of a return to normalcy included the reopening of Spriggs Payne Airport on 8 December, when 2 of the Peacekeepers' Alpha jets landed. This allowed United Nations charter flights to begin using the airfield. Both the IMPFL and NPFL opened rice distribution centers in areas under their control. Completion of Sharp Edge. Preparing to bring their mission to a close in early January 1991, the task force reduced the number of personnel and support equipment ashore. The 26th MU by this time had evacuated 831 non-combatants. A notable achievement of the 26th MU involved the logistics support provided to the embassy. Marines brought in countless tons of food, supplies, and more than 100,000 gallons of fuel to the compound. Despite the small size of the MU, which made it incapable of being divided, it also successfully operated 2 geographically separated MAGTFs. Lastly, in the midst of the turmoil, the accomplishment of a major in-stream reconfiguration of equipment and transfer of forces spoke highly of Amphibious Ready Group and Marine Expeditionary Unit teamwork, as well as the flexibility it gave to the commander of the European Command. A total of 2,439 persons were evacuated during Operation Sharp Edge, involving citizens from 59 countries. Less than 10% of the evacuees were Americans. Dennis Jett, the Deputy Chief of Mission, summed up the contribution of the Marines by stating, "We could have not maintained our presence without their efforts. That ability to remain here allowed us to monitor and influence events, to speed relief operations, and to evacuate those U.S. citizens and nationals of other countries who wanted to leave. In doing so, you were responsible for saving hundreds and probably thousands of lives." The Fleet Anti-Terrorism Security Team and the departure of the Marines. Considering the large buildup in the Persian Gulf and the apparent stability and security in Monrovia, European Command felt the time was right to end the mission. The ambassador believed, however, that a security presence would still be required. Through additional consultations with the Department of State, an interagency group in Washington, D.C. recommended a Marine presence remain at the embassy. European Command requested U.S. Atlantic Command support. Consequently, Admiral Carter tasked Marine Corps Security Force Battalion Atlantic with the embassy security mission. Alerted and called off leave on 28 December, the 5th Platoon Fleet Anti-Terrorism Security Team, FAST, Company, from Marine Corps Security Force Battalion Atlantic, received the tasking. The 50-man platoon left Norfolk, Virginia on 6 January 1991 and arrived at Lungi Airfield, Sierra Leone, a day later. They were the first FAST platoon to support an embassy. At the airfield, the platoon transferred their equipment, supplies, and ammunition from Navy C-130 aircraft to Navy CH-53E helicopters. One of the Navy helicopters belonging to HC-4 was undergoing repairs, leaving only one operational CH-53E to shuttle the FAST platoon and its equipment to Monrovia. The entire platoon arrived by the afternoon of 7 January, completing a long 2,000-mile journey in 2 days. Once on the ground, the FAST platoon commander, Captain Glenn N. Cheatham, together with Company L's commanding officer, Captain Crenshaw, conducted a turnover and toured the defensive positions. After a quick briefing, Captain Cheatham's platoon officially assumed security responsibilities, manning posts, exchanging frequencies, and signing for ammunition and rations. Dressed in civilian clothing, Company L's liaison, the defense attaché, and FAST Marine representatives went to Spriggs Payne Airport to meet an arriving Navy C-130 loaded with the FAST platoon's follow-on equipment, ammunition, and supplies. Still along the edges of the airstrip were human remains, skeletons with rotting flesh still on them and piles of skulls. West African peacekeepers now controlled the airfield, but the control tower had been peppered by small arms rounds during fighting and was not functioning. There was also a gaping rocket-propelled grenade hole in the tower. A Marine forward air controller talked the arriving aircraft in from the embassy, and the Marines quickly unloaded and moved their cargo to the compound. Late that day, Company L Marines flew out of the embassy and back to the Nashville. The turnover was complete with the delivery of additional ammunition stocks on the morning of 8 January. Operation Sharp Edge officially came to an end on 9 January when Contingency MAGTF 3 TAC 90 departed Mamba Station. The Nashville's departure concluded the longest-running non-combatant evacuation operation to date. The arrival of the FAST platoon provided the embassy with a highly trained security force with close-quarters battle capability and robust crew-serve firepower. Manning 3 day posts and 5 night posts, they worked on improving selected positions. The Marines ate in the embassy's cafeteria and resided in vacant staff quarters. The FAST command structure also differed from that of the Contingency Task Force. Reports went directly to the team's higher headquarters, the commander of the 6th Fleet. Daily reports of the platoon covered the routine movement of the Peacekeepers' military vehicles and personnel up and down United Nations Drive in front of Post 1 and Post 2. Armed factional fighters, mostly located outside Monrovia, never came near the Marines' positions. One large, very vocal demonstration occurred in late January directly outside the embassy. The Marines asked the Liberians why they were demonstrating, and they responded they wanted U.S. protection. The crowd of 200 to 300 persons eventually dispersed. Even with the apparent normalcy, 5th Platoon Marines on post heard random shots fired many times throughout their stay. The embassy no longer depended on the Marines for fuel or water. The administrative officer renegotiated contracts for fuel and water out in town. Opening the airport allowed additional supplies to come in by Navy C-130. The embassy staff frequently ventured out in the city and airport to carry on official business. Even the Marine security guards went out routinely to conduct physical training runs. The cessation of fighting allowed West African peacekeepers to hold a parade for their rotating battalions on 9 February. The event was attended by the interim president of Liberia, the U.S. ambassador, the defense attaché, and the FAST platoon commander. At the parade, Captain Cheatham noted that Major General Dagonyero, the peacekeeping force's commander, reminded his audience that his Nigerian troops now played a major part in the control of the city. Charles Taylor's NPFL fighters remained on the city's outskirts and Prince Johnson's INFPL at the Cadwell area. Some of the non-governmental relief agencies within the city re-established limited services. The formal signing by all factions of a ceasefire monitoring agreement took place in Lomé, Togo on 13 February 1991. Monrovia and its environs remained overall peaceful during January and February 1991. With the ongoing buildup of forces in Kuwait, both the Joint Chiefs of Staff and European Command wanted the Marines to depart. The Joint Chiefs of Staff directive ordering redeployment of the Fast Marines finally arrived in the second week of February from the Sixth Fleet. The ambassador's reservations were overcome by developments in the Persian Gulf region, which dictated the mission's end. In concert with the United Nations' 15 February deadline for the Iraqis to withdraw from Kuwait, the commander of the Sixth Fleet ordered the Fast Platoon to depart Liberia the same day by Navy C-130. The morning arrival of the C-130 and C-9 aircraft at Spriggs Payne Airport signaled the start of regular semi-monthly supply flights for the embassy. For the Marines, the platoon's 15 February departure ended a 194-day presence of Marine combat units ashore in Liberia. Marine combat units would return approximately 5 years later to the same long-running civil war. End of Chapter 4, Part 4. Chapter 5 of On Mamba Station, U.S. Marines in West Africa, 1990 to 2003, by James G. Antal and R. John Vanden Berghe. Part 2, Continuing Operations, 1996 to 2003. 22nd MEU and Operation Assured Response. Civil War continues. A tenuous ceasefire remained in effect in Liberia from the time Marines departed in February 1991 until October 1992, but frequent ceasefire violations occurred after the Lomé truce. Because of the failure to get all sides involved, peace remained elusive. Fighting quickly spread eastward into neighboring Sierra Leone in March 1991. Charles Taylor's National Patriotic Front of Liberia, NPFL, fighters worked with the fledgling Revolutionary United Front against the government of Sierra Leone and captured several lucrative diamond mining areas. Within a year, the West African Peacekeeping Force and the Sierra Leone Army had prodded the rebels out of most of the occupied cities and villages and into the Sierra Leone countryside. A new Liberian militia group, the United Liberation Movement of Liberia for Democracy, ULIMO, attacked NPFL forces from Sierra Leone and moved into western Liberia. Many former Armed Forces of Liberia, AFL, soldiers joined ULIMO. In October 1991, a series of negotiations attended by all factions at Yamoussoukro, Ivory Coast, produced an agreement requiring all factions to confine their fighters to camps, disarm under the Peacekeepers' supervision, and agree to support elections. In accordance with the agreement, the NPFL allowed Peacekeepers to deploy into the countryside. The NPFL also recognized the authority of the Peacekeepers, a primarily English-speaking African force, and its parent organization, the Economic Community of West African States. The Peacekeepers added 1,200 Senegalese soldiers to balance the force with substantial French-speaking African troops. But Taylor's NPFL and other factions did not disarm. Taylor increased his power by creating a shadow state, issuing money and selling timber, gold, and diamonds in NPFL-controlled areas. By 1992, NPFL fighters killed a few Senegalese troops and temporarily took more than 400 peacekeepers hostage. Clashes continued and the peacekeepers withdrew to the greater Monrovia area. On 15 October, major hostilities resumed as the NPFL launched an offensive to take the capital. Heavy fighting took place when the fighters entered the suburbs of the city, which resulted in the displacement of an estimated 200,000 Liberians. On 20 October, the U.S. Embassy conducted an ordered departure of American citizens. In 4 days, charter and military aircraft evacuated 170 Americans. 20 embassy personnel stayed behind, including the Marine Security Guard Detachment. Deployed in the U.S. European Command's area of responsibility, the 26th MU, Special Operations Capable, closely tracked the developments in Liberia. Alerted for possible evacuation contingencies during the fighting in October 1992, the Mediterranean Amphibious Ready Group, ARG, composed of the 26th MU SOC and Amphibious Squadron, Fibron 8, at the time supported both Operation Provide Comfort and scheduled 6 fleet exercises. No attempt was made to assist in contingency operations in Liberia while the Mediterranean ARG conducted split operations. Fortunately, Taylor's troops never entered the city. The West African Peacekeepers blunted Taylor's offensive on the outskirts of the city using tanks, artillery, naval gunfire, and air support. Eventually, the Peacekeepers regained control of Greater Monrovia. As the bloodletting continued into 1993, ULIMO stepped up its attacks on the MPFL, but the Peacekeepers eventually disarmed them. A massacre of 600 civilians on 6 June by the AFL occurred in the West African-controlled city of Harbel. The incident seriously weakened confidence in the Peacekeepers as protectors, as they appeared to favor certain factions. In another round of negotiations by the Economic Community of West African States at Cotonou, Benin, the factions again agreed to a ceasefire and a timetable for disarmament and elections. Signatures from representatives of the Organization of African Unity and United Nations added support to the accords in July. As a result, the United Nations established a 368-man observer force, called the United Nations Observer Mission Liberia. The accord replaced the interim government of Amos Sawyer with the Liberian National Transitional Government. After considerable delay, the transitional government took control in March 1994, but the plans for elections in September collapsed. During September, former AFL elements staged an unsuccessful coup. Significant disarmament and demobilization of the factions did not take place due to differences over political and economic power. While negotiations continued, the fragile peace quickly disintegrated as outbreaks of fighting occurred in the countryside. In 1994, the ULIMO group split into 2 ethnic factions, the ULIMO K, predominantly Mandingo and Muslim, under Alhiji Kroma, and ULIMO J, predominantly Kron, led by Roosevelt Johnson. Another Kron faction, the Liberia Peace Council, LPC, headed by George Boley, also appeared and began fighting the NPFL. Competing factions eventually mushroomed into 7 separate militia groups. Areas outside the Monrovia, Buchanan, Bangui peacekeeping zone remained inaccessible due to deteriorating security. Fighting between the factions resumed with Taylor losing, then regaining his headquarters at Bangui. The lack of security in the countryside forced the UN military observers to reduce the size of this mission and its activities. The continuing flow of arms and the unwillingness to uphold a ceasefire fueled more violence. At Abuja, Nigeria, negotiations ended with the faction signing the 13th Peace Accord in August 1995. The plan formed a new Liberian transitional national government composed at first of a 5-person, then later a 6-person, Council of State. Sworn in on 1 September, faction leaders Charles Taylor, NPFL, Alhaji Kroma, ULIMO K, and George Boley, LPC, received cabinet posts together with 3 civilians. By December, the ceasefire again broke down and fighting occurred between ULIMO J and West African Peacekeepers at Tubmanburg, which began initially over control of diamond mines. With all the factional leaders living in Monrovia, clashes between other cabinet ministers' factions took place and only token disarmament occurred. Council calls for the arrest of Roosevelt Johnson, ULIMO J, on 12 March 1996 sparked a brief outburst of violence in the city. At the beginning of April, another attempt to arrest Johnson spurred an outbreak of widespread fighting in Monrovia. Introduction of American forces. The NPFL, Ulimo J, and other crons smuggled arms and fighters into the city, creating a potential powder keg. In early April, the situation came to a head when Council Member Taylor, NPFL, issued a 72-hour ultimatum to Johnson, Ulimo J, to turn himself in. Similar to the March incident, a combined NPFL and Ulimo K force went to arrest Johnson. The ensuing fighting started at approximately 0300 on 6 April and created chaos inside the city, which previously had been a safe haven from the conflict in the countryside. By mid-morning, Americans fleeing from the violence began arriving at the embassy. The fighters who had infiltrated the city drew on hidden caches of arms and ammunition, and the violence quickly escalated. The Emergency Action Committee met that evening at the U.S. Embassy with Sergeant Luis E. Sanchez, the acting Marine Security Guard Detachment commander, in attendance. The staff expressed concern for the safety and accountability of Americans, and the meeting ended with a request for security assistance and for permission to draw down the staff. On directions from the embassy's regional security officer, Sergeant Sanchez put an additional Marine security guard at Post 1, doubling the number of guards at that post. Inundated with calls on 7 different radio nets, Post 1 Marines remained extremely busy controlling access, monitoring nets, talking on radios, and passing messages. The Marines frequently heard sounds of gunfire or rocket-propelled grenades exploding in the city. One mortar round exploded in the UN Observer compound just across the street from the embassy. Sergeant Sanchez frequently observed fighters moving within the view of the embassy's closed-circuit television camera security system. The fighters brandished weapons as they drove by the embassy in stolen vehicles. Refugees, looters, and groups of drunk or marijuana-high fighters roamed the streets. The Marines also received reports of fighting at the airport, Barclay Training Center, and in the Mamba Point area. The violence increased as additional NPFL and Ulimo K troops poured in from the countryside. The escalation forced humanitarian aid organizations to depart as combatants pillaged aid organizations' buildings and warehouses. By Easter Sunday, 7 April, more than 400 people waited in the compound for evacuation. The embassy opened the gates of Greystone compound to provide refuge for the Liberian population, and 15,000 displaced Liberians quickly filled the American-controlled compound while others roamed the streets looking for safe haven. American citizens in town were taken off guard by the violence and were quickly caught in the middle of the fighting. Many telephoned the embassy for help. Marine security guards relayed calls to the regional security officer, who repeatedly left the compound to intervene, accompanied at times by a faction liaison officer. To get to the embassy, Americans had to run a gauntlet of roadblocks where they were shaken down or seized. Chaos and terror reigned throughout the city as armed fighters robbed, looted, broke into homes, and threatened citizens. Mobs invaded the facilities of the UN relief agencies and stole more than 300 vehicles, pillaging warehouses and destroying property as they went. At the airport, 2 aircraft were hit by rocket fire and exploded into flames. Acting similar to the warring factions, many peacekeepers abandoned their post as the fighting spread or did nothing to intervene to stop the fighting or looting. Groups of soldiers from the West African Force actually participated in the looting. Many of the Nigerian soldiers had not been paid in 4 months, and some sold ammunition or handed over their weapons to the crons. Most peacekeepers hastily retreated to their bases, although some remained guarding selected facilities and businesses while allowing the looting to go on around them. The embassy's request for military support prompted a presidential announcement on 9 April to send in U.S. forces to assist in the evacuation of Americans and other foreigners. Responding to the tasking from the National Command Authority, European Command established a joint task force headed by U.S. Army Brigadier General Michael A. Canavan, the commanding general of European Special Operations Command. The Special Operations Forces received alert orders on 6 and 7 April to move to Dakar, Senegal, and Freetown, Sierra Leone, to assemble in support of evacuation operations in Liberia. The 10-day operation was the first time the command element of the European Special Operations Command formed as a joint task force. Named Assured Response, the operations deployment order directed the pre-positioning of equipment and aircraft at an intermediate support base in Dakar, Senegal, and at a forward support base in Freetown, Sierra Leone. The mission of the Joint Task Force was to conduct a non-combatant evacuation and protect the lives of American citizens and designated third and host country nationals in Monrovia. A succession of firefights took place in front of the embassy before the Joint Task Force arrived. Johnson's Ulimo J fighters gathered in an area near Gate 1, later nicknamed Crack Alley by the Marines. Near the Wellington Apartments, a number of armed fighters in vehicles and on foot roamed around looking for places to loot. The fighters on the street, within view of the embassy's Mesbah gate, repeatedly fired random shots. In a risky move aimed at dissuading the fighters from breaking in and stealing the visible U.S. government vehicles, Lance Corporal Edward A. Davis III dashed from cover, unarmed and under full observation of the armed fighters, and placed an American flag on a chain-link fence gate. This action helped deter the fighters, who later invaded and looted other buildings near the embassy. With a Special Operations Command Europe assessment and Navy Sea, Air, Land (SEAL) teams on the way, Marine security guards and the local guard force prepared the embassy's landing zone by taking down the basketball court backboards, hoops, and poles, cutting trees, and placing light markers on the fence line. A 6-person survey and assessment team landed first, followed by an 18-man SEAL team. Both elements disembarked on 9 April from Sikorsky MH-53J Pavlo helicopters in the embassy landing zone. The team established security positions in conjunction with the regional security officer and the 5 Marine security guards. The 2 helicopters left fully loaded with evacuees who were waiting in the compound. Fighting continued outside the embassy, and on 11 April, after beating 2 local unarmed guards, fighters with weapons entered the embassy grounds and attempted to break into the diplomatic quarters. The SEALs reacted by rounding up the fighters with no casualties and then releasing them. Additional special operations personnel soon arrived. Rounds from small arms posed a constant threat to the helicopters landing in the embassy landing zone. 1 rocket-propelled grenade exploded near an incoming helicopter, prompting the Joint Task Force to switch to night helicopter landings. During the day, fire was heaviest in the afternoon, and most U.S. personnel remained inside to avoid stray rounds regularly impacting within the compound. By 16 April, the South European Army Task Force's Initial Ready Company, Company C 325th Airborne Combat Team, manned defensive positions and ran security patrols in the compound. Sporadic fighting continued throughout the city, with heavy fighting taking place between the NPFL, Ulimo J, and Crons. Smoke from fires set by looters or started by shelling billowed from the city. Evacuees gave first-hand accounts of Guinean peacekeeping troops joining in the looting and selling weapons to the fighters. Although West African tanks rolled through parts of the city, the troops remained ineffective in restoring order. At the Barclay Training Center, Cron and Johnson's Ulimo J men defended the compound while holding peacekeepers hostage against NPFL attacks. The Barclay Training Center repeatedly received barrages of machine gun fire and volleys of rocket-propelled grenades. In the central business district and on Bushrod Island, gangs of armed youth roamed the area pillaging and burning businesses. The bitter fighting resulted in special operations forces and diplomatic security personnel conducting a number of rescues to save American citizens outside the compound. After 9 days, more than 2,200 non-combatants representing 73 countries, including approximately 540 Americans, had been evacuated. Most evacuees left the embassy landing zone by helicopters and flew to the forward support base at Lungi Field in Sierra Leone. By 18 April, Lungi had become home to the Special Operations Forces Command Element, which comprised 9 helicopters, 2 aircraft, and approximately 650 personnel. From the airfield, aircraft delivered the evacuees to a safe haven at Dakar, Senegal. Once at the Dakar Airport Terminal, Embassy and Joint Task Force personnel assisted in processing the evacuees to their final destinations. At the height of the deployment, the Special Operations Forces positioned 11 aircraft and close to 600 support personnel in Dakar. On arrival, the Marines inherited only a small portion of General Canavan's Special Operations Forces assets and support bases. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 5, Part 2 of On Mamba Station, U.S. Marines in West Africa, 1990 to 2003, by James G. Antal and R. John Vanden Berghe. Marines take the reins. As early as 10 April, U.S. Army General George A. Joulwan, Commander-in-Chief European Command, wanted to ensure the return of his Special Operations Forces. After issuing the execute order for assured response, his staff followed with a modification of the plan, which called for replacing the Special Operations Joint Task Force with the Marine Joint Task Force if the situation did not stabilize quickly. The modification would provide the right force for any lengthy operation. Since the inception of assured response, General Joulwan recognized the utility of the Mediterranean ARG for any long-term situation. Alerted by telephone the day before, the 22nd MUSOC commander, Colonel M. Wayne Forbush, received the first modification to the European Command Assured Response Execute Order on 11 April. The order directed the Mediterranean ARG with the Embark Landing Force 6 Fleet to sail at best speed to Monrovia, Liberia. With no relief from 6th Fleet's ongoing exercise requirements, Colonel Forbush understood the situation required split MU operations. The additional mission now assigned to 22nd MU was to conduct non-combatant evacuation operations and to provide security for the American Embassy in Liberia. 3 of the ships, USS Guam, LPH-9, USS Trenton, LPD-14, and USS Portland, LSD-37, located in the Adriatic Sea, got underway immediately. The last ship, the USS Tortuga, LSD-46, was undergoing repairs at the port of Haifa, Israel. The majority of the MU staff was also in Israel planning for Exercise Noble Shirley. MU elements on the Tortuga, the Artillery Battery B 1st Battalion 10th Marines, and the Light Armored Reconnaissance Company, Company D-, 2nd Light Armored Reconnaissance Battalion, went ashore in Israel to conduct a scheduled exercise. No cross-decking or reconfiguration was necessary other than transporting 6 weapons carrier high-mobility multi-purpose wheeled vehicles, Humvees, to Sierra Leone from Israel. A forward liaison cell departed the Guam on 14 April 1996 with a mission focused on liaison and preparation for the turnover of the forces at the embassy. Lieutenant Colonel James F. Barnes, the 22nd MU executive officer, led the 4-man team. Flying by C-130 to Freetown, Sierra Leone, the team went to the Joint Task Force Rear Headquarters located at the airport's lounge building. Inside the building, Lieutenant Colonel Barnes recalled, there must have been 25 colonels and 50 lieutenant colonels. Seeing the large number of officers, soldiers, and airmen present at the Joint Task Force headquarters, Barnes realized the Expeditionary Unit needed to bring in additional MU staff to coordinate operations. At the embassy, Ambassador William B. Milam learned of the deployment of the Marines during one of his live interagency secure teleconferences after the Special Operations Force's arrival. On 15 April, the Marines of the Forward Liaison Cell arrived at the embassy in Monrovia and coordinated with the European Special Operations Command's forward headquarters, the U.S. Army Infantry Battalion commander, and the ambassador and his staff. Ambassador Milam previously had worked with Marines and met Lieutenant Colonel Barnes during Operation Sea Angel. The Forward Liaison Cell relayed an initial assessment to the MU recommending the introduction of the same size force the Special Operations Joint Task Force had at the embassy, as well as staff visits before the ship arrived in Liberian waters. Agreeing on the suggestion of staff liaison visits, the 22nd MU commander sent 11 members of his staff and subordinate elements to visit Lungi Airfield Headquarters and the embassy in Monrovia from 17 to 19 April. By 18 April, special operations elements at Freetown and Dakar were ordered to redeploy because of the arrival of the Army's initial Ready Company. The Special Operations Forces immediately began breaking down tents and packing equipment for departure. By 18 April, the Special Operations Joint Task Force had completed evacuation of all Americans in an authorized departure status, those wanting to leave voluntarily. Only 18 official American and State Department personnel remained at the embassy. On 19 April, emergency talks sponsored by the Economic Community of West African States brought a temporary halt to the fighting in Monrovia, but the situation remained tense. That same day, ships carrying Marines arrived at Mamba Station located off the coast of Liberia. The 22nd MEU commander, Colonel Forbush, received another modification to the European Command Order, which directed the Marines to assume the European Special Operations Command evacuation and security mission. He quickly recalled his visiting staff on 19 April to help the MEU command element assume the additional responsibilities as a Joint Task Force headquarters. Upon completion of the turnover, Colonel Forbush relieved Brigadier General Canavan and assumed command of Joint Task Force Assured Response. The Joint Task Force initially included the 22nd MEU, Amphibious Squadron 2, the Guam ARG, led by Captain William D. Young, U.S. Navy, the Air Force's 45th Operations Squadron led by Colonel Wayne Mudge, U.S. Air Force, and a detachment from the Navy's Fleet Air Mediterranean at the Forward Support Base in Freetown, commanded by Captain Charles White, U.S. Navy. The 22nd MEU staff members assumed new responsibilities as the Joint Task Force staff and adjusted to meet the requirements of both the MEU commander and the commander-in-chief. With the staff already split, planning sustained operations required long hours from the staff's remaining junior officers and staff non-commissioned officers. The MEU requested and received from the 2 Marine Expeditionary Force minimal individual staff augmentation for the Joint Task Force. Actions ashore. At 0600 on 20 April, the first helicopter sorties carrying Marines arrived to replace the soldiers at the embassy in Monrovia. The well-briefed platoon guides from Company F and Weapons Company BLT-22 came ashore first. The main body of Marines began arriving at the basketball court landing zone 1 hour later. Company F arrived first, quickly followed by the small 22nd MEU Forward Command Element and some MEU Service Support Group 22, MSSG-22, personnel. Fast attack vehicles debarked carrying 50 caliber machine guns, Mark 19 grenade launchers, and tube-launched optically tracked wire-guided missiles, commonly called tow missiles. These vehicles, combined with the mortars, machine guns, and sniper weapons already on station at the embassy, significantly enhanced the Marines' firepower. The MEU completed the entire lift by 10:15. Company F, commanded by Captain Eric M. Mellinger, assumed security of the compound. The smooth transition left Marine squad leaders and platoon commanders with fire plans and field sketches drawn by the departing airborne troops. Starting at about 12:30, soldiers from Company C, 3rd Battalion, 325th Infantry, left in 6 sorties of 3 Boeing MH-47D Chinook helicopters. The last flight out of the embassy at 2015 included the outgoing commander of the European Special Operations Command's Joint Task Force Assured Response. That evening, more than 275 Marines protected the compound. Captain Mellinger noted the embassy staff seemed overjoyed the Marines had arrived. The 22nd MEU staff formed a joint operations center forward at the embassy. Colonel Forbush's main headquarters remained on board the Guam to minimize the footprint ashore. The Evacuation Control Center, a detachment of 9 Marines from MSSG-22, set up in the embassy's dining facility and went to work processing evacuees. At 14:15, with his forward deployed headquarters ashore, Colonel Forbush officially assumed command of Joint Task Force Assured Response. Most of the approximately 1,970 personnel of the 22nd MEUSOC, which was composed of BLT-22, MSSG-22, and HMM-162, remained afloat. The next day, the Joint Task Force established a forward support base at Freetown, Sierra Leone. The forward support base, coordinated by Captain White, was the nexus of all traffic in and out of Liberia. Using the same evacuation routing established by the previous Joint Task Force, the Navy-run forward support base transferred evacuees from helicopters to a waiting aircraft that flew to the safe haven in Dakar, Senegal. On 22 April, Marine helicopters flew Ambassador William H. Twaddell, Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs, and his interagency support team to the embassy. The team, which included Major General Michael J. Byron, Vice Director for Strategic Plans and Policy, Joint Staff, conducted discussions with West African Field Commander General John M. Enninger at his headquarters, and later with factional leaders. During their two-day visit, meetings with the Peacekeepers centered on the West African Force's efforts to restore order and a proposed U.S. aid package of $30 million to assist peacekeeping operations. Colonel Forbush and Captain Paul A. Shelton, the MU's Assistant Intelligence Officer, accompanied the team when it visited the Peacekeeping Force's headquarters. Frank comments by the Nigerian commander gave Colonel Forbush an excellent understanding of the Peacekeepers' disposition and desires. The Nigerian general requested a long list of military equipment support, including McDonnell Douglas AH-64 Apache helicopter gunships. Given the Peacekeepers' historically poor maintenance and limited logistical capabilities, the request for Apache helicopters did not receive serious consideration. Colonel Forbush flew to Freetown the next day and held a component commanders conference at the forward support base. At the 24 April meeting, he passed on General Julwan's intent to reduce the overall force and presence ashore and to redeploy all remaining Special Operations troops. The reduced Air Force component of the Special Operations Force briefed the ongoing redeployment plans. The Joint Task Force would retain 2 Air Force AC-130 gunships for on-call support, but by 28 April, the Air Force component's AC-130s had left Freetown. The Navy component would keep 1 Lockheed EP-3 for reconnaissance and a 2-helicopter detachment for support on station. Expanded from what the Marines defended in 1990, the embassy grounds in 1996 included the former British Embassy within its boundaries. The Marines at the embassy quartered themselves in available rooms throughout the compound. The Joint Task Force Forward, housed in the Chancellery, occupied a majority of the ground floor. Company F set up most of its defensive positions away from the boundary of the embassy, primarily located on top of buildings with views of United Nations Drive. The Marines worked on improving and adding positions during the first week. One position was established on the second floor of the ambassador's quarters, which was formerly the British Embassy. The expanded U.S. Embassy boundary faced the end of a natural avenue of approach from the east up Sekou Touré Drive and United Nations Drive. Any American property, however, drew displaced Liberians like a magnet. By now, more than 20,000 Liberians had gathered in the nearby U.S.-controlled Greystone compound looking for a safe haven from the violence. Ghanaian mediators for the Economic Community of West African States negotiated a truce on 20 April, and the Crans released 78 foreigners held at the Barclay Training Center. The Liberians began a limited cleanup of the city, although marauding fighters continued moving about. During the next few days, the MU's intelligence section received reports of more MPFL fighters and heavy weapons, including mortars, entering the city, while Cron factions remained at the Barclay Training Center. End of Chapter 5, Part 2. Chapter 5, Part 3 of On Mamba Station, U.S. Marines in West Africa, 1990 to 2003, by James G. Antal and R. John Vanden Berghe. Marines return fire. On 27 April, Company G relieved Company F and improved the new defensive positions, including building dummy positions. The company commander, Captain Jeffrey J. Kenny, knew the terrain quite well after deploying to Liberia as a company executive officer in 1990 during Operation Sharp Edge. Serious fighting started up again on 28 and 29 April. Stray rounds constantly pass over the heads of the Marines, and fighters in stolen vehicles or on foot frequently passed in front of the Marine positions, brandishing and pointing their weapons at the Marines, who often responded with stern warnings. Although the fighters congregated close to the embassy and attempted to provoke the Marines clearly understood the rules of engagement, which allowed the Marines to return fire if fired upon or if the fighters showed hostile intent. While the pointing of weapons was common in Liberian culture, the Marines could easily have interpreted the action as a hostile intent. But the Marines on post exhibited considerable restraint. A pattern of fighting soon developed near the embassy. The MPFL normally received ammunition the night before a fight. Then the next day, late in the morning, the NPFL would attack to the east. Later in the day, the Krans would push them back west toward the embassy. When it was over, both sides would return to their assembly areas only to start the performance again the next day. On 30 April, earlier than normal, the Marines heard automatic weapons fire and explosions in the city. The Krans were attempting to break out of the Barclay Training Center. Marines reported heavy fire, concentrated outside the southern half of the embassy opposite Post 7 at the Facility Maintenance Building and Post 8 at the ambassador's residence. At about 0845, 25 to 30 MPFL fighters armed with AK-47s and several rocket launchers assembled in the open field to the east of the embassy and moved east toward the Barclay Training Center. A short time later, about 15 or 20 more MPFL fighters followed. The Marines watching knew something was about to happen. At 10:30, several heavy bursts of fire hit a cluster of shanties outside the fence line near the ambassador's residence. Civilians living there ran for cover or fled in terror. Marines from the 2nd Platoon watched as a group of MPFL fighters congregated on United Nations Drive about 400 meters from the southern part of the embassy and started moving toward the beach. The fighters' target appeared about 300 to 500 meters out in the water. 6 to 10 persons rowing frantically in a canoe were apparently trying to paddle around Mamba Point. The MPFL fighters moved along the beach, chasing and shooting at the canoe. Marines of the 2nd Platoon warned the first group of about a dozen fighters to turn around when they reached an area below the embassy fence line, but the MPFL fighters continued to fire. Captain Kenny at Post 8 yelled, "You guys can't go there." The fighters paused and their leader demanded passage to shoot the men in the canoe. Kenny, now near the chain-link fence, told the MPFL leader to leave and the Marines would take care of the men if the canoes landed. The Marines knew if the men in the canoe returned fire, the embassy and their positions would be in the line of fire. A Marine ordered the squad accompanying the company commander to chamber their rounds and train their weapons on the fighters. The audible sound of chambering rounds convinced the MPFL leader to back down. Apparently satisfied, he thanked the company commander and ordered his men to withdraw to a building behind the old National Public Health Services building, which the Marines called the IHOP. After the incident, the 2nd Platoon's area and the southern half of the embassy settled down for about an hour. Around 1200, Marines again heard the sound of gunfire to the north of the IHOP building. By about 1245, fire echoed throughout the embassy compound as skirmishing started outside while refugees streamed past. By 1310, a number of firefights broke out near the embassy. With all Marines on post alerted and many observing the fire and rocket explosions, reports from the Marines flooded the command post. Post 8, a sandbagged balcony on the 2nd floor of the ambassador's residence, offered a good view of the southern sector of United Nations Drive. A surveillance and target acquisition team headed by Corporal Jason S. Farrand, a trained scout sniper, manned the post. Corporal Farrand's Barrett .50 caliber sniper rifle lay positioned between himself and First Lieutenant Aaron E. Bennett, the surveillance and target acquisition platoon commander. Lieutenant Bennett had gone to the post to relieve one of the team members. Both watched as a firefight erupted about 150 meters to the front. While behind his rifle and observing the firefight through the rifle's scope, Corporal Farron moved his eyes off the scope to observe the origins of a shot just fired to his left. The ricocheting round grazed Corporal Farron's collarbone, continued into the inside collar of his flak jacket, and dropped to the ground. The impact caused him to drop his weapon, fall backward, and break the leg of the chair on which he sat. "It felt like a huge steel ball hit my shoulder," Farron commented. Farron got up and ripped off his flak jacket to check his wound. Nearby Marines pushed the corporal back down for his own protection, and after a quick assessment by a corpsman, Farron left for the battalion aid station. Post 8 Marines believed a stray round caused the incident, so they did not return fire. Corporal Farron returned to the post after a corpsman cleaned the wound. Farron came back because he thought they were going to try and evacuate me to the ship, and he wanted to be with his team because he knew something was going to happen. After the incident, Captain Kenny told all posts over the radio to exercise caution and watch out for flagging. Adding to the Marines' concern, 100 or so refugees had gathered along the western fence line to avoid the shooting. At around 1400, Marines spotted a group of about 10 NPFL fighters moving up Sekou Tour Drive. Corporal William A. Gardner, 2nd Platoon's 3rd Squad Leader, was checking his men's positions at Post 7 and 7 Bravo, and he watched from 7 Bravo as the fighters advanced in quasi-tactical formation toward the embassy. Marine combat engineers had built Post 7 Bravo, a sandbag position on top of the roof of the facility maintenance building, just the day before. When the MPFL squad reached the area around Gibson Street, about a block from the embassy, one fighter aimed and fired at the position. The round hit the plywood support for the sandbagged walls about 6 inches from Corporal Gardner and Lance Corporal Wade M. Ward, a Squad M249 automatic weapon gunner. Plywood splinters from the round hit Lance Corporal Ward in the cheek. After dropping for cover, Gardner immediately ordered the Marines on post to return fire. Popping back up, the Marines returned fire using M16s, an M60 machine gun, and an M249, killing at least 3 of the MPFL. Gardner yelled "cease fire" and the Marines immediately reloaded. One fighter lying in a prone position in the street fired a round at the Marines. Gardner ordered his machine gunner to fire again, and the impact of the rounds flipped the militiaman onto his back. After calling a second ceasefire, the squad leader and his Marines watched 2 fighters, with arms raised high, cautiously move toward the bodies in the street and drag off 2 of the wounded. Other fighters stripped the dead of their weapons and boots, and the survivors fled the scene. Indiscriminate fire continued to strike the area around Post 7 from an unknown location. At 1500, a group of fighters again fired on Post 7, but the Marines were unable to locate the source and did not return fire. Interspersed with civilian refugees, a different group of NPFL fighters, who had not engaged the Marines, retreated from the area of the IHOP building toward the embassy. Wanting no trouble, they flashed peace signs and pointed their weapons away from the compound as they ran past along United Nations Drive. At 1515, a group of 40 to 50 Kron fighters fired from the hip as they moved west by squads on United Nations Drive. The Krons pursued a ragged group of NPFL fighters who started running north along United Nations Drive and then through the open field in front of Post 8 to escape the fire. After dispersing the group, the lead element of the Kron force hesitated, regrouped, and moved north. Captain Kenny, on Post 8, yelled at the lead fighter to stop. Just 35 meters from the post on the other side of the wall, the lead fighter, who was wearing white shorts, grinned at Kenny and fired his weapon at the Marines. After taking a burst of machine gun fire, Captain Kenny gave the command to fire. Marines on Post 8 and other nearby positions opened fire on the lead fighter, who immediately dropped for cover. Using a Barrett sniper rifle, a Marine engaged a fighter popping up and shooting from the ruins across the street. After a few shots, the fighter staggered out and the Marines followed up with a burst of M60 machine gun fire. One fighter attempted to engage the Marines with a rocket-propelled grenade, but was hit by a Marine sniper's round. After exchanging fire with the Marines for some time, the Crons withdrew. Some of the fighters used civilians as shields as they moved back to the east behind the IHOP building, while others dragged their wounded away. Cron casualties numbered at least 1 killed and 4 wounded. 6 of the withdrawing Cron marksmen positioned themselves in the IHOP building and engaged Post 7 and Post 8 with small arms fire. Not wanting to cause civilian casualties, Captain Kenny restricted fire to well-aimed shots to ferret out the snipers. Marines, including Corporal Farron, returned fire. Employing a Barrett sniper rifle, an M40A1 sniper rifle, and M16A2 rifles, they left at least 2 dead on an outside staircase and second-story balcony of the IHOP building. The disciplined fire drove the last few fighters away around 1545. After Company G's effective response, Mamba Point became unusually calm. The embassy's local guard project manager, Herschel Hernandez, a retired Marine lieutenant colonel, went out and physically verified at least 6 dead and numerous blood trails from skirmishes. The bodies of the dead remained untouched in the streets for the rest of the day. That evening, in deference to the Marines, MPFL fighters needing resupply called the embassy to request permission to drive by in 2 vehicles. Fighters gathered at the IHOP building but did not come near the Marines. From then on, the fighters avoided pointing weapons at the Marines and many times would raise them over their heads to signify peaceful intentions as they approached the embassy. The NPFL later called the embassy to claim its leaders did not launch the attack against the Marines and recommended roadblocks at both ends of the streets approaching the embassy to prevent any misunderstandings. At the direction of the regional security officer, the embassy's local guards erected unmanned roadblocks to reroute fighters away from the embassy. However, automatic weapon fire still echoed throughout the city, especially near Barclay Training Center, where machine gun and rocket-propelled grenades slammed into the training center's grounds as doctors treated wounded fighters. As a result of the violence, Mr. George Moose, Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs working at the embassy, called off negotiations. After consulting with the ambassador and Mr. Moose, Colonel Forbush received permission from European Command to move the Guam, Trenton, and Portland within sight of the city. Both Colonel Forbush and Ambassador Milam thought the movement would allow a quick turnaround if an evacuation became necessary. After the firefights the day before, the demonstration of the naval presence gave a visible reminder of the strength of Joint Task Force Assured Response. Charles Taylor called the ambassador to express his concern about the proximity of the ships. Sensitive to political implications, European Command on 2 May ordered the Joint Task Force to move the ships back over the horizon. Marines from Company G rotated out on 3 May as Company E Marines moved into defensive positions around the embassy. The same day, Roosevelt Johnson, Ulimo J., with a West African escort, left the Barclay Training Center in an armored car and headed for the U.S. Embassy. The Economic Community of West African States delegation had made the offer to evacuate him earlier, but the Economic Community-sponsored peace talks scheduled for 7 and 8 May in Accra, Ghana, afforded him a plausible reason to leave. While awaiting evacuation by Marine helicopter to Sierra Leone, Johnson actually apologized to the MU commander for his fighters engaging the Americans. The Marine helicopter then flew Johnson to Freetown, Sierra Leone, where a Ghanaian aircraft delivered him to Accra, Ghana. The tempo of fighting ashore slowed as the MPFL considered the latest ceasefire offer. But the MPFL soon rejected that offer and attacked the Crons. Fighters loyal to Roosevelt Johnson continued the battle at the Barclay Training Center. By Sunday, 5 May, Johnson's Crons broke out of the besieged Barclay Training Center. Burning, looting, and fighting went on throughout the city during the weekend. Around noon on 6 May, a group of retreating NPFL engaged a group of Crons advancing westward along Sekou Drive on Mamba Point. During this advance, the Crons repeatedly engaged Marine positions with fire, especially Post 7. Manning the sector were Marines from Company E's 3rd Platoon, who returned fire with automatic weapons. The Crons changed their route of advance and moved north on Gibson Street. Neither side took casualties. Since the beginning of Assured Response, the Amphibious Ready Group and the MEU had conducted split operations in consideration of the Sixth Fleet's exercise schedule. The exercises, combined with the orders to reduce the forces ashore and overall Assured Response presence, resulted in Marines from BLT-22 cross-decking. Specifically, on 8 May, Company D- 2nd Light Armored Reconnaissance Battalion, Company E-22, and Battery B, 1st Battalion 10th Marines, left the Guam and the Portland and transferred to the Trenton. The Trenton left for the coast of Spain to join with the repaired Tortuga, and there participated in Exercise Matador 96. The Guam and the Portland remained on station off the Liberian coast. The Nigerian registered freighter Bulk Challenge also remained in West African waters. After leaving Liberia overloaded with refugees, other West African countries had refused to grant the ship safe harbor in their ports. Thousands fled as thick clouds of smoke hung over the city. With all aid and relief agencies gone, the situation in the city approached disaster level with an estimated 60,000 people displaced by the fighting and the Liberians reporting cases of cholera. The calls for a ceasefire at the Economic Community of West African States Summit on 7 and 8 May in Accra, Ghana, went unheeded. Sporadic firing continued throughout the Mamba Point area. At the embassy, Company F took over from Company E on 9 May, but the situation remained tense. On 11 May, numerous stray rounds again flew overhead, with one round grazing a sergeant's biceps as he walked between posts. Colonel Forbush called the fighting on 15 May the heaviest he had seen up to that time. Evacuee numbers increased proportionally. During the next several days, fighters from the MPFL launched attacks against the Barclay Training Center in another attempt to dislodge the Ulimo J and Crons. Ironically, Charles Taylor had announced earlier he had ordered his NPFL fighters to withdraw from the city. Fighters commanded by General Butt Naked, a nom de jour of one of the MPFL leaders, conducted frenzied assaults against the Crons in the Mamba Point district. Taking and holding no ground, they would withdraw by midday and leave the dead where they lay. On 18 May, the Mamba Point fighting moved close to Gate 1 of the embassy in the area the Marines called Crack Alley. Fighting erupted next to the Greystone compound late in the morning. The skirmish resulted in more than 30 rocket-propelled grenade explosions that sent the Marines ducking for cover. The Marines watched fighters shoot at each other at point-blank range as the fighting took place up and down the alley. Cron fighters attempted to seize the house of Charles Taylor's mother, while others requested permission to use United Nations drive to outflank their MPFL enemy. Marines on post refused, and the fighters turned around and went back into the alley. One rocket-propelled grenade exploded inside the embassy compound near Gate 1, wounding a civilian embassy employee. Marines then observed executions of prisoners by the MPFL who dumped the bodies on the beach near the embassy. Reduction of Marine forces. Although the West African peacekeepers set up checkpoints in the city, their troops repeatedly retreated when fighting flared up. The Peacekeepers' commander, not satisfied with the support he was receiving, stated on 20 May that his force, which numbered around 7,500, required twice the number of peacekeepers than it currently had. With promises of American funds and logistical support, the peacekeeping force deployed throughout the city in mid-May to regain control. They manned checkpoints north and south of the embassy. In a radio broadcast, the force's field commander stated that from then on his troops would allow no guns on the streets and insisted that all fighters leave the city. Responding by radio broadcast, Charles Taylor's NPFL and Alhaji Kroma's Ulimo K said they would observe the order and withdrew some forces from the city. The fighting died down and the peacekeeping force exerted its authority by seizing weapons caches. The Marines continued to observe fighters, but they carried no weapons. Many of the displaced began returning home and the number of persons at the embassy's Greystone compound dropped. Incidental fire by 24 May ceased around the embassy. 2 days later, the peacekeeping force completed its redeployment throughout the city. When Colonel Forbush reconnoitered the city by embassy vehicle on 31 May, he believed the fighting had essentially stopped. The beginning of June saw Liberians clearing debris and sweeping streets. Volunteers and health workers also started digging up the hundreds of hastily buried corpses. Starvation, disease, and wounds from the fighting accounted for most of the dead. The standoff at the Barclay Training Center was settled when the fighters of Roosevelt Johnson's Ulimo J left unarmed. The ethnic Krans, one of the 7 factions in Liberia's 6-year-old civil war, agreed to disarm. As a result of the Ghanaian-led economic community negotiations, 500 Kran fighters safely withdrew from the Barclay Training Center and turned over a token number of weapons. Marines at the embassy remained vigilant, with Company G rotating in and Company F leaving the compound. Evacuation flights slowed, and by 7 June, the last evacuees left from the embassy. The Marines enjoyed the city's calm. The quiet allowed the ambassador to take leave, and the 2 Marine Expeditionary Force commander was able to visit the Marines ashore. About this time, a maintenance problem arose involving the swash plates of CH-53E helicopters. The problem grounded all of the MU CH-53Es. Colonel Forbush, as the Joint Task Force commander, ordered the Guam to remain on Mamba Station so the pilots could test the helicopters once mechanics made the repairs. Because the 6th Fleet had previously scheduled the Guam's departure, Forbush's decision created a furor at 6th Fleet headquarters, which communicated its displeasure to the highest command levels. Since 6th Fleet was not in the operational chain of command, the issue of whether the Joint Task Force commander could control the deployment of his ships constituted a sore point with Colonel Forbush. The question of who was the supporting command, 6th Fleet, and who was the supported command, 22nd MU, came up on at least 3 occasions. All 3 times when Colonel Forbush mentioned ship movements, calls came from the 6th Fleet, and it seemed as though the relationship was reversed. Fortunately, by 22 June, Marines of HMM 162 received the parts to fix the problem, which allowed the testing of the aircraft before the planned departure. On 14 June, the Joint Task Force-sponsored Air Force Assessment Team confirmed that Spriggs Payne Airport was capable of landing C-130 aircraft. Commercial air traffic subsequently resumed on 17 June in Monrovia, thus ending the need for Marine evacuation flights. The next day, during the turnover of rifle companies, HMM 162 extracted 6 fast attack vehicles from the embassy in anticipation of the turnover. By this time, the 22nd MU had evacuated 49 Americans and 260 third-country nationals from the embassy. With a special-purpose air-ground task force steaming to Liberia, the Portland departed on 20 June. The ship's departure left only the Guam to represent the ARG in Liberian waters. End of Chapter 5, Part 3. Chapter 6 of On Mamba Station, U.S. Marines in West Africa, 1990 to 2003, by James G. Antal and R. John Vanden Berghe. Operation Quick Response. Violence to the east. While the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit conducted operations in Liberia, another threat to Americans developed in the Central African Republic, which is situated on the eastern boundary of the U.S. European Command's area of responsibility. Spanning an area slightly smaller than the state of Texas, the country borders Cameroon, Chad, Sudan, and Zaire. With a population of little more than 3 million, this landlocked country joins the Sudanese savanna zone to the Congo River basin. Nearly half of the Central African Republic's population is ethnically Banda and Baya, but most of the political leaders have come from the smaller Bangui region tribes. Sangho constitutes the national language, with only a small portion of the population speaking French, the official language. The Central African Republic's transportation system is poor. It is in fact one of the most underdeveloped countries in the world. External trade relies on the Bangui River, which forms the country's southern border. Major exports include diamonds, cotton, and timber. Agricultural goods account for half the gross domestic product, and the majority of the populace works in agricultural production. In May of 1996, approximately 2,500 French and 254 Americans lived in the Central African Republic. Once the Bangui Chari territory of French Equatorial Africa, the Central African Republic achieved independence in 1960. The first non-colonial ruler of the Central African Republic was the democratically elected David Dacko. In 1966, Colonel Jean-Bedel Bokassa displaced his cousin Dacko by a coup d'etat. A former French colonial soldier, Bokassa became president in 1967, president for life in 1972, and crowned himself Emperor Bokassa I in 1976, renaming the country the Central African Empire. Bokassa's disregard for any democratic sentiment spurred a successful counter-coup in 1979 by Dacko. French military units assisted in the coup, Operation Barracuda, after learning of Bokassa's orders that resulted in the massacre of hundreds of schoolchildren. In 1981, General André Dioudun Kolingba led the country's military in another coup. Kolingba became the leader of the Central African Republic, and his policies led the country into economic stagnation. Strong internal opposition and French pressure resulted in legislative elections in 1987 and a presidential election in 1993. Elected president in 1993, Ange Félix Pétasse replaced Kolingba's regime with a coalition government. The new president's plans for restructuring and decentralizing the government provoked opposition, especially from the unions, which demanded back salaries. The currency devaluation of other French-speaking African nations in 1994 further aggravated the situation by causing a 45% inflation of the country's currency. When Pétasse's government found it impossible to pay salaries, civil servants, health workers, and teachers responded with protests, riots, and work stoppages. A security agreement between France and the Central African Republic, which was made when the Republic proclaimed its independence, allowed for the stationing of French troops in the country. The military contingent numbered approximately 1,300 men spread out between numerous garrisons. Camp Beale and Mpoko military bases constituted the major facilities in the city of Bangui. The aviation detachment at Mpoko Airfield included 4 Aerospatiale SA-330 Puma helicopters, 5 Mirage fighters, and 2 Transall C-160 cargo aircraft. Although the French presence was a source of frequent nationalist agitation, the Pétasse government depended heavily on security assistance from the French troops. On 18 April 1996, armed rebellion broke out. The incident started with a protest by 80 soldiers who had not received pay. The group of mutineers, soldiers mainly from Kolingba's Yakoma tribe and Bokassa's Gbaka tribe, fortified their barracks at Camp Dukashai in the capital, Bangui. The number of mutineers quickly grew to 400 as they seized a number of key installations in the city. In the ensuing fighting, a number of civilians caught in the crossfire were killed or wounded. President Pétasse deployed the Presidential Guard Battalion in hopes of disarming the soldiers, but the move resulted in more bloodshed. Because of the Presidential Guard's failure, Pétasse fled to the French garrison. French Foreign Legionnaires deployed from Camp Beale and after some minor skirmishing, restored order on 20 April. After escorting the mutineers back to their base, negotiations between the soldiers and the government occurred and France provided financial aid to help pay the soldiers' salaries. On 18 May, a unit of the Presidential Guard Battalion attempted to take control of an armory from the former mutineers. The soldiers reacted violently, breaking into the armory, seizing weapons, and forcing the Presidential Guard unit to withdraw. Fighting broke out in the city the following day, some of it taking place in front of the U.S. Embassy. French units deployed to protect French property in the presidential palace. Civil control broke down as rebelling soldiers and rioters looted commercial districts and private residences. Rebel soldiers established roadblocks and robbed travelers at gunpoint. This effectively closed the route to the airport, where commercial air traffic ceased. The revolt gained momentum as the rebels seized the city's main fuel depot and the national radio station, which was close to the U.S. Embassy. Public transportation ground to a halt, shops, schools, and markets closed, and most of the people remained indoors. Stray bullets struck the U.S. Embassy, and the staff received numerous reports of fighting and looting near American residences. French troops retook the radio station, killing 9 rebels. French armored personnel vehicles patrolled the streets on Monday, 20 May, to rescue and round up roughly 1,000 foreigners caught up in the violence. While negotiations started between President Patasse and the mutineers, clashes occurred between presidential units and the rebels. The mutineers, mainly from the Combined Arms Regiment, numbered approximately 500. In response to the increased violence, some French units withdrew to Camp Biel and Mpoko airfield. The French decided to send military reinforcements to the Central African Republic, initially from the surrounding sub-Saharan states hosting French units, Gabon and Chad. Christened Operation Almendin II, the French commander, General Bernard Thouret, headed for the Central African Republic with other reinforcements from France. Troops already in Bangui deployed to support the Patasse government and prevent the mutiny from escalating into a coup before Thouret's reinforcements could arrive. After seeing gun battles in front of the U.S. Embassy and receiving reports of Americans being accosted in their homes and on the street, Ambassador Mosina H. Jordan requested the State Department authorize an ordered departure of numerous U.S. government personnel and American citizens. The request included asking for security support and military transportation to assist in the evacuation. As violence spread throughout the city, the embassy advised Americans unable to leave their homes to remain indoors. When the revolt broke out on 18 June, the European Command's Theater Command Center, a 24-hour operations center, monitored the crisis. After receiving authorization from National Command Authority, European Command began contingency discussions with the French military concerning the safety of U.S. citizens. Marine Brigadier General David M. Mize, the Deputy Operations Officer for European Command, flew to Paris to coordinate the military action. The French agreed to cooperate and assist in the evacuation. As the fighting escalated, Secretary of State Warren Christopher commented, "It's a violent situation. We're concerned about American personnel, and we're trying to do everything we can to ensure their safety and to evacuate those who can leave." The French agreed to transport American evacuees to collection points from which they would proceed to the main evacuation point at Mpoko airfield. From there, U.S. aircraft would fly the evacuees to the designated safe haven, Yaoundé, Cameroon. The French further agreed to evacuate Americans from remote sites using their helicopters or cargo transport aircraft and to assist a small American force designated to provide security for the embassy in Bangui. The U.S. Embassy in the capital city of Bangui had not had a Marine Security Guard detachment since 1993. Only unarmed local contract guards provided security. The nearest diplomatic security support, a regional security officer, resided in another country. Call in the Marines. At 0700 20 May, the commander of Joint Task Force Assured Response, Colonel Forbush, received a call from Brigadier General Mize at European Command. As commanding officer of the 22nd MU, Colonel Forbush had already split his forces between Liberia and the Mediterranean to provide security, sustainability, and evacuation assistance to the U.S. Embassy in Monrovia, while simultaneously conducting exercises and training in support of the U.S. Sixth Fleet commitments. General Mize was familiar with these dispositions, having just returned from a visit to the U.S. Embassy in Monrovia. The two officers focused their discussion on the crisis in the Central African Republic. In a verbal warning order, General Mize told Colonel Forbush to prepare Marines for deployment to the capital city, Bangui, to assist in the possible evacuation of U.S. citizens. The Marines would protect the embassy until an ordered departure took place or until other forces relieved them. In addition, the Marine Force would offer military advice to the ambassador, maintain liaison with the French forces, and provide for the logistical sustaining of the embassy. Already ashore at the embassy in Monrovia, Colonel Forbush talked with Captain Richard E. Lewers II, telling him that he would deploy to the Central African Republic. Captain Lewers, the officer in charge of the Air Naval Gunfire Liaison Company detachment, flew back to the USS Guam, LPH-9, with Colonel Forbush. That evening, as General Mize released the European Command's warning and execute orders, the Joint Task Force's operation was well underway. On board the Guam off the coast of Liberia, Colonel Forbush called his key staff together and they immediately began planning and alerting units. The agreement with the French allowed for a small Marine security and liaison group. Initially, 35 Marines and sailors would make up the Marine security and liaison team. The 81mm Mortar Platoon of Weapons Company, Battalion Landing Team 22, BLT-22, received word it would provide security and evacuation control. Colonel Forbush picked Major Norman J. Robison to command the mission, now designated Operation Quick Response. Major Robison, originally from Marine Forces Atlantic Standing Joint Task Force, had joined Joint Task Force Assured Response to assist. To get the Marines to Bangui, located almost 200 miles from the task force's location, required using the 22nd Muse KC-130 detachment. The two-plane detachment arrived in theater in April to support a scheduled training exercise and remained there to support Operation Assured Response in Liberia. A little after 0700 on 20 May, one of the detachment's aircraft started its engines to conduct a routine resupply flight on the airfield tarmac at Rota, Spain. While the engines were running and the crew worked on a small maintenance problem, the pilot, Captain David A. Krebs, received an order to shut down the aircraft. Over the radio, the 22nd MU contact stated Krebs would fly to a capital that began with the letter B. Returning to the detachment's office, Captain Krebs and Major John T. Collins, the detachment commander, determined their destination was Bangui. The Joint Task Force's Air Combat Element Operations Officer then provided additional information and tasking. Although the task force staff was still developing the plan, the operations officer told Krebs the mission called for him to fly 3,000 miles from Rota, Spain to Dakar, Senegal, and then to Freetown, Sierra Leone. The aircraft was expected to remain overnight at Dakar before picking up Marines in Sierra Leone. Once at Lungi Airfield in Sierra Leone, it would pick up awaiting Marines who would provide liaison, evacuation control, and security for the U.S. Embassy, and fly them to Bangui, Central African Republic. Major Collins, needing detailed information on Bangui, requested charts of the Bangui airfield from his parent squadron, Marine Aerial Refueling Squadron 252, VMGR 252, located at Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point, North Carolina. The detachment's intelligence chief also visited the Navy's Fleet Air Reconnaissance Squadron 2, VQ-2, at Rota to gather information about the fighting. Launching at 1100, the KC-130's crew did not have all the information on the mission, as the task force staff was still in the process of developing it. Once in the air, Major Collins received word that after refueling in Dakar and loading in Freetown, his aircraft would continue on to Bangui. Colonel Forbush decided to extend the crew day, normally 12 hours, to accomplish the task. The stop in Dakar, Senegal, allowed only enough time to refuel and pick up a fax from Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point, which contained airfield approach and information for Bangui. Back on the Guam, the Marine Security and Liaison Team received a briefing by Major Robison around noon and then drew weapons and ammunition. The Security and Evacuation Control Center Marines left the ship by CH-53E helicopters and arrived at Lungi Airfield at 1700 to wait for the KC-130. While at Lungi, the Marines formulated a detailed security plan for the embassy with the help of Staff Sergeant Scott T. Livengood, a former member of the Marine Detachment in Bangui. The KC-130 arrived at 2000. Marines installed a satellite communication system, AN-PSC-3 radio, in the KC-130 using a hatch-mounted antenna. A communicator had joined the crew in Dakar to operate the system. The aircraft loaded the personnel, pallets of bottled water, and meals ready to eat for the evacuees and the Marines. After refueling, the flight departed at 2200 with no assurance of clearances to fly over Cameroon or to land in Bangui. As the plane headed for Bangui, the State Department worked on obtaining flight clearances, a process that normally took 36 to 72 hours. To avoid flying over countries for which clearances had not been obtained, the aircraft skirted the coast of West Africa in international airspace. To accomplish the mission, the pilots needed clearances from both Cameroon and Central African Republic. 30 minutes before crossing into Cameroon airspace, the aircraft's pilots learned they had received clearance to fly over Cameroon and land in the Central African Republic. As the KC-130 approached Mpoko airfield from the south, the aircraft broke through the clouds and Major Collins observed the city for the first time, noting green tracer rounds crisscrossing the area. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 6, Part 2 of On Mamba Station, U.S. Marines in West Africa, 1990 to 2003, by James G. Antal and R. John Vanden Berghe. Marine Operations in Bangui. At 0600, the KC-130 landed at Mpoko Airfield. As it taxied to the French military compound, the pilot, Captain Krebs, noted numerous French fighting positions on the eastern side of the runway, which indicated the seriousness of the situation. As the plane taxied to the ramp, Captain Krebs and Major Collins saw crowds of people. The fenced-in compound located on the east side of the airfield, which normally contained 300 French military personnel, was crowded with more than 1,000 civilians awaiting evacuation. The majority were French nationals, but citizens of other nations, including Canada and Cameroon, had made their way to the compound. The French had evacuated several Americans, including Peace Corps volunteers from outlying sites, while others made it to the airport on their own. One American family told the Marines of rebel soldiers invading their home and stealing food and money. Other refugees described harassment by rampaging gangs of soldiers. Major Robison coordinated with waiting U.S. Embassy personnel and spoke with the French Operational Assistant Elements Command at Mpoko to arrange transportation. Several French military trucks arrived and the Marines embarked. 5 Marines from U Service Support Group 22 and 1 corpsman, which comprised the Evacuation Control Center, remained at the airfield under the leadership of First Sergeant Alan M. Slater. The other Marines, including a 7-man liaison element and an 18-man security element, moved by truck to Camp Beale, escorted by French wheeled armored personnel carriers. Marines coordinated with the French at the camp and met their liaison officer, Captain Thierry Pacquarot. Leaving for the embassy, the Marines made their way through the city but saw no rebels, nor did they hear any shooting. The temporary ceasefire in effect that morning contributed to a false sense of calm. Arriving at the embassy, Ambassador Jordan greeted the Marines, who immediately deployed throughout the compound. Major Robison and his second-in-command, Captain Lewers, received a brief on the current situation. After assessing its layout, the Marines initiated security patrols within the embassy compound. They also established 2 defensive positions, one on the Chancery roof facing southward toward David Dacko Road, and the other atop the General Service Office Maintenance Building facing the opposite direction toward Avenue du 18 Victoire. As the Marines constructed positions with the help of local embassy workers, a lone rifleman in a building nearby took aim at the Marines. 6 to 8 Marines immediately reinforced the position and zeroed in on the rebel, who quickly placed his weapon down on the rooftop, waved a white flag, and retreated from the position. The Marines held their fire. Back at the Mpoko airfield, the aircrew realized no additional Americans would arrive anytime soon. Calling back to the Joint Task Force by established satellite communications, they asked for permission to depart, Captain Krebs wanted to get the evacuees and crew to Nsimilin Airfield in Yaoundé, Cameroon, recognizing that remaining longer in Bangui would increase fatigue. After receiving permission, the KC-130 departed at 11:30 with 13 evacuees, mainly Peace Corps volunteers and missionaries. When they landed at Nsimilin, the crew day had reached 36 hours with 18.3 hours of actual flying time. The American ambassador in Cameroon and his staff greeted them. The embassy staff, expecting approximately 80 evacuees, quickly processed the 13 civilians while the crew and pilots contacted the Joint Task Force and received tasking for the next day. In Bangui, a firefight broke out around the embassy at 1300. The rebels and the French employed automatic weapons and small arms fire. Multiple rocket-propelled grenade explosions, as well as the sound of 50-caliber machine gun fire from French armored personnel carriers, reverberated throughout the compound. Neither side directed any fire toward the embassy. Later that afternoon, a number of extended firefights occurred at the intersection southeast of the embassy. Stray rounds flew overhead until midnight. At the airfield, First Sergeant Slater's Evacuation Control Center processed arriving Americans throughout the first night. Early on the morning of 22 May, the KC-130 returned from Cameroon, taxiing to the civilian aircraft ramp in an area secured by French Foreign Legionnaires. When a firefight erupted between the rebels and Loyalist troops at the end of the runway, the Legionnaires responded with machine gun fire and the shooting ceased. At 1400, the Marines moved a group of 77 Americans and third country nationals to the awaiting KC-130. After all were on board, the aircraft, which was cleared for takeoff, experienced a flameout in its number 2 engine. The evacuees were offloaded and waited in the shade of the wings to protect them from temperatures of more than 110 degrees Fahrenheit. After determining repairs were required, the pilots parked the plane at the terminal's civilian ramp. The evacuees and aircrew moved to a new evacuation control center located in a maintenance building where they remained until 2300 when a second KC-130 arrived from Rota, Spain. A cable news network camera crew arrived and filmed the Marines as they offloaded supplies by hand. The French, meanwhile, evacuated civilians from the military camp with their own C-130 and C-160 cargo aircraft. At 0100 on 23 May, the new KC-130 departed for Nsimilin Airfield with 59 evacuees and most of the crew from the disabled aircraft. A handful of Americans, anticipating the restoration of order, elected to remain at the Evacuation Control Center. During the early morning of 22 May, shots again rang out near the U.S. Embassy. Marines later spotted 30 rebel troops operating in the vicinity. Fighting between the rebels, the Presidential Guard, and French troops broke out later that afternoon. The poorly trained rebels rarely shouldered their weapons, preferring to fire from the hip or raising the weapon overhead to fire. French Puma helicopter gunships flew overhead and engaged the rebel forces near the radio station. Stray rounds impacted the chancellery's roof and outside walls. Nearby rocket-propelled grenade explosions kept the Marines on post vigilant. One government armored personnel carrier positioned itself near the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, facility next to the chancellery. Marines soon heard its 20mm cannon fire at rebels, who responded with machine guns. The Marine Reaction Force quickly escorted embassy employees to safe locations within the compound. French Mirage jets conducting reconnaissance flights flew overhead. The day's fighting started a large fire in a building close by, but the flames eventually subsided without damaging the compound. The embassy advised all American citizens to stay at home, but had neither an accurate roster for nor the locations of Peace Corps and USAID workers in the countryside. The directors of both organizations, trapped in town, possessed this information and needed to bring it to the embassy. Major Robison coordinated their transportation with the French liaison officer, Captain Pecorot, and French soldiers escorted the Peace Corps and USAID directors to the embassy. Once at the embassy, the directors notified the remaining workers of the evacuation plan through an emergency recall system of radios and telephones. At 0820 on 23 May, approximately 2,000 demonstrators arrived in front of the U.S. Embassy. Marines watched as the crowd shouted anti-French slogans and demanded President Patasse's departure. The demonstrators chanted pro-American slogans such as U.S. Yes and United with You. As the crowd conducted a sit-in, someone fired at the demonstrators and wounded 2. The crowd attempted to move toward the French embassy, and Marines on Post 1, the Chancery, heard bursts of machine gun fire and a rocket-propelled grenade explosion. The crowd dispersed when French troops arrived. French patrols soon passed by the embassy, and a firefight ensued in an area northeast of the embassy, dubbed Hooterville by the Marines. Despite all the fighting that day, the embassy received only stray rounds and bits of shrapnel. The rebels did not target the embassy. At the Mpoko airfield, the Evacuation Control Center processed arriving Americans flown in from remote sites by French military aircraft. The compound became a beehive of activity as French military and commercial aircraft transported French evacuees, while Mirage jets and Puma helicopters took off for missions above the city. The Marines at the airfield heard small arms fire during the day and watched tracer fire at night in the city. The Marines at the embassy improved their positions throughout the next 2 days, stringing concertina wire while protests and firefights continued nearby. Hundreds of civilians looted the Mocaf brewery, located just down the street from the Chancery, but were dispersed by the Presidential Guards. At the airfield, the Evacuation Control Center processed 160 evacuees while French vehicles carried supplies from the airport to the embassy. Planning for reinforcements. Colonel Forbush expressed considerable concern over the 22nd MEU's ability to reinforce the Marine Security and Liaison Team. At the Joint Task Force headquarters at the U.S. Embassy in Monrovia, the situation was being monitored and contingency plans were developed for a large-scale reinforcement. Major Robison requested additional assistance from Lieutenant Colonel Michael E. Dick, the Joint Task Force Operations Officer. Based on the seemingly deteriorating security situation, Marine planners considered flying in 13 light armored vehicles and 10 high-mobility multi-purpose wheeled vehicles, Humvees, using a Lockheed C-5A Galaxy aircraft. Elements of the 22nd MEU conducting Operation Matador, a combined training exercise in Spain, could provide this force. After assessing the requirements, European Command decided if a larger force were needed in the Central African Republic, Special Operations Command Europe, not the 22nd MEU, would provide the bulk of the forces. 22nd MEU assets designated in the final concept of operations for the reinforcement of Bangui were limited to 27 Marines and 2 Humvees. European Command issued a third modification to the execute order on 25 May, directing reinforcement by designated Marines, who began arriving in Bangui that day. The remaining elements arrived by KC-130 at 1700 on 26 May. Additional Marines augmented the Evacuation Control Center at the airfield, moved to the embassy by convoy, and joined the French Operational Assistance Element at its headquarters at Camp Biel. A total of 61 Marines now provided security and evacuation support. 2 KC-130 flights evacuated 122 people on 25 May. On 26, 27, and 28 May, the daily number of evacuees taken out by KC-130 flights from Mpoko airfield ranged from 184 to 190. The French maintain assistance with helicopters and armored vehicles, transporting 12 additional Americans from outlying areas to the airfield. With French Legionnaires providing ground security, a French Transall C-160 transport aircraft rescued the remaining Peace Corps volunteers and delivered them to the Evacuation Control Center at Mpoko airfield. Negotiations between the rebels and the government allowed the rebels to return to their camps under French military escort, and President Patasse agreed to pass a law granting them amnesty. On 27 May, the French liaison officer, Captain Pacasse, informed the Marine commander, Major Robison, that the majority of the rebels had returned to their base camp at Camp du Kassai. On the evening of 28 May, the last American citizens requesting evacuation were flown to Cameroon. The total number of evacuees processed by the Marines included 190 Americans and 258 foreign nationals. More than 43 people died and 248 received wounds during the mutiny. Although looting in the city continued, French patrols dispersed most of the remaining looters while negotiations between the government and rebel leaders took place. Reduction of presence and withdrawal. On 30 May, Colonel Forbush received verbal approval to begin a drawdown from the Central African Republic. The Joint Task Force Assured Response staff on board the Guam initiated plans to conduct this evolution in phases. The next day, 30 Marines and one vehicle left Bangui, and 7 additional Marines departed on 1 June. On 13 June, Captain Lures assumed command from Major Robison and 11 more Marines departed, which left 13 at the embassy. Bangui had suffered considerable damage during the mutiny with many businesses looted or burned. The population, however, returned to their normal routines and the security situation relaxed with no threat to either the embassy or Americans. On 27 June, First Lieutenant John Himes and 11 Marines and sailors from the Special Purpose Marine Air Ground Task Force, MAGTF, arrived to assume security duties from the 22nd MEU. The KC-130 that brought in their relief flew Captain Lures and his detachment to Freetown, Sierra Leone, where they boarded helicopters for a flight to the Guam. The Marines of the 22nd MEU evacuated 448 citizens from 21 countries in 8 days from a location 2,200 miles from their nearest support. Their professionalism and that of the KC-130 air crews working with them made this achievement possible. As one Peace Corps worker enthusiastically stated, the Marines were great. First Sergeant Slater, in charge of the Evacuation Control Center at Mpoko Airfield, likewise praised the French for their cooperation. Bangui remained essentially peaceful while the squad of Marines from the Special Purpose MAGTF guarded the embassy. The Marines settled into a guard post routine and received periodic resupply by KC-130. On 1 August, the last KC-130 flight landed in Bangui and picked up the waiting Marines. Operation Quick Response ended when they rejoined the Special Purpose MAGTF on board the USS Ponce, LPD-15. End of Chapter 6, Part 2. Chapter 7 of On Mamba Station, U.S. Marines in West Africa, 1990 to 2003. By James G. Antal and R. John Vanden Berghe. Planning, Deployment, and Action. Special Purpose MAGTF deploys. During April and May, Generals George A. Julwan and John M. Shalikashvili discussed the replacement of the 22nd MEU. As early as 15 April, Marine Forces Atlantic staff met to discuss the alternatives. One of the options called for a Special Purpose Marine Air Ground Task Force, MAGTF, and a 2-ship amphibious ready group. Any force deployed by ship would come from 2nd Marine Division's designated amphibious ready force, which at the time was the 8th Marines, commanded by Colonel Tony L. Corwin. By 18 April, 2 Marine Expeditionary Force, 2MEF, identified the 8th Marines regimental staff as the command element for any special purpose task force. From mid-April through May, operational planners at 2MEF and subordinate commands considered what forces the mission would require. During the planning, the 8th Marine staff and subordinate units were heavily involved in Exercise Purple Star, a combined Joint Task Force training exercise at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. The units forming the combat service support element that were not involved in Purple Star began planning in mid-April. When the exercise ended in late May, the commander of Marine Forces Atlantic designated the 8th Marine staff as the Special Purpose MAGTF headquarters for planning purposes. Working up plans for two options, the 8th Marine Staff assumed that one large deck amphibious ship or one small deck amphibious ship would be available. By the end of May, Naval Surface Forces Atlantic made it clear the only available ship was a small deck amphibious ship, specifically a Landing Platform Dock, LPD. The U.S. Atlantic Command issued a planning directive on 28 May, and Major General Michael D. Ryan, the commanding general of 2MEF, followed up with an alert order to the 8th Marines on 31 May. Following additional guidance from the commanding general, the 8th Marines regimental staff and subordinate units that would form the Special Purpose Task Force launched into mission planning analysis efforts. Planners first looked at the task force flagship, the USS Ponce, LPD-15, commanded by Captain Leon F. Mahoney. The small-deck ship was not configured to function as a flagship and lacked the appropriate communications assets to control a joint task force. The designated task force commander, Colonel Corwin, requested quadruple satellite communication terminals and 2 deck-mounted tactical satellite radios to enhance command and control communications and intelligence support for the joint task force. Even with these add-ons, the lack of command configuration ultimately resulted in a less than optimum command and control communications capability. Further, Marine planners learned the ship was poorly equipped for the control of aircraft in bad weather and could not assist aircraft in performing precision instrument approaches. The LPD's lack of weather radar forced the Marines to rely on satellite photos for weather forecasting. The lack of an embarked Navy Tactical Air Control Squadron likewise required much more detailed aircraft control coordination. Adding to the challenge was the small size of the Ponce's flight deck and hangar, which limited the number of helicopters on board as well as the amount of maintenance space. Because of the ship's insufficient aviation maintenance facilities, the task force staff, in coordination with the Air Combat Element, planned to embark 3 maintenance vans. Unfortunately, the vans further limited space and the squadron could realistically launch only 1 aircraft at a time. The planners considered 2 helicopter options, using either CH-53s or CH-46s. The 8th Marine Staff thought the CH-53E best fit the aviation needs of the task force on the LPD. Because of their longer range and availability under guidance from 2MEF, the task force joined 2 CH-53E Super Stallion helicopters from Marine Heavy Helicopter Squadron 461, HMH-461, and 2 Bell UH-1N Huey helicopters from Marine Light Attack Helicopter Squadron 167, HMLA-167. The task force did not have the luxury of a long workup. The regimental staff formed a command element that more than doubled its size. What also differed from the 22nd MEU was the addition of 26 Marines from 2MEF headquarters assigned specifically to assist the Joint Task Force commander. The regimental staff had little experience working at a joint level and less time to train with the new augmentation. Responsibilities of the regimental staff also grew as the personnel officer, in a period of 3 weeks, joined all of the task force Marines and sailors. Joining the Special Purpose Task Force was Battalion Landing Team, BLT, 3rd Battalion 8th Marines, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Paul E. Lefevre. The BLT consisted of 2 rifle companies rather than 3, the normal number of rifle companies, as well as augmenting reinforcements. Approximately 100 Marines, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Lance R. McBride, formed Combat Service Support Detachment 28, CSSD-28. By 7 June, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff issued a warning order for a special purpose MAGTF to replace the 22nd MEU in Liberia and assume responsibilities as the Joint Task Force headquarters. Tasked by European Command, the Special Purpose Task Force mission focused on providing the necessary protection and sustainability of personnel at the embassy. The order directed the task force to stay on station until the ordered departure of official American citizens or until the reinforcement of the Marine Security Guard detachment was no longer required. With approximately 60 days of logistics support plus a heavy reliance on limited aviation assets, Colonel Corwin assumed the threat level would remain unchanged or decrease. He also assumed the embassy desired to return to pre-crisis operations as soon as possible. On 12 June, the Ponce embarked the Marines at Morehead City, North Carolina. At the last minute, the two CH-53E helicopters were replaced with 6 CH-46 helicopters due to a worldwide grounding of all CH-53E helicopters. With only 66 hours of preparation, 105 Marines from Marine Medium Helicopter Squadron 264, HMM 264, replaced the HMH-461 detachment. On 14 June, the Ponce departed with a Special Purpose MAGTF composed of approximately 732 Marines and sailors, 5 light armored vehicles, and 9 amphibious assault vehicles. During the trip, Marines of the BLT watched detailed videotapes of the embassy's positions and rehearsed for the coming mission. The ship itself was crowded and living and workspaces were cramped. The Marines endured long lines for chow and just about any other services the ship offered. For long-haul aviation support, the task force employed Detachment A, Marine Aerial Refueling Squadron 252, VMGR 252. The detachment, already in theater, was to provide critical KC-130 logistical support, conducting operations from Rota, Dakar, Bangui, and the forward logistics site in Freetown, Sierra Leone. Members of the squadron remained in Rota, Spain to help move supplies and parts. One replacement aircraft joined the detachment on 13 June, picking up the task force's advance party at Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point, North Carolina. On 15 June, the advance party of the Special Purpose Task Force flew to Freetown, Sierra Leone by Marine KC-130. The advance party transferred to the USS Guam, LPH-9, by helicopter for briefings and then continued on to the embassy. Composed of 32 Marines, the party was led by the Muse Executive Officer, Lieutenant Colonel Christopher J. Gunther, and included Lieutenant Colonel Lefevre and the commanding officer of Company L, Captain Jeffrey E. Lister. This group concentrated its efforts on becoming familiar with the operating climate at the embassy and the responsibilities of the Joint Task Force. With the city relatively calm, the advance party, dressed in civilian clothes and transported in embassy vehicles, reconnoitered the area and visited the headquarters of the West African Peacekeepers. Lieutenant Colonel Gunther recalled his impressions of the city, stating that fighters had looted, burned, or pillaged almost every building we saw. Viewing the Peacekeepers while conducting a reconnaissance of the city, Gunther noted the Peacekeepers' checkpoint or roadblocks consisted of any junk they could place in the road. He further observed West African soldiers shaking down Liberians at the checkpoints and extracting a road tax, as West African soldiers were not routinely paid. The Special Purpose MAGTF as the Assured Response Joint Task Force. Colonel Corwin spoke with the Marines on board the Ponce on 25 June and reminded them that he did not know when the mission would end and that it could go on anywhere from 2 to 6 months. A European command order arrived that day directing the Special Purpose Task Force to relieve the 22nd MEU and assume the MEU's mission. Arriving off the coast of Sierra Leone the next day, the Special Purpose Task Force sent detachments to Rota, Spain, Dakar, Senegal, and Freetown, Sierra Leone, to support the movement of logistics for the Joint Task Force. The detachment sent to Lungi Airfield, near Freetown, came from CSSD-28 and provided security at the forward support base for cargo waiting to be picked up. As the Ponce steamed toward Mamba Station off the coast of Liberia, a helicopter from the 22nd MEU also picked up Lieutenants David M. Fallon, Seth I. Lapine, Johnny J. Cooper II, and James A. Tenaglia of Company L, Farrell J. Sullivan, the BLT's heavy machine gun platoon commander, and Robert S. Peterson, the BLT's surveillance and target acquisition platoon commander, and delivered them to the embassy to prepare for the turnover. At sunrise on 27 April, Marines of the Special Purpose Task Force came ashore on board the 22nd MEU helicopters. Company L, 3rd Battalion, 8th Marines, led by the executive officer, 1st Lieutenant Charles N. Black, landed at the embassy's landing zone Bravo and relieved Captain Eric M. Mellinger's Company F, BLT-22. The Marines of Company L conducted a thorough post and ammunition turnover as they had come ashore with no ammunition. The Special Purpose Task Force Commander, in coordination with the 22nd MEU Commander, placed the same size force ashore to minimize any appearance of change. At 1400, Colonel Corwin assumed command of Joint Task Force Assured Response. The new Joint Task Force arrived at the start of the monsoon season and would enjoy only 3 days of sunny weather the entire time ashore. Similar to the 22nd MEU, the Special Purpose Task Force's mission called for the Marines to provide protection for embassy personnel and support the logistical needs of the embassy. Organized to accomplish several contingency missions, the assigned tasks included the tactical recovery of aircraft and personnel, hydrographic surveys, and non-combatant evacuation operations. The operation order noted the Marines would remain until all official Americans departed or until a security detachment was no longer required. From the inception of the Special Purpose Task Force, a phased drawdown, envisioned by the Commander-in-Chief European Command, constituted a major factor in Marine planning. Colonel Corwin and Ambassador William Milam worked together on developing a series of conditions to define when the Marines would end their security mission. They listed 8 conditions that helped define the criteria for withdrawal of the Marines from European Command. Ashore, the Marines operated the main Joint Operations Center from the embassy. This was different from the 22nd MEU, which operated a forward Joint Operations Center there while keeping its main Joint Operations Center on board ship. Since base was at a premium on the Ponce, placing the main Joint Operations Center ashore made sense. The commander of the Reinforced Rifle Company ashore, Captain Jeffrey E. Lister, directed his Company L Marines to enhance their defensive positions. Captain Lister, a veteran of sharp edge, had a variety of non-lethal weapons available if needed. These included beanbag shotgun rounds, pepper spray, stinger grenades, and tear gas. The company also had its normal complement of ammunition and weapons. Later, when Captain Eric L. Giesler's Company K rotated into the compound, the detachment from Company C 2nd Combat Engineers put up chicken wire and black screening to mask the positions of Marines manning the compound. The rifle companies rotated out every 6 to 9 days in the humid, rainy weather. The only armed troops the Marines saw were the West African Peacekeepers. Periodically, Peacekeeper vehicles and foot patrols traveled in front of the embassy. In more than a few instances, the Peacekeepers pointed weapons at the Marines. Familiar with the rules of engagement, Marines dealt with these incidents by first reacting defensively and then directing the soldiers to point their weapons away from the embassy. Several false alarms occurred each night during the first week, which kept the sentries on alert. Unarmed factional fighters gathered occasionally within sight of the embassy at the house of Charles Taylor's mother, but they never appeared with weapons. The Marines observed numerous persons missing limbs pass by the embassy, a visual reminder of the human cost of the fighting. Company K replaced Company L on 4 July, and both units enjoyed a 4th of July celebration. Around noon, in the middle of the company's turnover, some 80 to 100 Liberians arrived in front of Gate 1. The crowd demonstrated their support for the Americans for about an hour and then departed. That afternoon, the ambassador gave a speech in which he thanked the Marines and stressed his hope for a return to normalcy. To celebrate the occasion, the ambassador, the Marines of the Joint Task Force, and the Marine Security Guard Detachment held a ceremony and cookout at the Marine House. Marines draw down and depart. On 9 July, Lieutenant Colonel Gunther flew to European Command Headquarters and briefed the command staff on the task force drawdown options. He recommended 15 August as the departure date to Marine Brigadier General David M. Mize, the Deputy Joint Operations Officer for European Command. General Mize asked if the Joint Task Force could withdraw sooner. After a number of discussions and assessments at different levels, European Command agreed that all forces could withdraw by 3 August. The plan acted as a catalyst for a decision by the National Command Authority to begin a phased withdrawal. On 10 July, the Marines and sailors on the Ponce celebrated the ship's 25th birthday while planning for the accelerated withdrawal began. By 15 July, with the plan approved, a phased drawdown began with 1/3 of the force ashore moving to the ship. The battalion landing team reduced the number of Marines manning posts 4, 6, and 8 Alpha. Assets focused on intelligence collection remained ashore at full strength until the end, but CSSD 28 started taking down positions as the infantry company no longer manned them. Lieutenant Colonel Lefevre, BLT 38 commanding officer, stated, "The methodology, if you will, for the drawdown was to, first, reduce posts that were redundant, second, reduce those with the least risk, and to offset those closed posts with increased patrolling. The landing team initially kept crew-served weapons in place and reduced the manning of posts by 1s and 2s. The Marines incrementally closed the non-essential posts, but the posts that were absolutely essential remained manned until the final withdrawal. Monrovia remained calm. As Marine forces withdrew, the West African Peacekeeping Force grew with the arrival of 1,500 Nigerian reinforcements. The larger force increased its activity and became more visible on the streets. Regular commercial flights at the Spriggs Payne Airport resumed by mid-month, and the embassy's logistical needs were met through commercial channels. A reflection of the return to normalcy was the gradual reduction of the number of refugees in July at the embassy's nearby Greystone compound. By 19 July, the security situation was back to normal, with Monrovia completely secured by the West African force. On 23 July, in an effort to reinforce the peace and head off any further fighting, the Economic Community of West African States met in Accra, Ghana, to discuss the Liberia situation. The summit resolved to implement fully the Abuja Accords and impose sanctions against the heads of the factions if the truce, disarmament, and scheduled elections did not occur. Both the visible reinforcements and the talks reaffirmed that Monrovia would remain stable. On 25 July, 45 personnel from the Special Purpose Task Force's Advance Party departed for the U.S. by Navy C-9 and C-130 flights from Freetown, Sierra Leone. Marines closed posts 3, 2 Alpha, and the 50 caliber positions. The next day, European Command issued the redeployment order for the Special Purpose MAGTF. On 1 August, in a message to the State Department recommending the termination of evacuation status for Monrovia, Ambassador Milam stated, "The main faction leaders declared, in Abuja, Nigeria, a nationwide cessation of hostilities and their intentions to disarm their fighters by the end of September. I have recommended that the Special Purpose Marine Air Ground Task Force depart on 3 August. On 2 August, Joint Task Force Assured Response closed down the small liaison detachment in Dakar, Senegal, followed the next day by the closing of the forward logistics site in Freetown, Sierra Leone. Early that morning, before light, Marines of Company L left their remaining defensive positions and gathered near the embassy's landing zone. As the sun rose, they began their departure. The movement of forces from the embassy took a total of 6 hours. 7 Marines, assigned as security guards, were left behind. After departing Mamba Station, the task force steamed to the Canary Islands for some well-deserved liberty before heading home. The Special Purpose Task Force, formed for a contingency, moved more than 620,000 pounds of cargo and 2,400 passengers and 300 sorties during the monsoon season. More importantly, it accomplished the goal of providing security for the embassy, which allowed the State Department to continue working for a peaceful solution to the long and bloody Liberian Civil War. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of On Mamba Station, U.S. Marines in West Africa, 1990 to 2003, by James G. Antal and R. John Vanden Berghe. Epilogue. A stabilizing presence. Throughout all of West Africa, you can wake up on any given morning and find one or more of the governments overthrown, noted Lieutenant Colonel Barry M. Ford following the 1997 non-combatant evacuation in Sierra Leone. The entire continent is really in desperate trouble. Over the next few years, we're going to be spending a lot of time in Africa. The comments of Lieutenant Colonel Ford, a headquarters Marine Corps analyst specializing in Africa and the Middle East, would prove to be prophetic. Marines would be deployed to Eritrea, Kenya, Tanzania, and the Congo in 1998, Mozambique in 2000, and again to Liberia in 2003. In 1996, while attempts were being made to find a peaceful solution to the Liberian Civil War, factional fighting in Rwanda and the successful gains by Tutsi forces prompted many Hutus to flee en masse to neighboring Republic of Zaire. This exodus resulted in the establishment of a number of large refugee camps in eastern Zaire, creating areas of instability and tensions. In October, Rwandan troops entered Zaire to halt Hutu incursions. At about the same time, an armed Tutsi coalition, led by Laurent Desire Kabila and known as the Alliance of Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Congo-Zaire, ADFL, was formed when local officials in Zaire attempted to expel them at the behest of Hutu groups. With the goal of forcibly ousting Zaire's president Mobutu Sese Seko, the ADFL, supported by Rwanda and Uganda, began a military campaign to capture the capital of Kinshasa. As conditions in Zaire deteriorated, the United States prepared for the possible evacuation of about 500 American citizens, 320 of whom were in Kinshasa along with an estimated 7,000 Europeans. In response, a three-part plan was launched. A 350-member U.S. Army enabling force from U.S. European Command was deployed to Brazzaville, Congo, across the river from Kinshasa, and Libreville, Gabon. In addition, a small group of communicators was sent to Zaire to establish a communications facility in the capital, and a 325-man permissive force, complete with helicopters and transport aircraft based in Libreville and Brazzaville, prepared to evacuate people if necessary. The third leg of the tripartite plan was the deployment of an amphibious assault ship with a scaled-down Marine Expeditionary Unit, or Mini-MEU. In November, the amphibious assault ship Nassau, LHA-4, the amphibious transport dock Nashville, LPD-13, and the dock landing ship Pensacola, LSD-38, with the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit Special Operations Capable, MUSOC, on board, departed the East Coast on Mediterranean Amphibious Ready Group 97 TAC-1 deployment. In March 1997, Colonel Emerson N. Gardner Jr.'s Marine Unit took part in Operation Silver Wake, the non-combatant evacuation of Albania. While stationed off Albania, the Nassau, with elements of the MEU, was dispatched more than 5,100 nautical miles from the Adriatic Sea to the eastern Atlantic Ocean near the Congo, just north of Zaire, and ordered to prepare for the possible evacuation of American citizens should the Civil War spread to the capital. The remainder of the 26th MUSOC on board the Nashville and Pensacola stayed behind in the Mediterranean to provide strategic reserve for the NATO Stabilization Force in Bosnia. Prior to leaving the Adriatic, a detachment of the MEU CH-46 and UH-1 helicopters was exchanged for AH-1W Super Cobras from other ships and Anglico, the unit's air-naval gunfire support team. On 5 April 1997, the 26th MEU assumed the main effort for the planned non-combatant evacuation from the Joint Special Operations Task Force in Brazzaville, allowing the number of U.S. Army forces on the ground to be cut. Our concept is to maintain a light footprint at the MEU Forward Headquarters in Brazzaville, Colonel Gardner explained. We're going to keep the bulk of our Marines aboard the USS Nassau poised and ready to respond to orders. The Nassau remained on station for approximately 1 month while the Marines ashore conducted several rehearsal evacuation drills, waiting to be called to rescue Americans in Zaire in case that country's civil war spilled into Kinshasa. As the Nassau stood sentinel duty off Zaire, the amphibious assault ship Kearsarge, LHD-3, with elements of Colonel Samuel T. Helland's 22nd MUSOC on board, departed Norfolk, Virginia on 15 April, 2 weeks ahead of schedule, and headed for the west coast of Africa to relieve the Nassau on 2 May, ensuring the Nassau got home within her scheduled rotation date. The other 2 ships of the Kearsarge's amphibious ready group, the Amphibious Transport Dock Ponce, LPD-15, and the dock landing ship Carter Hall, LSD-50, remained behind and later deployed to the Mediterranean with the rest of 22nd MU's Marines for exercises in Spain. Colonel Helland forward-based 123 Marines, 2 CH-53 Sea Stallions, 2 CH-46 Sea Knights, and 2 AH-1W Super Cobras more than 350 miles inland at an airfield near Brazzaville, across the Congo River from Kinshasa. Backup forces, if needed, remained on board the Kearsarge. Following failed peace talks between Kabila and Mobutu in early May, Mobutu left the country and Kabila's forces peacefully marched into Kinshasa on the 17th. Kabila declared himself president, consolidated power around himself and the ADFL, and renamed the country the Democratic Republic of Congo. The Marines had evacuated no one. On 25 May, soldiers led by Major Johnny Paul Koroma of the Armed Forces Revolutionary Council seized power in Sierra Leone. Koroma formed a new military government consisting of both soldiers loyal to him and Revolutionary United Front rebels who had fought the ruling governments for the past 5 years. The coup ousted President Ahmad Tejan Kaba, a 20-year United Nations diplomat and the first democratically elected government, after only 1 year in office and after 5 years of civil war that left more than 10,000 dead and forced an estimated million to flee. A former British colony about the size of South Carolina sandwiched between Guinea and Liberia, Sierra Leone boasted beautiful beaches and bountiful resources. But after decades of civil strife, the country's infrastructure remained poorly developed and the gap between the few wealthy elite and the rest of the country's population had grown immense. Chaos reigned following the coup. Work stopped, stores closed, and looters ruled the streets of the Freetown, pillaging homes and businesses. The situation in the capital had deteriorated to near anarchy. It has become a very dangerous place with a bunch of 13-year-olds running around and out of control, the American Charge d'Affaires reported. These are a bunch of thugs and lunatics having a free reign of terror with the army joining in. At the request of the Department of State, Secretary of Defense William S. Cohn directed U.S. European Command to prepare for yet another non-combatant evacuation operation. Ironically, Sierra Leone had been used the year before as a safe haven for evacuees fleeing the neighboring Liberia. In standby status off the coast of the Congo, the 22nd MUSOC was selected to spearhead the effort, codenamed Noble Obelisk. Within hours of being alerted, Marines were rushed back on board the Kearsarge from the base camp in Brazzaville, Congo, and the ship sailed north at full speed on 25 May. 4 days later, the Kearsarge was 20 miles off the coast of Freetown, Sierra Leone. Once the Deputy Chief of Mission in Freetown gave the word to begin the evacuation, the plan called for a Marine security force to land, assess the situation, and then begin processing and loading evacuees on helicopters for the flight to the ship. After a few days, the evacuees would be taken to Conakry, Guinea, for transportation arranged by the State Department to their final destination. Before dawn on the 30th, a company of Marines from the 1st Battalion 2nd Marines boarded CH-46 and CH-53 helicopters for the flight to Freetown despite a coup-imposed flight ban. Backed by heavy weapons, fast attack vehicles, AH-1W Super Cobra gunships, and AV-8B Harrier attack jets, Lieutenant Colonel Thomas C. Greenwood's Marines established an evacuation site near the Mamiyoko Hotel where hundreds of evacuees had gathered. From a control center established inside the hotel, members of MU Service Support Group 22 began processing the waiting evacuees. The frightened men, women, and about 200 children then streamed on board Marine helicopters as fast as the aircraft could move in and out of the landing zone. 10 hours and 85 sorties later, more than 900 evacuees had been moved to the Kearsarge. Once on board ship, the evacuees underwent further processing and screening and were provided food, clothing, medical treatment, and entertainment. The following day, pilots and crewmen of Marine Medium Helicopter Squadron 261 transported the evacuees to the designated safe haven up the coast in neighboring Guinea. While Marines were busy evacuating Americans and other foreign nationals, U.S. Army Special Forces rescued 2 other Marines, members of the security guard tasked with closing the embassy and safeguarding classified documents, who had become trapped in the chancellery. Passing unopposed through several rebel checkpoints, the small team of soldiers got the Marines out without incident. 2 days after the first evacuation, Marines again boarded helicopters following reports of further unrest in the city. Working from the same landing zone near the Mamiyoko Hotel, Marines encountered no hostile gunfire while evacuating more than 400 Americans and third country nationals in less than 5 hours. Following the routine established during the first evacuation, the second wave of evacuees were screened, processed, and quickly transferred to Conakry, Guinea. Among them were 18 orphans and Pinky McCann Willis, who headed the Freetown office of the Indianapolis, Indiana-based Americans for African Adoption Agency. McCann Willis said she and the children had spent 2 days pinned down by gunfire before she was able to pile the children into the back of her pickup truck and make a dash for the Mamiyoko Hotel. Fighting and chaos again increased ashore, this time exacerbated by Nigerian warships, whose government opposed the coup, that were bombarding positions held by Karoma's forces. A third and final evacuation was planned, but Karoma's forces were now targeting the beachfront Mamiyoko Hotel where a contingent of Nigerian soldiers that had deployed ashore had set up their command post. With the Mamiyoko Hotel untenable for the evacuees, the evacuation site was moved to the Cape Sierra Hotel restaurant, less than 2 miles south along the beach. The MU still planned to use helicopters to transport a majority of the evacuees. Prepared for possible heavy fighting, Lieutenant Colonel Greenwood's Marines came ashore at first light on 3 June with heavy weapons, including 6 light armored vehicles equipped with 25mm and 7.62mm machine guns. The weapons were not needed, and more than 1,200 persons, including 10 carried out on stretchers, were evacuated in 5 hours in the absence of any resistance. On board the Kearsarge, the ship's medical facilities were swamped with casualties and individuals traumatized by the past day's events. Despite the operational tempo of the evacuation, Marine and Navy helicopters began transferring individuals to Conakry the same day. In 3 safe, fast, and efficient waves, the Navy Marine Corps team had rescued more than 2,500 persons. While Marines of the 22nd MUSOC completed their evacuation efforts in Sierra Leone and prepared to sail to the Canary Islands for a well-deserved liberty call, Brazzaville, Congo was plunged into chaos when government troops were sent in to disarm the private militia of a rival party. Dozens of Americans were holed up at the U.S. Embassy and other pockets throughout the city. Although the 22nd MU was put on standby, European command officials instead decided to rely on the French to evacuate the bulk of American citizens and sent a 12-man U.S. Army Special Forces team to the embassy to provide security and extra communications. The Kearsarge continued on to the Canary Islands and later to the Mediterranean, where she linked up with the other 2 ships of the amphibious Ready Group. In Sierra Leone, Nigerian-led Economic Community Ceasefire Monitoring Group forces ousted the Karoma government after 10 months in office, and the democratically elected government of President Kabak was reinstated in March 1998. Following the close-down of Joint Task Force Assured Response and the departure of the Special Purpose Marine Air Ground Task Force in August 1996, the United States, the United Nations, the Organization of African Unity, and the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, embarked on negotiations to disarm and demobilize the warring factions in Liberia. After considerable progress, special elections were held in July 1997 with Charles Taylor and his National Patriotic Party emerging victorious, primarily due to the fear of a return to war had Taylor lost. For the next 6 years, the Taylor government made little investment in the country's infrastructure, nor did it attempt to improve the lives of Liberians. Instead, Taylor supported the rebel factions in neighboring states and fomented unrest and brutal excesses in the region, which led Taylor's former adversaries to resume their armed rebellion. On 4 June 2003 in Accra, Ghana, the ECOWAS facilitated the beginning of peace talks between the government of Liberia and rebel groups, the Liberians United for Reconciliation and Democracy, LIRD, and the Movement for Democracy in Liberia, MODEL. LIRD, the larger of the rebel groups, was based in neighboring Guinea and claimed 3,000 to 4,000 troops, while Côte d'Ivoire-based MODEL, also known as Lima Force, claimed 800 to 1,000. They largely represented elements of the former Ulimo K and Ulimo J factions that had fought Taylor during Liberia's civil war. That same day, the chief prosecutor of the Special Court for Sierra Leone issued a press statement announcing the opening of a sealed indictment accusing Taylor of bearing the greatest responsibility for atrocities in Sierra Leone since November 1996. As the intense fighting in the western suburbs threatened to spread to Monrovia, the only part of the West African nation Taylor controlled, the international staffs of the United Nations and non-governmental organizations were forced to evacuate the capital. On 7 June, French helicopters swooped in to rescue more than 500 fleeing Americans, Europeans, and other foreign nationals from the American and European Union compounds. The evacuees were transported to a French warship offshore and then to Abidjan, Ivory Coast. American Ambassador John W. Blaney stayed behind with a heavy security presence. With the violence escalating, Ambassador Blaney requested military aid should additional embassy personnel and American citizens have to be evacuated. At the direction of the Secretary of Defense, the European Command sent a small military support team to augment the security forces at the embassy in Monrovia, support State Department personnel with the orderly departure of United States citizens wishing to leave the country, and to be pre-positioned to aid in any evacuation. The deployment was given the name Shining Express. The Kearsarge, then returning home with elements of the 2nd Marine Expeditionary Brigade after combat service in Operation Iraqi Freedom and providing support to President George W. Bush during his summits with Arab leaders in Egypt and Jordan, was directed down the west coast of Africa to provide security and lift support for the operation. The increased American presence was enough to influence the Taylor government and 2 rebel groups to agree to a ceasefire on 17 June that envisioned a comprehensive peace agreement within 30 days. With stability somewhat re-established, the State Department decided that an evacuation and the Kearsarge's presence were no longer necessary, and on 19 June she turned her bow to the west and set out for a 28 June return to Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 8, Part 1 of On Mamba Station, U.S. Marines in West Africa, 1990 to 2003, by James G. Antal and R. John Vanden Berghe. Epilogue continued. The 3 Liberian factions repeatedly broke the ceasefire, resulting in the resumption of bitter fighting and increasing pressure on the United States to take a more active role in the Liberia conflict. On 30 June, at the request of United Nations Secretary-General Kofi Annan, the Security Council met to discuss the possible deployment of a multinational force to Liberia. Secretary Annan raised the prospect of American involvement, which later was echoed by West African mediators. The Bush administration was reported to be weighing its options, among them the deployment of 2,000 troops. "We're exploring all options as to how to keep the situation peaceful and stable," President Bush said. "One thing has to happen. Taylor needs to leave the country. In order for there to be peace and stability in Liberia, Charles Taylor needs to leave now." While the United States determined what form its assistance would take, the West African states took action. Meeting in Accra, Ghana, ECOWAS military chiefs pledged on 4 July to raise 3,000 troops from member countries for an intervention force to restore peace in Liberia. But the ability of West African countries to send enough troops was plagued by financial and logistical constraints, said Ghana's Lieutenant General Seth Obeng, chairman of the Economic Community's Defense and Security Commission. ECOWAS and the African Union should intensify their initiatives to get an advanced country, possibly the United States, to spearhead peace efforts in Liberia, just as Britain and France did for Sierra Leone and Côte d'Ivoire, he suggested. The recommendations of the Commission were forwarded to the community's Mediation and Security Council for ratification. Bowing to American demands, President Taylor said on 4 July he would step down from power, but only after a U.S.-led peacekeeping force arrived in the war-torn country. Demonstrators took to the streets of the capital, insisting that Taylor quit immediately. Government soldiers opened fire on the group of more than 500 protesters, wounding one. But the group continued their march on the U.S. Embassy, chanting, "Taylor Kingdom must come down, Satan Taylor must go." 2 days later, Taylor agreed to leave the country and take up asylum in Nigeria, but only after an orderly exit from power supported by an international peacekeeping force to prevent chaos and disruption in Liberia. With the warring factions again honoring a truce, some shops and supermarkets reopened and a United Nations chartered vessel began to evacuate some of the thousands of trapped Sierra Leonean refugees. During the lull in fighting, a 32-member American Humanitarian Assistance Survey team arrived from Europe at Roberts International Airport, about 12 miles south of the capital, and then flew to the embassy's Mamba Point diplomatic enclave. Composed of medical personnel, civil engineers, logistics specialists, water purification experts, and a public affairs officer, the group was to assess the security environment and determine what type of humanitarian support the United States could offer. Supporting the group were 15 Marines from the Rota, Spain-based Marine Corps Security Force Company Europe. They were to act as a smaller version of the company's Fleet Anti-Terrorism Security Team, FAST. Initially termed Operation Sheltering Sky, the code name for the United States effort in Liberia would later be changed to Joint Task Force Liberia. Apart from reviewing the security situation, the assessment team was to visit various refugee camps and meet with ECOWAS officials to discuss American support for the West African Peacekeeping Force. The team's recommendations would be forwarded to General James L. Jones, commander of U.S. forces in Europe, who would then relay them through Secretary of Defense Donald H. Rumsfeld to the President. The decision on a larger deployment of a peacekeeping force will be made by President Bush, said Ambassador Blaney when asked if the arrival of the team marked the beginning of a U.S. peacekeeping operation in Liberia. The Liberian capital braced for a fresh attack by the LRD rebel group in mid-July. Troops loyal to President Taylor reported that rebel forces were massing near the strategic town of Key Junction, 23 miles northwest of Monrovia. The fragile ceasefire agreed to on 17 June was in danger of breaking down again due to the standoff between Taylor, who refused to step down and go into exile until international peacekeepers arrived, and LRD, which threatened to attack any peacekeepers who landed in Liberia before Taylor left. On 17 July, LRD forces overran Key Junction and moved west, raising fears they could mount a third assault on Monrovia. During the first 2 assaults in June, several hundred were killed and more than 100,000 were made homeless. Model forces also attacked government positions at the port town of Greenville, southeast of the capital, and at Beliwele to the northeast. By 19 July, thousands of terrified civilians with their meager belongings headed for the center of Monrovia, fleeing the city's western suburbs as fighting between Liberian government soldiers and LRD rebels escalated around Virginia and St. Paul Bridge, about 6 miles away. In the Ghanaian capital, where peace talks were being held, the various factions began reviewing a comprehensive peace plan drafted by West African mediators. In addition, ECOWAS began initial moves to deploy the 1,000-man vanguard force of Peacekeepers, which would enable President Taylor to go into exile and allow American troops to join the West African Economic Community in ending Liberia's civil war. Despite West African community leaders and Model calls for LERD forces to halt their assault on Monrovia, the capital city continued to be pounded with mortar fire, and fierce street fighting persisted as reinforcements moved to cut off roads to the interior. In a fresh wave of looting, many government fighters took advantage of the anarchy to break into closed shops. Venting their anger and frustration, a group of Liberians dumped mangled and bloodied bodies outside the gates of the embassy, some saying, "If you had intervened, this would not be happening." To defend the embassy in the midst of the fighting, 41 Marines of Yorktown, Virginia-based 2nd Fast Company, who were training in Rota, Spain, were flown in on 3 U.S. Air Force HH-60G Pavehawk helicopters from 56th Expeditionary Rescue Squadron from Naval Air Station Keflavik, Iceland. The unit arrived as mortar fire rained on residential areas and struck the commissary and adjacent Greystone compound across from the embassy. The helicopters had been sent to Sierra Leone on 13 July to support the survey team along with a Royal Air Force MC-130P Combat Shadow deployed to Senegal from its base in Mildenhall, England. On their return trip, the helicopters evacuated members of the humanitarian survey team. In addition to approving the ambassador's request that his Marine security guard be reinforced, Secretary Rumsfeld also signed an order moving the Iwo Jima Amphibious Ready Group and its embarked 26th MUSOC from the Red Sea near Djibouti, where it was supporting Joint Task Force Horn of Africa, into the Mediterranean. Once there, the Ready Group could reach the coast of Liberia in 7 to 10 days if needed. During the last week of July, the beleaguered government of President Taylor came under attack on a second front as rebels battling to capture the capital launched a simultaneous attack on the port city of Buchanan, 75 miles to the southeast. Meanwhile, rebel forces advanced their positions within Monrovia, gaining access to Somalia Drive, the ring road encircling the northern outskirts of the city. The rebel forces ignored a plea by Ambassador Blaney to cease fire, withdraw from Monrovia, give up their attempts to seize Buchanan, and allow breathing space for the peacekeepers to arrive. It looked to many observers that both rebel movements had now decided to disregard the 17 June agreement and launch an all-out offensive to finish off Taylor's regime before the international force arrived. With the embassy locked down, Monrovia under siege, and most of the city's million inhabitants now living in squalid conditions on the brink of starvation, the Bush administration, although pressured by military commitments in Iraq and Afghanistan and leery of another open-ended mission, ordered the deployment of the Iwo Jima Amphibious Ready Group and the 26th MUSOC to the west coast of Africa. Within 24 hours, the Joint Task Force's Forward Coordination Element was deployed to the embassy where it served as the task force's liaison to the embassy and provided the staff with early non-combatant and medical evacuation plans. The Forward Coordination Element would remain at the embassy for the next 65 days. The administration also offered to pay more than $10 million toward the cost of deploying West African peacekeepers to Liberia. The West African Economic Community estimated it would need $104 million to keep the force in country for 6 months. On 2 August, President Taylor announced he would resign as head of state on 11 August and leave the country on an unspecified date. His commitment fell short of the economic community's demand that he step down and leave Liberia within 3 days of the arrival of Nigerian peacekeeping troops. Taylor's attempt to delay his departure did not impress the United States, which now had 2,300 Marines sitting 31 miles off the coast waiting to intervene if necessary. Commanded by Colonel Andrew P. Frick, the 26th MUSOC comprised the 1st Battalion 8th Marines, with attached artillery and vehicle transport, Marine Medium Helicopter Squadron 264, a composite squadron of helicopters and Harrier jets, and MU Service Support Group 26. The MU was divided between the 3 ships of the Amphibious Ready Group, the Amphibious Assault Ship Iwo Jima, LHD-7, the Amphibious Transport Dock Nashville, LPD-13, and the Amphibious Dock Landing Ship Carter Hall, LSD-50. All were veterans of Operation Iraqi Freedom. 2 days later, the first contingent of Nigerian troops arrived in a heavy rain at Roberts International Airport on board 2 white United Nations helicopters from neighboring Sierra Leone. The mission of the 60-man vanguard was to secure the airport for the eventual deployment of more than 3,200 troops, made up of contingents from Nigeria, Ghana, Mali, Senegal, Togo, Benin, and Gambia. Once on the ground, the Nigerian Peacekeepers, whose strength would quickly grow to 2 battalions, moved cautiously toward the capital where an informal truce between government and rebel troops was in effect. The same day, the U.S. Army's South European Task Force Airborne, CTAF, deployed a 45-member forward headquarters to the Iwo Jima. The headquarters, headed by Major General Thomas Turner, the CTAF and Joint Task Force Liberia commander, was composed of a majority of CTAF personnel and was designed to make maximum use of the Army Task Force's capability to reach back to Southern European Task Force's main headquarters near Vicenza, Italy. In addition to command and control of the forces operating in Liberia, the forward headquarters coordinated with officials from the Embassy, Department of State, United Nations, and humanitarian organizations operating ashore. On 6 August, the first of 20 Marine contingents authorized to go ashore arrived by helicopter at the Embassy, where it linked up with the forward coordination element. The 7-man liaison team was to coordinate the efforts of civilian contractors who were providing humanitarian services and logistical help to the Nigerian troops and to assist in reopening the port and coordinating needed repairs and maintenance to Roberts International Airport. In addition, a casualty evacuation and quick reaction force was established on board ship to support U.S. and multinational personnel ashore. The following day, the West African Peacekeepers formally moved into the city of Monrovia and received a rapturous welcome from thousands of Liberians waving palm branches and white flags and chanting, "We want peace, no more war." But the Nigerian troops were not ready to cross over to the port area on Bushrod Island, which was held by lured forces. Meanwhile, President Taylor confirmed to the Liberian Parliament that he would resign on the 11th and hand over power to Vice President Moses Blah in view of what he called a broad-based international conspiracy against my government. As he pledged, Charles Taylor ended his 6-year rule of Liberia on 11 August by handing over the green presidential sash of office to Vice President Blah and flying into exile in Nigeria. Dressed in his trademark white safari suit, he was somber but still defiant. "I want to be the sacrificial lamb. I will be the whipping boy." But he said, "God willing, I will be back." Blah, a friend and ally of Taylor during the Civil War in the 1990s, would rule until October when he would hand over the reins of power to an interim president chosen by the Liberian Peace Conference underway in Accra, Ghana. Timed to coincide with the resignation and departure of Taylor, the amphibious Ready Group appeared over the horizon as fixed and rotary aircraft conducted air patrols in the skies over Monrovia. The show of force not only prevented serious incidents from occurring during the transition of power, but also provided a psychological boost to both the citizens of Monrovia and the West African peacekeepers on the ground. On 13 August, President Bush informed Congress of his actions as required by the War Powers Resolution, noting, "It is anticipated that U.S. forces will redeploy when ECOWAS mission in Liberia, forces have transitioned to the follow-on UN stabilization operations." Shortly after dawn on 14 August, 9 CH-46 Sea Knight and CH-53E Super Stallion helicopters carrying 150 combat-equipped Marines of Battery L 10th Marines touched down at Roberts International Airport. The Marines would operate as a quick reaction force, QRF, should peacekeepers come under significant attack. The QRF is not there in a security role, a Department of Defense spokesman stressed. They're merely standing by to provide a reaction capability if something unexpected occurs with regard to an ECOMIL unit, and only to stabilize the tactical situation so ECOMIL forces can restart their mission. The shipboard QRF remained on 60-minute alert, while the casualty evacuation team remained at 180-minute alert. Another 60 Marines landed in 4 amphibious assault vehicles in the port area. Task Force representatives, along with Ambassador Blaney, were then able to successfully negotiate the withdrawal of LRD forces from the port. As helicopters and 2 Harrier jets flew overhead, Nigerian armored personnel carriers moved across 2 bridges spanning the Mesurado River onto Bushrod Island and formally secured the strategic port area. As they did, LRD fighters were still in the process of withdrawing their pickup trucks with looted items to the Po River on the northern edge of the city. Under the protection of a Marine security platoon and Nigerian troops, American combat engineers, explosive ordnance disposal personnel, and U.S. Navy Sea, Air, Land (SEAL) teams began a survey of the heavily looted port to permit much-needed humanitarian supplies to be put ashore. The survey also noted depths and obstacles for any possible amphibious landing by the Marines afloat. On 18 August, as more peacekeeping forces arrived, 2 force reconnaissance teams and a headquarters element were inserted into Bushrod Island and Roberts International Airport to act as liaison with the 2 Nigerian battalions. The teams were tasked with providing communications and coordination between Joint Task Force Liberia and the multinational force. Additional logistics personnel also were put ashore. Later that day, the Liberian government and 2 rebel movements signed a peace agreement in Accra, Ghana, that paved the way for an interim government headed by an independent civilian to take power in October, thus ending 14 years of near-constant civil war. The chairman of the West African regional body, Ghana's President John Kufuor, reminded the former warring factions that genuine political power comes from the ballot box and democracy rather than from the barrel of a gun. Despite the peace agreement and relative calm in the capital, government and rebel forces continued to clash throughout the interior, which created new waves of refugees. A week after the signing of the peace accord, the 150-member Marine Force withdrew from the airport to ships of the amphibious group offshore. The decision reflects the situation on the ground, said Lieutenant Colonel Thomas N. Collins, the Southern European Task Force spokesman. We were here to support the West Africans, but we can do it better from the ship. About 100 Marines remained on the ground, 70 guarding the embassy and 30 acting as liaisons with West African peacekeepers. They're forsaking us, said a young Liberian. We wish they'd stay until peace would come. Their presence here puts fear in our fighters. It makes them think if they carry on hostilities, they'll be handled by the Americans. During the next month, as additional West African peacekeepers arrived, boosting their numbers to more than 3,000, Marines of the 26th MU waited offshore conducting daily reconnaissance flights and remaining ready to respond if needed. On 5 September, problems arose. 2 Marines suffering from low blood pressure, fever, diarrhea, vomiting, and liver and kidney dysfunction were evacuated to Landstuhl Army Regional Medical Center in Germany. An additional 15 Marines developing similar symptoms were cross-decked to the Iwo Jima's intensive care unit with follow-on evacuation to Bethesda Naval Medical Center in Maryland. Additional cases were evacuated several days later. At Bethesda, they were diagnosed with malaria. We know everybody took their medication, said Captain Gregory Martin, U.S. Navy, a physician specializing in infectious diseases. We don't know if somebody missed a dose here or there. Probably so. By the end of the month, all the evacuated personnel had been released from the Naval Medical Center and were placed on convalescent leave. With the West African troops due to become part of the United Nations Peacekeeping Force in early October, the 26th MU began the retrograde of its liaison teams. By the end of September, all were on board ship except 55 Marines who would remain in Monrovia to beef up security at the embassy. The Carter Hall in Nashville left the West African coast on the 28th, followed by the Iwo Jima 3 days later. The ships of the Amphibious Ready Group would rendezvous at Rota, Spain, where they would conduct a washdown and the personnel given some needed liberty before getting underway for the United States. When you see the Iwo Jima, the Nashville, and the Carter Hall off the coastline, it shows that the American public cares and that there is a definite military presence, said Colonel Frick. We provided a stabilizing presence which allowed the multinational forces from other West African countries to come in and handle the problem regionally. Marine helicopters and jets flying overhead and U.S. Navy ships looming on the horizon reassured the humanitarian relief organizations and African peacekeeping forces that it was safe to go back to work. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. End of On Mamba Station, U.S. Marines in West Africa, 1990 to 2003, by James G. Antal and R. John Vanden Berghe. Read by Aaron Bennett.